Well, hello there and welcome to the WoT7 number 4 tournament, day 2. We are at the playoff stage, which means the finals. Of course, we are left with 4 teams today. Before we get to all of that, let's have a very quick look at the Twitch drops, which are here today. Obviously, press F5, since the second drop only went live at 4 PM today, to start claiming that one. So you can see we have some repair kits, some decals, and a day of premium today lined up for you. And now let's hop over to the structure, where we're going to see what is awaiting us today. And insane, it is going to be a very interesting match right from the get-go.
Yeah, hey everyone. So today we're gonna start with the big match of the day. We may even see them later for the big finals. It's gonna be Olovnitsy against Invilgo, the two powerhouses of that tournament. It's going to be straight after Polsro against CSA, the two teams that actually won their matches in the losers bracket yesterday. So those two teams, I mean, to be fair, I think it can be one of the closest match. But we also have to take a look about this match that we're going to see first, Olovnitsy against Invilgo, because I don't know what's your opinion on that, Key, but I think it could really go like one way, or it could be a very, very close match. I don't really expect like a 4-2. I would expect more likely a 4-0, 4-1 or a tiebreaker.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, the whole day yesterday was sort of a showcase of dominance, where we saw that the teams that went first in their group, in the group stage, we saw exactly why they were the first. Then the second teams, we saw exactly why they were second. And for the teams in the lower bracket, well, unfortunately, we saw why they were the third place in their group respectively. We didn't have any upsets yesterday, almost all clean sweeps. I think we went 16-1 rounds yesterday. So just the favorites taking the Ws left, right, and center. Yeah, hopefully we are going to have more close matches today. I think the first one already is a very promising one in between Olovnitsy and Invilgo. And without further ado, I think we're going to throw it over to the caster's desk to see what they have to say about that one.
Yes, Gihant, thank you very, very much for that introduction. I'm joined here today yet again by Still Mojo, who is also sitting kind of still. What do you expect from this first match today?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I expect a big bang, finally. Yesterday we had a bunch of 4-0 matches and one 4-1. But together today we will face, watch two teams from Invil, the best teams they have facing each other. Invil Olovnitsy and Invilgo, led by their two captains. I mean, this is Olovnitsy, as you know them. We already said yesterday, call me Piotr, an all-seasoned VGL veteran. Glasini Giacolini played a bunch of tournaments, Juzek, Monsterio, Kerolf, Mentos, Hacker. I think Zuz and Tisek may be the newer members, but they shown amazing games yesterday. So I can't see any of these two teams falling too easy, to be honest.
No, I do think indeed that it's going to be a hard one for both these teams. Invilgo then coming in as well. Katsai, the captain there. Well, I mean, not on paper, but the in-game leader. Also a very experienced team, obviously. Winning the last WoT7. Probably favorites in many their books if they were to hold predictions. As well as Olovnitsy told us that, you know, they aren't as prepared as they could have been. They signed up very late to the tournament as well, but obviously they're here now in the upper bracket finals. We saw yesterday, here and there in the endgame scenario, they suffer a little bit, maybe with that slight lack of preparation as well coming in.
Yeah, I kind of favor Invilgo a bit more. They did look more stable during the games, like how they attack, how they recover, and how they open the games. So I'm kind of going for them at the moment. I think they have a high chance to win this match. But the thing is, these guys know each other really well. So there is an aspect we cannot like judge or influence how much of the games will be the mind games. They probably often even trained against each other and so on. And the only judge is the battle itself at the end of the day.
Yeah, I knew it could go either way in this. Of course, the maps are a very important aspect of how this is going to go. Neither of the teams wanting to play Ghost Town or Moro. Cliff, going to be the first one.
Yeah, Ghost and Tundra are the perma bans, I would say, for a Holownici from entire one match they played. So those are the same bans they already had against Pozdro, but it's interesting that InVilGo banned Muro because they played it against CSA and they beat them, if you remember, with that triple fire in 2 rounds, but that was messy. That was messy.
That could have gone either way. That could have been 2-0 for CSA, really.
So they kind of banned it out of that. So we will not see Murovanka on side of InVilGo. Also, peculiar thing is when you pick a map. So as example, Holownici picked Cliff. The other side picks a side, and for the first time in tournament, we see that someone actually picked an attacking side and not defending. So InVilGo picked on Cliff attack side, the map that Holownici picked. So maybe they have something in store for us right from the bat, from the first game that we will see that might interest us.
Yeah, maybe they have something special prepared for their attack, but wouldn't you want to wait until your opponent has played their attack already, so they can't take any notes from what you did? Maybe slight inspiration here or there.
Well, maybe slap in his face from the start, at least attempt to it. I mean, it's Cliff. There is so many various approaches you can take, from aggressive ones, so on, and these guys, both of them, they know to play aggressive really well. I'm hoping to see some great clashes here, like seriously. Like the maps they picked, there is no hiding here. It's like Cliff, Mines,
Himmel. Yeah, all of this could be extremely fast. I mean, Cliff, Mines, Himmels can all set up to be very, very quick games if both teams are willing to play that aggressive stance. And Cliff is going to be the first one here in the upper bracket finals between Holownici and InVilGo. There are the caster predictions. It's split. Insane and Mojo going for InVilGo. Me and Kihan both actually going for Holownici.
Yeah, let's see who will have the better judgment on that. I flunked all of mine yesterday. I think I hit the winners, but the results, no way, not even close.
I think none of us really expected the amount of clean sweeps that came out, and RNG making sure that nobody was able to pick up a round there, especially CSA in our hearts. That fires.
I mentioned in last tournament, CSA also in the first round had 4-0, and then they played the finals. They're kind of that old, slow starting machine, so we'll give them that.
Well, lineups for the first one, Holownici. 4 277s, 1 VZ, 1 BAT, 1 CS63. InVilGo, a Kran, double 277, double BAT, a double CS. Lighter from InVilGo, more clip potential as well, but it was double BATs actually.
It's very interesting. Both setups are fairly fast. There is no doubt about it. 2 CSs on InVilGo give a bit more initial aggression until the tanks of Holownici get a chance to kick in. So let's see what they plan to actually do with them. InVilGo is playing an attack. That's a lower side. They're the yellow team. You can see them. And they're splitting those CSs already on the lower side, trying to flank up, while the rest are going for the center. There is a major split from Holownici. They're trying to catch them up. Will they actually manage to take out these CSs already, man?
Well, we saw this yesterday as well. Very well for Holownici. Can they actually pick up the side? You only get one, and those CSs are going straight forward. Actually, they are not stopping there whatsoever. Like and Never are on the run, on the move, but where are they going? Where are they gonna stop? Because right now, Monsters having easy pickings from the side as Yuzek picks up Like. Never will share a similar fate, and now the tanks from InVilGo are crossing, but at what cost? Because Never doesn't seem to be getting out of this one. 74 HP remaining, might just get around the corner, but this is good stuff for Holownici.
This is a real pain you can see coming in for InVilGo. Now the game went a bit more stale, but they already lost practically 2 tanks. Yes, Never is still in a play, but that 74 HP doesn't really protect him. While Holownici are barely scratched, and they still have really good position actually to deal with the enemy. They do have the crossfires, they do have the number of tanks, and they do have the armor. So Rexer is now trying to split off for Invil. He is spotted and takes immediate 1 shell, 2 shells, and that doesn't really help their case right on the opening.
In the meantime, you can see Mentos there on the lower side trying to juke it out against Piotrix in his ban. Mentos realizing now that Rexer has repositioned in his ban, decides to leave it. That's why Rexar tried to help Piotrix, but the cost is significant, and the cost is even more as Rexar takes 1 more on the retreat that was from Monster there. And Holownici now up 5k HP. up a tank as well, and have those beefy 277s to repush with when they decide to.
At the moment, unlike usual, when you can see like in will go guys react immediately, you can see they're kind of petrified at the moment. They have nowhere to go. Everywhere they would move at the moment, they will suffer some damage. Holovnici, who are defending, they don't have to do much at the moment. Like Mentos is well aware that Rex are leaving there means that the Bachat on that corner that we are watching now, like the G3 one, he is now protected by him. So there is like a crossfire between this position here to cover the back of this guy here. But entire constitution of in will go tanks now depends on each other, and once they start falling, it's gonna be like a domino effect. But it's interesting, like Kranwagen, is he trying to climb? I don't think so. Like, that would be really risky.
The timing here for Panzer Fury is disastrous. Lucky Blast and Music are just peeking the middle. One shell connects, the other one misses. Senti now in trouble as well, and Holovnici is not waiting for Invilgo to make their move. They are making their own move as now Getsai in the middle gets obliterated from all the angles that he could face. Monster now coming as well from the D4 position. Senti and Never, they are in deep trouble here as Piotr from behind picks up Never, and Yuzek from the front closes out on Senti. That makes Holovnici have 7 tanks and 10 HP remaining. As Invilgo, Piotrix going down the slope. The round is also going that way, down a cliff, because this one's over.
Yeah, Piotr is tumbling down, but nothing will help him. Like, it's just a matter of time before all of them get deleted from the map. And since they are attacking, it doesn't really matter in what fashion they... This is just like a pride kill on Piotr at the moment. It doesn't have any value to it. Rexer and Piotrix divided on totally 2 opposite parts of the map. They're unable to do really absolutely anything. Like, easy pickings like this of the guys who are actually just trying to finish the round, that's the best they can do. Disastrous opening for In will go, like their strat could have went well if Holovnici maybe played something different, more centered toward the center of the map. Yeah,
the only difference I think is yesterday Holovnici had a TVP and they didn't have it this time, but those CSs were in no man's land.
Yeah, there is no survival here. I mean, if you watch like this, them running away on the left side instead of the right side is actually okay, because they don't take so much damage in the back. But that Bachat behind that rock, that was like just like a death sentence. Also, I don't think they should have even slowed down there. They should have just tried to run completely back and around the...
I mean, the Bachat as well, coming in, 4.3k damage from Monster, solid stuff there. But also, in this case, I guess the CSs had to keep going south, you know, instead of going north. Because, yeah, they was going to take damage, but at least they could get behind the corner and then go safe-ish. I think this time they took the mistake of trying to go north. They were trying to dodge the 277 shots, but what's the point of dodging the 277 shots when you die against every other angle instead?
But there was pretty much only Bachat who could shoot them there, I think. And I think they should have just kept going. Like, they slowed down to shoot the Bachat for some reason, and then
but I
don't understand that.
I don't think they lose a single CS if they go south. Like, one will be lower HP, but I think they will live, and they don't take a full Bachat clip. Because if they drive into the bar, one of them would and should die normally. So...
Well, we will see. Like, Insane will also have stuff to say about that. At the end of the day, the opening that they did was really not beneficial for them. They had no follow-up. Like, the situation itself was so disastrous from the start. They really had nothing to do with the rest of the guys to try to recover the situation. Like, could they push with everyone else and dig out the Bachat? No, he will fall down. The Kranwagen will also fall down. And still the guys coming from the lower side will be 5 of them, and they will be in cooldown. Like, the only thing they could have maybe done is just like push straight on them. But after the HP loss, it just wouldn't bring them anything at the end of the day.
Yeah, after the initial, there was not really anything to do there for Invilgo anymore, and you could see that even Holovnici wasn't waiting. They were like, you know, maybe they could pressure the cap and it would be slightly annoying, but they didn't wait. They just repushed the middle. They know how much they were up. They know that they couldn't hold it, the side of Go, and decided to close it out. And now, though, they get to go on the attack. Holovnici up 1-0. A lot of people, including myself, would say that the north side does have advantage on this map, but we have to see if Invilgo can convert this and make it all 1-1, moving into mines.
Like, if they don't, all of our prognosis, I mean, Mine Insanes might go to the water, but it's really early. It's just the first game. As we said already, there will be a lot of mind games between these two teams in a start. It's just like we'll see who is maybe more cunning leader between these two. And let us see, like 2-7-7s. CS is just like really standard, but we have an STB also.
Hollow of Nitsy's lineup is again heavier with the 277s, while Invalgo has the STB, the double bat, the CS, slightly less meat to play around with. But they're just going for a straight middle go. And we can see here that Hollow of Nitsy is not doing any of the sort. They're just chilling.
Yeah, they're like actually
aiming at Like, actually,
aiming
if he
at,
tries to go up.
At the climb, I guess.
Ooh, Like takes one. Doesn't take a second though. He decides not to go up fully. There's still a small angle they can hit there. You can see the top of his head. They can see the top of his head, but it's a risky shot to take. They are moving towards 1-2 now with these 277s, giving up on holding the angle. But Go has all their tanks in the middle.
Yeah, Go should take the hill short, to be honest. And then if that happens, like Hollow Nisi will have to make a really decent plan how to even approach this, because not doing anything from the start. Like in the last game, they had that opening where they caught those CSs off guard, and the game went straight toward them. This is a different kind of beast, this game. Now they actually have to think tactically how to approach that mid without getting massacred in the process.
Filtrix here does not get spotted. Karov is just chilling in a bush, and Monster is on the drop-down position behind the bush as well. He can kind of play around with it. It's not that easy to clear him. They'd have to push all the way. Like is able, of course, to push stop on A5 if he wants to. Small misses coming out there on towards Monster.
It's a good thing that no one from Invilgo actually tried to climb up, because he would be spotted by Bachat and shot to pieces. So they kept their HP. They have the crossfires. They have the CS who can be pained in a butt from one side. And they have Bachats on the other. They are able to cover really well each other. Also, this Bachat can extract himself whenever he wants.
Okay,
like the
this
Bachat
from
on H9.
Retreating all the tanks south and going back towards the middle?
I guess they just judged that they cannot push the center straight, that the loss would be too great. I mean, they still have 5.5 minutes. The round time is 8 minutes. You can use them to your full potential. Like on Cliff, you really rarely, let's say like never, see a game that ends in capping. It's usually death of one of the two teams. So you can play till the last second for that.
Yeah, it's nearly impossible to cap on Cliff because of the way that the bases are positioned. You usually, in most cases, have to actually kill your opponent.
It's just like sometimes it happens when you have like 1 or 2 guys left on low HP and so on. But even then, the cap is mainly a bait.
You know, Panzer Fury does take one, but let's speak from Piotr. It may look risky, but now that Panzer Fury is shot, you know, nobody is spotting in the bush anymore. The rotation threw this out.
Yeah, this is
the timing really, against timing now.
It's really important, because if these guys actually manage to pull this through, but look at this. This is like Invilgo does have a hunch for this, and it does look like they're mobilizing forces exactly because of this. It looks like they read the Kolomisi team now like an open palm, and they are gonna crush like from entire team on secluded Piotr.
The timing here is beautiful for Invilgo, and Piotr is probably not very happy when he sees what's unfolding right in front of his eyes, as now he is going to be the first one falling, and the entire Invilgo team is here actually. Nobody on the hill could bite him at some point, and like is the Strangler in his CS. Oof. He's the Strangler left on a one-shot of HP, hits the rock a little bit as well. Can he survive? No, he cannot. Monster picks him up, and now Invilgo down 3k HP, though Like was really late to the party there.
Those rocks will be the death of some people, man. Killer Pit can actually vouch for that. Look, Piotr's trying to go up on the hill. Will he make it? It would be a major bonus for his team. If he actually does, the additional crossfire he will get will be of tremendous value. Now, Rexer, Soccer, and Panfury are holding the mid. Kolomisi team is gathering up to make some pressure, and they're even calling on their CSs. So I guess in like the next 20-30 seconds, it's going to be a full-out brawl.
Ooh, but there's the Ignite on Panzer Fury, and Invil, the whole of WoT7 team now realizing that Panzer Fury is a weak spot. They're going on him with so many tanks. Another fire. Lucky Blast down towards the one shot in return for this though. But now Sokar is the next one. They do pick up Monster in return. Rex are trying to get Lucky Blast out of the game. 397 needs that average roll slightly above. He does get it. Very important. Now one shell remaining on that bad shot. Now Ketsai having to run, Senti trading with Karol, but look at Karol and the damage he just took, 1.8, getting fully clipped out as well. Ketsai coming to pick it up, and now they're going to turn the guns to Mentos. Mentos now the isolation, now by himself, and this is very cool, but another fire as Ketsai is burning in the STP as well. Allows Mentos to pick up Senti, and will allow Mentos even to pick up Ketsai. No, Ketsai with the high roll on towards Mentos. Gets traded out in return, and a 2v2 now, double bad shots here for the side of InVilGo against that 277 and the double 277 for the side of Holovnitsi, and you would favor the double bat in this.
Double bat against a double 277, but it just matters like where they catch them. Will there be some additional damage while the bats are moving away, because they do not want to play too close to these 277s. In this kind of terrain, it would actually work in the favor of 277s. We need to remind everyone, Holovnitsi are the attacking team. They need to put some cap pressure or catch butt shots and kill them. And they have 2 minutes to do that. So the capping is nigh impossible. They know it. They might try to pressure it a bit, but that's not the solution to the problem.
Yeah, there's still the double bat that they have to deal with. And Yusek actually leaving the hill as well, going towards the cap. Do they want to put double cap pressure here? They want to try and find one of the bad shots? I mean, Rexar just going back on the hill, you know, he knows 2 people are on the cap. He'll get the resets from above.
Yeah, but this is a no-win scenario at the moment for Holovnitsi. This was a risk. Frankly, I think they should have just like charged in and tried to catch butchers, but that's the problem. They would maybe catch 1, but how do you catch 2 butchers who are running away and shooting from the angles and stuff like that? So they're gambling that maybe another fire will happen and maybe be in their advantage again and burn one of the InVilGo guys. But this is a scenario where you have Bachat who can shoot from upper position and the other one who can emerge from other side.
Yeah, now Piotrix is able to peek from the other angle in his bad shot. He does get spotted out. He does get a reset on towards Yusek. Tisek now also gets reset by Piotrix. And look at the cap timer, 55 seconds with a timer remaining of 50 seconds. It's impossible now. Piotrix and Rexar, they just have to survive.
Yeah, I don't think we can even see a Benny Hill show like yesterday with Killer Repeat.
No, they will just
so there is even no time for that. I mean, Rexar didn't even have to abandon the hill himself. He could have just stayed, but no matter. These 2 Bachats are gonna win this second round by running away. Not as confident as we would want to see maybe, but still, these teams really know how to fight.
Yeah, well, 1 against 1, the timing there was phenomenal. Actually, for InVilGo, just as Holovnitsi was rotating,
it looks like they read it. They read it well.
I mean, I think they knew that it was. Actually, when I think about it, they may have just thought that because monsters in the back, right, and they know that somebody's spotting, that they were counting like, okay, there's maybe 2 tanks out of the fight. If we take all 7 and fight 1-2, we will probably win it because they have a CS in the far back and they have 1 more maybe in the back, so it's 7 against 5. But then Like was a little late to the party, to be honest.
Yeah, he was really late and he was decimated again. I don't think that was a part of the plan, to be honest. And then he kind of panicked a bit and hit the mountain on the way. So that didn't help. But all in all, as we said, like mind games. These guys know each other really well. There is a high chance that they can read each other's moves. Like when it comes to micromanagement and shot calls, that they kind of know how the other team will think how to dig themselves out from a tricky situation. And Holovnitsi, when they've done nothing in a start that matters, they were in a tricky situation, a precarious situation where they have to make a move.
I mean, maybe they even realized that they weren't spotting the crossing anymore, because if we can realize it, they can realize it as well, probably. That, you know, Panzer Fury shot, he was in the bush, and if he's smart and he's supposed to spot the crossing on the far back, he's also saying, I'm not spotting the crossing anymore because Piotr just spotted me, right? Because he was the one spotting. And then they were like, maybe indeed thinking they could have crossed right now through the back. We wouldn't have seen it. There's a timing gap where we would have missed them actually going through.
Like, I guess there was like 2 choices in their mind. One is okay, Piotr is baiting us. The second one was they are split, and we are going to take the fight to the split guys. But I don't think the plan B was the case because they had no reason to move onto them unless they suspected a far less numbers in front of them. You know?
Yeah. But I think Light could have still bailed, though, don't you think?
I'm talking about the moment when Piotr was caught.
Yeah, but that's also the moment where Light arrived so late to the party.
Yeah, I don't know how he died there because I lost track of him. Like what happened?
Okay,
like
so
he
the
could have
six-
even pushed from the other side, to be honest.
So the six of
Like
them
if,
pushed
if
in.
he's so far back, unless he's
Yeah.
checked before,
I don't know why he went
like
from
he
that
could have
side.
just turned right and
So all of them
played the other
pushed in,
side.
and Like was like 2 squares behind them, basically, in terms of length. So I was like a little confused as well why he's like so late.
Well, it's the first game of the day. The people still have to warm up a bit, right? And there is no
Of course.
TVP league before, so this is the first match, and it's immediately a very hard match where every little move can be like a do or die moment. Anyways, we are going to the mines now. Yesterday, we've seen Holovnici open up with STBs on a hill, if you remember, guys.
Yeah.
Ice 4 on a rock, an immediate push from 277s from the side of the hill. Today, like on attacking side, we will first watch In Will Go, and Holovnici will be defending. So like this is something that In Will Go could see what was done yesterday and make some assessments. Also on the defense, Holovnici, as far as I remember, they
Was
had
with
that
the triple
CS in the corner,
yeah,
right?
with the rotation. He was
Yeah.
in K8 and then he rotated over towards 1-2. I thought back about that as well, by the way, and I think there could be a counter bait there as well. If you would cap with the Ice 4, like Postro was doing, right? If you would cap with the Ice 4, and then you would push 1-2 out, yeah, the Ice 4 would get pushed in return, but they would also not be able to repush the hill straight. You know, they have to pick, do we go for the Ice 4 or do we go for the hill? And that would allow you to push out the 1-2 lines.
The play they played yesterday was, the Holovnici was good because, you know, we were talking about that. On mines, if you manage to surprise your enemy, even a slightest, to take their forces a bit split up on a start, you have a really fair chance to win. Like they had an amazing crossfire on a hill, that IS-4 as an anchor and 2 STBs in a cooldown on top of the hill with that high DPM. And all of these guys are great shooters. Like it's like, yeah, everyone cannot pen a shell from time to time, but it's really less chance with these guys. And you have those 4 guys who are in position to pressure the base. Not often people leave a guy in defense like Holovnici in that corner.
And the lineup here is no different though from Holovnici from yesterday. IS4, IS7, EE5, triple CS. It's identical. And in will go with the IS4, the quad, 277 hit squad, the 1 Skunk, and the singular CS. And look at this. Look at it. Look at it. Holovnici is going middle. It's the adjustment to their strat that they used before.
Yeah, this is something we've seen on previous tournament. This is doable with this kind of setup. But I think we're going to have a restart apparently, because everyone stopped. So under the rules, guys, like if no one is spotted and if there is no damage done, the restart is available if they request it. If someone has like internet problem or whatever, they request it to admin.
Yeah, man, if you have a bad spawn with UCS, you just plug the LAN cable for a second. Oh no, my internet crashed. Oh, Pepe
I actually
hands,
had
man.
that moment live on stage when one team did it. It didn't feel nice, I can tell you that. But whatever. Anyways, like in this moment, these guys are going to restart. They can talk about the strat a bit more, but you know, like by the habit, these guys actually don't need much time. Usually those 30 seconds of loading plus a bit more time they have when they ready up the tanks is usually for them more than enough.
It's 10 minutes delay on the stream, so there's no way that they can look at the stream and be like, oh man, Holovnici's driving middle, so maybe if you drive straight towards the cap, we're gonna win. Amazing,
like the delay is even bigger than the round time itself. Round time is 8 minutes.
It's impossible for us to come to that moment of time, actually. So, in that regard, all good. You know, the things happen. You know, game crashes, freezes. Everything's possible. So we want to keep the most competitive atmosphere possible. So that's why we offer the restart. We wouldn't want either of these teams to be at a disadvantage when the battle just starts. But now, Marjorie, we got to think though. Holovnici is driving middle. They will not change this. They will go middle again. It's 1 CS against 3 CS. So if the Holovnici CSs go on the hill and the Go CS goes on the hill, then Invalgo is forced to push the middle. But then they are forced to push the middle with 277s against an IS4, an IS7, and a double E5. And that E5 is going to
Those
shred.
E5s are amazing for that.
They're gonna shred because 277 DPM against E5 DPM.
And
the
also
E5s are
E5s
hitting.
do have some cooldown. I
Also,
mean,
you
yeah,
can't
they have that.
you can't auto aim. You cannot auto aim the E5 at a 277 because when you auto aim it, you aim straight for the center, like upper hull, bottom of the turret.
Mhm.
You're not penning on the E5. Like the upper hull, you're gonna bounce every shot. But
They have a
277.
conk, but conk is way slower. It's gonna
Yeah,
take
he's
him
not
quite
gonna-
some time to get there.
Yeah, he has. If they were to push the middle, he's the one that has to shoot the CSs when they try and come off the hill to crossfire.
So what is the game plan of Will Go at the moment? Like, will they fall for another mind trap of Piotr?
The most common play would be, I don't think pushing over mid would work that well. I think you take the 4-2-7-7s and what you do is you casually drive on the
1-2
hill.
line?
No,
Or what?
on the hill with all 4-2-7-7s.
Okay.
Because the
And
E5
try to
is,
kill the CSs on the
yeah,
hill.
yeah, and you have the conk. They have a conk as well, right? And they had an IS4, and you leave the conk and IS4 in crossfire, because Holovnitsi's lineup, those E5s are not as fast as 277s. The IS4 definitely isn't. The IS7 is fast downhill, but he's going to lose a lot of speed when he has to go up the hill because of the horsepower per ton. So I think that would be the most logical option in my book, I guess. Send the 4-2-7-7s on the hill, IS4 and S-Conk to cover the repush.
And what about CS?
Block one or two of them if possible. If he blocks one of them, it's an even trade in every case, which is okay then.
Yeah, for them that would be actually excellent trade if that happens.
He blocks two of them, it's great. I mean, if you ram, they changed. Holovnitsi changed now. They are not going middle anymore.
That's interesting. I guess they had more time to debate and they came to conclusion like you what would happen, right?
I don't know. Apparently so, because they have decided against the middle fight. Weird.
Like, this is more or less similar defense to what they had yesterday. Yesterday the big change is because yesterday they had the CS in a corner, right?
Yeah, they had the CS in the corner. This time they have the 3 CSs covering 1-2, 2 committed, 1 in the back on K4.
Yeah, so there was like a CS here waiting, and we had these tanks like this. I can't remember, but I think IS4 was actually here.
Yeah, he came down and played under the base, but he's playing more up now. The good thing about playing where the IS4 is now, if you're wondering why is the IS4 there, is because from that position he can actually shoot 1-2.
Well,
Right,
you can see
from
that
down
Team
you
Will Go
can.
just took the hill and immediately abandoned it. It's not like they have STBs or anything that can play a high hold down there, but they're not going to leave it empty, that's for sure. It's a big split they're doing, like 277 one way, the other guys other way. So I guess like what you said before, IS4 triggering the cap is a definite possibility here.
HG against the i7 is not really gonna do that much. You can see he's lost 60 HP so far, but when you have 2.8, you have some to spare.
Yeah, the HE meta that existed before, I'm actually happy it's gone. It was too much, you know?
Yeah,
To hit a tank anywhere and just do
I mean,
damage.
I'm completely fine with it. You can still kill one shots with HG,
Yeah,
which is literally all that matters, in my opinion.
like
if
if
somebody's
like
on a-
grinding people, grinding people for a
that-
couple of 100 HP, that's
Yeah,
nonsense.
but now if somebody's 100 HP, you can still switch to HG and kill him. So it's not an issue there, reliability-wise. But you can see the triple grouping here on 2 lines: Sokar, Piotrix, and Never. The CS from Holovnitsi is crossing back to K8.
Yeah, they're trying to
Is this
put
the
these
bait?
tanks. Yeah, I think they're trying to put these tanks here not spotted and probably bait the cap with the ice.
That's what I said yesterday. That
Yeah.
today that Postdro could do. You know, put the IS4 on cap, force the IS4 the CS isn't crossing, staying at K5. Force the IS4 down, and then maybe push 1-2 when there's only 2 CSs watching.
And they're actually leaving a 277 to cover this IS4 to actually trade well when he's pushed, because IS4 angling there can actually survive quite a bit if he has any help.
But Senti is not going for the cap though. He's going slightly further. He does take 1 HE shell from Piotr, but he's pushed towards the further building here to counter under the hill to trade against the IS4, and then they might put a 277 on the corner of the cap instead. Piotr here should hit this one. He does. Wasn't the greatest shot, but you know, it connected. That's all that matters.
It's a really nice position for IS4 when you watch it like this, but how much he's not open toward the island because IS7 and CS are covering that at the moment.
No, but he can't reset. He can't spot the cap, so that means
Yeah,
he
but
has
it's
to
a
go
really
down.
nice position to kind of control it, and you can slide down from it and go
Ooh,
below
but
the hill.
look at Sokar, Piotrix. It's the under move. It's the 2-line unspotted because Monster's only looking towards 1-2 line. They're gonna get across this without being spotted. Piotrix now gets spotted. Only now the E5s in the meantime are pushing on towards Senti, but Monster and Zeus are here. They're in trouble. Senti is gonna die and Rexar is gonna need some help, but in return you have the Escon coming on the hill. It's the split fight here. 9-line fight, 4-line fight, 1-2-line fight. Individual skirmishes all over the place. 277 facing up against the IS7, 277 and IS4 against a double E5 and an IS4 there. Now Piotrix and Sokar are clearing 1-2 line. Monster will be the next one to fall. Can Sokar die before this though? I don't think so. Sokar still on a 2-shot here. Actually, Monster should pick him up. Senti goes down in return. And now this looks okay for Invalgo here. They have the hill and Rexar is playing around with the buildings. Panzer Fury in that S-Con. It's the ideal tank on this hill.
This is an amazing scenario that they actually concocted here. This attack is quite interesting. Panzer Fury is now trying to hold off these 3 tanks while the rest of the Invalgo guys are fighting off Columnists, never in one-on-one fight against Monster. We still have the 277 behind him alive, so he can help out Piotrix. They need to keep in check Lucky Blast in his I7, but they do have the HP for that because there is entire IS4 and 1E5 out to the fight on the other side. Also, Piotr is on one shot. So this is a...
Sorry, Panzer Fury, you just see...
Yeah, he can do whatever he wants. That's what I'm saying. Like, now the Columnist tanks are all over the place.
They can have the cap for free as well, the base number 2. When this Escon going on the hill is such game winning. You know, he goes on the hill, he counters Lucky Blast position, he does damage to 9-0 line.
This was planned. This was amazing plan. Like the baiting with that IS4 and 277, making them have to attack them. And then doing like almost not spotted attack from the 1-2 line when they knew the attention was not there, when they knew that only 2 guys that would be actively watching are the CS.
They were counting on getting this guy here going up probably towards here behind the rock to watch towards this or towards the hill, and then they do this because the CS from here, this CS on the island can only peek towards E1 and towards this really. He can't wipe.
He can't see down.
Or he takes damage for it.
Amazing how much thought was put out to this, and I really like it.
I mean, it's now the E5 struggles, of course, because he has to play against the 277, which is in a hold down. So Ketsa here with a far superior position over Karov. I mean, Piotr's coming around the corner as well. Now we can just pick which one he kills first. Piotr is going to be the first on the chopping board. Karov is soon going to follow him to the grave, and I don't think T-Sec is going to fare much better in the secondary E5, as now Invalgo pick up their offensive round on mines with a beautifully executed strategy, completely catching Polovnitsy off guard.
This is amazing to watch, I must say. I love watching any casting tournaments when I see a game like this. I mean, maybe sometimes you and me and a couple of other guys can see a bit more in the games, but that's why we're here. This was so well executed. They read the enemy defense so well, and from the initial setup when they went over the hill and they started splitting the tanks, they already actually had this entire plan in their mind. And then you could see step A, like pressuring on the lower side.
9-line with the IS4 pushing up to 7-7, then going
Step
on the
B,
camp.
going to the hill to cover with the comp,
So
which was a follow-up and pushing on the island, like amazing.
There's 3 simultaneous attacks there. There's the 9-0 line, which came first with the IS4, progressed with the 277 behind him on the camp. Then you had aggression on the 4 line with a 277 to make sure that Lucky Blast is sitting in position, not spotting 1-2 either, or looking at 1-2, or shooting 1-2.
With I7.
At the same time, you have the 2-277s coming from the 2 line to go deal with the double CS, and because they took no damage crossing, they're actually able to win that 2v2 in most cases. Because otherwise, if the CS give a few shots on the crossing, they can actually live there. They focus fire well. And yeah, but they won basically every exchange. I mean, they lost the IS4 and the 277, but that was a 3v2. They won
that side even was sacrificial anyways.
Yeah,
and it paid off so handsomely because it drew so many enemy tanks, and they still had a Conqueror to control them from
you're left with 2 E5s and an IS4 under the hill, and you have an S-Conk above you. And Panzer Fury, when he couldn't shoot him anymore, simply moved towards the rock
and shot I7.
and shot the I7, because Lucky Blast can't go anywhere. If he leaves, he dies. If he stays, he dies.
No, it was just great. I really love it.
And
I
even
hope
if
to see more of this.
even if Lucky leaves, it doesn't matter because if 1-2 line is lost, you lose the cap, and if you lose the cap, you lose the game.
There was, I don't see what could have they done except maybe if they kind of smelled it and the third CS was in the fight on the left side from the start instead of rotating toward the right.
If the last CS was actually still in the bush on K4 on the corner,
That could have changed the game.
he would have spotted them in F2 normally. He would have spotted them early, done maybe 1 or 2 shots on the crossing. You could even go join because everybody else would be busy from the Invil Go team. Like there would be
Yeah, that's what I
nobody to
meant.
shoot
Like
him.
he would need to join and he would be like more HP.
Yeah,
and,
he does 1 or 2 shots on
and
the
the gun,
crossing,
like
then
they
joins.
had the game
and-
yesterday, you know.
Yeah, he does 1 or 2 shots on the crossing, he joins, and they will kill 1-2.
But this was so well baited and executed that didn't happen. Like they kind of read him from the yesterday's defense. They locked off I7 so he cannot cross and go shoot him in the back. This CS was baited out of the position, so they only had to deal with 2 CSs in the water, which is not that hard of a work for 277s who have more alpha and armor, plus 1 guy in the back who is like stalking them. Like we must remember, guys, like they did leave 1 guy on the island who could shoot all the time.
Yeah, good stuff there from Invil Go. Pretty solid execute. Can we see something similar from Holovenitsky? We saw their very aggressive approach yesterday through the 8 line. I don't think that is a trick you can pull twice. And it's not the same lineup either. Triple Montertina is 4. But
STB.
yes, and an STB. They had 2 yesterday, if you remember.
Yeah, but with this you can equally take the hill. Although now we have 3 CSs on the Invil Go team, but they do too have 2 super conks, so it's not really likely they're going to try to contest mid with this. Those conks would be a bit late, but they are actually.
They are actually contesting middle from Invil Go's side. The Kongs will be late, but they do have that double CS. But
This is weird, man. Like one
T-Sec
CS is going away. Like
T-Sec is being boosted by the bat, by the way. Look at how fast T-Sec is in his STB, and Karov takes a big ram though, a very big ram immediately already from that CS from Ketsai. And so far the trade hasn't been that bad actually. I mean, Monster hasn't been able to do really anything. He just comes off reload. T-Sec is now going to come in, but that's 3 tanks locked on the hill right now for the side of Holovenitsky. And Returners, as Skunks are arriving now, the last CS is also arriving for the side of Invil Go. They are going to lose the hill, so they have to make a play in the middle. But look at Monster still keeping his 4 shells here, able to put the crossfire in as well. Zuta is going to be the focus here for the side. No, actually, Lucky Blast is going to be the first one. Focus, he goes down. Ketsai falls in return. Zuta now taking everything he has and pushing over. Monster sets Senti on fire, but it's not needed as Piotr picks him up, and this bait here, this middle play from Invil Go is not gonna go their way. It looked okay in the beginning, but maybe if Rexar was there from the start, but they wanted to control 1-2, but the only thing they're gonna control now is their fate as the round's about to end, and Invil Go gonna lose it 1 and make it 2-2 coming out of Mites.
Making it even worse, this is a really fast round, so if it comes to that tiebreaker, Holovenitsky will definitely have an advantage here compared to anything else. I mean, we are not even 2 minutes into the game and it's coming to the end. Piotrix is the last guy standing, and I don't understand how could they sell out a round so easily after that amazing round we just saw.
I mean, they almost had it. By the way, they actually almost had it. I think a few differences could have made.
They had 1 tank out of the fight, mate.
Yeah, but if they killed Monster, they would lose. They would win the game. Monster was 600 HP. If he got rammed instead of the CS, because one of the Invil Go's CSs rammed the CS for 1000. If you ram a bat with a CS, he's gonna take more than half his damage.
But it's shoulda, woulda, coulda, mate. And the fact is, they had 2 tanks on a hill against 3.
I mean,
and one of them was even a
damage.
clipper. I mean, it just doesn't work that well. I don't know. Like it does look like they gave 2 rounds really easy to Holovenitsky, like 1 on the cliff and 1 here. Like they're earning their rounds. When I watch them like take the round, it looks like a plan they are working on and they're earning it. But the rounds they're losing, it's just like they're throwing them like there is no tomorrow, man.
I really think that Monster is the difference maker there. Like honestly, I mean, yeah, there was a CS out of the fight, but if Monster doesn't do his clip, if they get to ram him instead, I'm convinced they win that round off of that alone. Because it would take those 2 tanks on the hill to fight those 2 tanks on the hill for the side of Lovrenitsky to win it. And now Monster did a full clip on the heavies in the side and even maybe 1 or 2 on the CSs on the hill. I'm convinced if Monster got rammed instead of the CS, they would win the game.
Well, we're gonna have to debate over that a bit later. The next map we'll be watching now, guys, is Himmelsdorf. I kind of hope for the InWillGo's sake that they will split a bit less, because every time they try something like this of the splits, it ended up in their defeat within 2 minutes or something like that. It just looks like a lot of mind games that go really wrong from them from time to time. It just looks like that to me. But anyways, Himmelsdorf will be watching first Holomnisi, so Piotr's team. On defense and on attack, we will be watching InWillGo, led by Ketzai.
Yeah, and 2-2 scoreline here. InWillGo showing some good things, showing some maybe less good things. But Himmelsdorf could be the decision maker. We saw them yesterday against CSA really clutch it out. On one of the 2 rounds, one they won really simple and easily with a good stack and a good read on what CSA might do with their lineup. The other one they clutched really significantly. Ketzai there clutching together with one of his teammates, probably a round they should have lost but didn't. So, but especially on that Himmels, they showed the great part of everywhere they got attacked immediately. When they lost something, they made a counter attack. They didn't wait. They lost somebody, they went to kill somebody from CSA in return.
Well, that's the feature of the best teams who play Himmelsdorf. Like even when we watch like old Russian teams, even when I was, to be honest, Fame, when they took the title in the Russia and so on, that's the feature of the best teams who play the Himmel. Like, you need to have a lot of self-aware players who don't need to be dictated exactly what to do in every moment.
Yeah, and now we go on to Himmelsdorf between InWillGo and Holovnitsky 2-2. This map could be the decision maker or could bring us to Tiebreaker. We'll have to see which one of the two can edge ahead in the mental games and the bait and switch between these two. Obviously, both these teams know each other incredibly well, making counter plays, mind plays a very significant aspect.
Like, will we see the offensive opening now?
Triple IS4, by the way, from Holovnitsky.
Oh la la, that's a hardcore defense, man. Super conk also. Like, this is a really slow setup covered by 3 clippers, 2 50Bs, and the butt shot. That's a really slow setup, mate.
Yeah.
Are they gonna try to play real with it?
I mean, I think you can go rails with the IS4. You have so much HP. I don't think you can pressure all the way down. Actually, against the InWillGo lineup, you could probably pressure all the way down, because InWillGo, their lineup is not really one that can just really push across 1-2, because they have slow tanks as well. But Holovnitsky is going for the split, though. 2 tanks, 3 line so far. And the rest moving towards the eastern side. Double 50B even moving towards the hill.
I mean, even InWillGo's opening is similar to what Holovnitsky itself did yesterday, but they're sending those bees really far more aggressive on the 3 line. But the opening is quite similar. IS4 coming in for the center, Piotr himself, to trying to make a read where the enemy will be. It's a decent position here, but he already took some damage. He took 2 shots from the butt shot, I would say, but he's rather safe now. And he will be proxying this corner and those positions, and he is decently covered. Now, this is important to notice, guys. Like, there is a mastering of the Holovnitsky forces on the 0 line. We can see them. It does look like they want to try to pressure and catch that butt shot of the guard. There is 4 guys there. But if this backfires, they might lose everyone on the lower side of the map.
I think Go goes through the 8 line when they see this push blast. Going through the courtyard would be pretty bad, or they have to go all the way back towards 1-2. I mean, Piotr spots out Karov now. He knows what is happening. They spot out Zuza as well. They spot out Monster. They just don't know about T-Sec right now.
Yeah, the problem is they are sending the 3rd guy up. Now they know that they're like too deep in the water and they don't want to take the fight. Pans Fury, Piotrix, and Rexar are pulling away, and immediately, as I said, you can see the E100 and 277 mastering to pressure the 8 line here, while these guys are still colliding from the hill. Holovnitsky are gathering up, and they will try to follow up because they need to be close toward their team. And now it's going to be just like who has a better time, I would say, like better passage time, and does any of the tanks get checked and get caught on a bad spot?
Well, Lucky Blast is now running on the move, and now actually Invilgo deciding to halt this approach for a second. Zuza here actually in a lot of trouble. Rexar and Ketsai in the crossfire. Rexar might be a little bit too far forward though. Rexar, this gets turned around in his face straight away. He was not in the correct position there. I thought this trap might actually work in their favor, but no, not for Rexar. Now they have to repush once more. Piotrix is the next focus here in his bar. Carol pushing in. Tsek dropping low, but Tsek surviving. Monster with 2 shells remaining here. They want to pick up Piotrix. One more will do it. And Monster picks it up. Never goes down towards the grave. Monster's down towards a 1-shot, but still Carol in the Redskunk farming away. And here comes the repush of the IS-4s on towards Senti. And guess what? He's ammo racked. Ketsai is ammo racked as well. Holovenitsi here actually completely outplaying Invilgo on this Himmelsdorf defense.
They're doing amazing job trying to preserve some of their low HPs. Like Zuza is still alive on that 50B, and he will be a pain in the butt, like for the enemy. Now we have Stalker on full HP, but Pants Fury is already almost dead. So is Ketsa, and both of them have broken Amorex.
Yeah, there's not really a return in this game for them. I mean, look at the HP. Soccer has most of it on a singular tank. I mean, Karov here struggling a little bit against the 113, but now being able to back off and get that necessary shot. Ketsai was the ammo rack there for a long time, and now Soccer with it all to do, but he can. I really also would like to say that Rexar's position, I thought they were going to spring the trap back in their faces, you know?
It looked for a moment, but they
Rexar's...
hesitated on the 8 line. That was the problem. So even the IS-4 came and started shooting them in the back. I mean, and Rexar was like too far off, as if you said, yeah.
If Rexar makes it, like Zuza was a little too early, right? I think Zuza was a little too early in his 50B. But if Zuza dies there immediately without making his clip, which is possible if Rexar's in a better position, right? Like if Rexar's in a better position so he doesn't just blow up because he disappeared, and Zuza dies in return, maybe they could have done something off of that. But right now, now they lost Zuza, and then the Holovenitsi tanks were like, okay, well, we'll just peek the left corner now. We don't have any crossfire left.
Like, this is just wow. Holovenitsi did actually a really great read on the play of Invilgo, and they caught them completely off guard. The mop-up operation we see now is just like something that happens, like Soccer has no chance of winning this. Maybe he has some HP and there are some one-shot guys in Holovenitsi team, but this is not a random game where one guy can just carry it out against the team. It just doesn't work like that, and his death is nigh.
I mean, if Soccer wins this, he could upload it to WoT Replays and title it Quickie Baby, the one everybody wants to see, or the one everybody wants to win. But no cigar there, no cigar, no Kolobanovs. Not even any fame points, I think, because they didn't even kill 5 people. That road to chieftain there is going to be hard for Invilgo like this if they don't make more kills. But yeah, good stuff from Holovenitsi. I still think that this Zuza was, I don't know, dude, he was like a cruise missile in the water, man. Came around that corner flying, and Rexar was somewhere.
You can see that really Holovenitsi didn't expect that trap on a corner.
But Rexar's clip could make the difference. If Zuza now does
not just clip, one, like he did one shot. Like if he did a clip and maybe survived on 100 HP, it would be a huge difference. But like this,
he could have been behind the back corner though, like slightly like Ketsai was in the street on the left of him in that lane. I mean, Zuza does the clip now, yeah. That's 1,600 damage. So, and he even survived for a little bit.
I think Zuza died later because probably someone saw him at the end of the day because he was on like only one shot. But it didn't even matter anymore. It really didn't matter anymore. The game was already over. I mean,
I like the idea of the trap of Go. I guess maybe that was intentional, but the positions for it were...
The trap was okay. I didn't like the fact that they never pressed the 8 line, at least with like one guy, to make sure that IS-4s don't come and start shooting them in the back. Like,
I mean, maybe like...
It was really confusing.
If their trap is okay, right? If they actually blow up Zuza, who's too far out by himself, coming around that corner without checking, which is something you shouldn't really do either, to be honest. And they're then able to repush into those Invilgo tanks, into those Holovenitsi tanks, then maybe they could have cleaned it up while they lose the 8 line. But like this...
But you know what's the problem? Like, Rexar could not go and play behind the wall on a courtyard. Because there was an IS-4.
Yeah, but so you have the corner, right? So if you have the corner, he was on the right side of this, yeah? But the back corner, behind the 8 line, Mojo. So like behind the left there, in the streets, the IS4 couldn't see him there, the guys from the hill couldn't see him, and he would be able to clip from there just as the same.
As long as he doesn't get shot from the
Beautiful.
courtyard itself, it's fine. But then again, as I said, like they never pressed the 8 line, so even the guy who was holding the 8 line came back and started shooting them in the back. I mean, there was a lot of discrepancies here, how they reacted, because they didn't expect so much pressure from Holownici on the hill. And I would say, like, very well-deserved round. Like, they risked it. They risked it a lot, like Holownici with this round, and they took it.
One thing I want to point out as well, which was great for Holownici and IMO, like a slight misplay from Invilgo, is in the beginning you saw Piotr go inside the courtyard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ketzai got proxy spotted by Piotr because he kept driving forward to try and get shots on him. And you know as well as me that knowing the info on a 50B is important for this hill push.
It's very, 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 very important.
So, I mean, it's like the small things like that. It made Holownici way more confident in their hill push as well, you know, because they know that 50B never makes it back. Never makes it back at all. So they're kind of free in pushing it. I mean, they had a large number of tanks as well. I think they would have done it either way, but having information like that is important. Invil goes lineup though, Mojo. Perpala is 4, a 113, a 277, and double S-Kong, not a single clipper. In return, they're facing quad IS4s, a CS, and a double 50B.
Well, this gives a lot of room for playing for Holownici, like with CS. Like, I think they can get a hill pretty much for free at the moment if they wish so. Plus, they have the bees, but they don't need to send the bees on the hill because there is virtually no fast tank of Invil who can challenge this. So what is their plan? They need to muster their forces. I guess they want to brawl it out. Yeah, they're going for 1-2 line with this defensive push. But how are they going to deal with those two bees? I mean, those bees need to fill their shells a lot.
Yeah, those 50Bs actually need to connect hard in this if they want to make a difference. Because if they get pushed by the full team, it's going to be rough here. But you can see Holownici going full 1-2 here. Piotrix and Sok are actually just chilling. Zusa again coming around the corner like a cruise missile. Once more trying to connect the shots, but this time he fares slightly worse with that. But look at that crossing though. Karolf, Monster, and Lucky Blast all going across 1-2 line. And they have basically stopped Invilgo in their tracks.
Well, we have a big trade-off here. Piotrix is now secluding himself, going toward the 3 line. I don't know how smart is that, but if Zuza and Tisek actually get the clip soon, they will just decimate it. He is getting followed now by Senti and Rexar, so he is kind of a scout for the rest of the team. A careless shot then taken here by Zuza. Like, this should have been taken care of by Holownici.
This is the whole Holownici team here. Piotr now probably yelling that he needs support in this position as there is 5 Invilgo tanks there, but this lane, Mojo, this crossfire from the left, this crossfire from the right. There's a lot of Holownici tanks still here. Piotr needs to be careful with his HP though, can't trade it away. But it's also hard for Holownici to peek back into this because this is 5 single shooters and they can just rotate HP and drive forward with them. As now Piotr, the isolation there, still bouncing a few shells though, needs to die here. It's important. Nobody picked it up so far. They're going for Karolf instead. Left, right, everywhere. Monster coming in, trying to make sure that Piotr survives in this game. Getting Piotrix in return, possibly if Karolf connects, and he does. And Piotr surviving for a phenomenal long time as finally Rexar comes in to pick it up. And finally Zuza coming in with his 50B as well. One more shot on Sokar will close him out, and Zuza gets that one. Important. Karolf now falling in return in the fight. Left, right, everywhere. Invilgo still up on HP, but now that 50B coming in with his clip, making it slightly more even. Never now getting focused out. But Tisek goes down on 1-2 line in return. The IS4 they're going to be falling as well. And Invilgo with this hard push here is actually bringing it back.
Dodake did a rep for a while here. The fight is still going on. It's amazing. It's a non-stop train, guys. The field is finally won by Invilgo. That CS on the hill was actually the key because he was not a part of the game at the end of the day. And this huge pressure of heavy steel from Invilgo is paying off. They have 5 guns in the game. 1 or 2 of them may be a one-shot, but Holownici have only 3000 HP left. Zuza being one-shot on that 50B, he can be caught by any of the heavies rather easily. And Mentos also does not bear really the amazing armor on anything to deal with IS4s or such as Super Kong. So this is not an easy game that Holownici could pull back. Actually, like, it's next to impossible, but let's see how will Invilgo decide to pressure more. because they are defending. We need to remind everyone when the game pace slows down, Call of Nisi are attacking, the red guys are attacking, they have less HP and they have less number of guns, and Invilgo are defending and they're way more armored. That's for sure.
Yeah, and also the unfortunate factor here that you have to count in for Hovnitz that 50B is one shot.
Yeah, that's the major, because he can be a turnover guy. Like if he can take a shot or two and do full clip and run away, that could turn this game around. But just being in one shot makes him a liability. The most important screw in their current lineup is their biggest weakness.
Yeah, but now you can see that also there Katsai fancies a little bit of Monster. He gets one nice connection there from the courtyard. Monster realizing that he's getting encroached, getting surrounded. They saw Mentos drive away. They know that he's still going down. The 8 line finally returns, but in the meantime, the 50B, all this time, the 50B is casually driving on the hill. Monster now wants to pick up Katsai. It's probably the best he can do in the situation, but no, Senti picks him up before he can close the kill on towards Katsai, and they find another. They find one more time for Invilgo.
Great trades between these two teams, I must say. But as we already saw, this is a next to impossible mission for Call of Nisi to dig themselves out from. I mean, they are in a complete retreat at the moment. Like, yeah, they have 50B on a hill. He can't do anything alone. Mentos is getting surrounded by these sharks who are chasing him around. He immediately took 2 shots, 1 KHP down. I mean, he can make 1 shot more, but that's about that.
And between these two teams, it's as close as ever. As now it will be 3-3, as Souza has no chance to win this 5v1. He's not going to be winning this one ever. That will mean that Hovnitsi gets to pick the tiebreaker side, though.
Yeah, Call of Nisi, because of that Mines game that we watched, that was like under 2 minutes, by far they can pick the game for sure. And we just need to see what will they actually choose. The tiebreaker map will be Prokhorovka now. We can watch the final moments of Zuza, but I don't know even when he's doing that. That it makes virtually no difference. Like, unless they're already discussing what to do on Prokhorovka, or someone is taking a toilet break or whatever, he literally has no reason to prolong this game.
Yeah, they have some time here for the tiebreaker. I mean, Souza delaying gives them more time to discuss. They should already fully be discussing the tiebreaker round.
Well, Rexer is finally on the top of the hill. Now, even these guys can't really take it too careless, because Senti is the only guy with HP and he's a bit back. But now Zuza just runs into the another part of Posse from another part of the hill. And we finally have it 3-3 after a bunch of really thrilling rounds. Mm-hmm. It's an equal, even Steven, and we will be watching the tiebreaker.
Yeah, and Hovnitsi can select the side. If you're playing on Proko, you go for attack or defense. I mean, I think Proko is one of those rounds where I'd consider almost picking attack. Defending,
yeah, but
doesn't
9
feel
out of 10, like 99% of people always pick a defense, simply because like you can choose how to play your defense. You can play it offensive also, but you don't have to care about time.
Yeah, indeed. Good stuff there from Invilgo. I mean, there was a hard engagement for them, right?
It was a bloody battle. If you see a 5 surviving tanks, it doesn't give the credit, man, because out of those 5, like 3 were 1 shot, 1 was 2 shot, and 1 was like somewhere in between. Something like that. Like, everyone was on really, really low HP. Like, when the game started, you couldn't say that easy, but they had a good maneuvering, pushing that 1-2 line, shifting the attention to the 3 line, if you remember, in that one moment, leaving the Kongs to snipe from behind while they had like 5 meaty tanks there. And in those moments, you could see that Call of Nisi team actually didn't notice it, because the first tank that was shot was a 50B who had his turret even turned away. Then they realized what's going on.
The good thing for them is that they actually had those all 5 single shooting heavies. I mean, they didn't have any 50Bs that could easily get focused or had to drive in to commit onto the clip. They had those all single shooting tanks. So they were able to just use them to their advantage to pressure forward, start bullying those IS4s, but those 50Bs, they can't take a head-on engagement against 5 single shooters, because they will all turn their turret and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tap you, and then they're basically dead. So you have to like carefully pick your engagement while Invil go.
It's really surprising that Holomnissi kept that CS63 so long on the hill, to be honest.
He was getting a few shots on the side, but he probably should have left earlier, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he came to the fight itself like way too late. Also, they never saw the push on the 3 line on time.
And Holomnissi is going to be defending on Prokhorovka. Kind of curious what these two teams are going to bring for us. Because Proko, we saw it yesterday, played in one way, more defensive. But it can also be played very aggressive in the middle, over the rail straight. There's a lot of teams that would rather play middle and fight off that than try and hold back because of with the hill, 1-2 line, middle. It's hard to cover all angles, and just defending over the rails is not something that you really want to go for.
Yeah, I don't really see that happening in this kind of game. But we will see, like, will any of you guys get a predicament right? Because there was a bunch of you who picked a tiebreaker game, I think.
I picked the tiebreaker, and Holomnissi wins, and Kihan picked the same.
I think Insane did also. Just like
No,
on In Will Go. No, I went for 4-2, so I'm already out.
So you and Insane went for In Will Go, and me and Kihan went for Holomnissi.
Yeah.
You can still get the winner right, Modro. Right? Scoreline is only like secondary.
Very secondary. We are really 50-50 divided here. So we will see which team will actually get a better read. To be honest, like Holomnissi has a defense, and Piotr so far did some really good reads on In Will Go. But I don't remember In Will Go didn't play Prokhorovka at all yesterday. Neither did Holomnissi. So there is not really much to think about like in that regard. They can only count on what they know about each other like this, like from the practices and from playing together.
But there's also not that much to study on either of them for Proko. I mean, on Mines, we saw Holomnissi played yesterday. Invil, we saw them play Himmelsdorf as well. So there was some maybe tendencies to notice there. But on Proko, might be uncharted territory. I don't know how much into the mind games we're really going to get here.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they can only count on like the casual knowledge that they have, and possibly they had some training sessions before the tournament. But that's about that. And also, like, both of them need to win this. Like, there is no reason for any of them to want to go to the lower bracket and to try to dig their way out back to the upper bracket. I'm going to remind everyone, this is the upper bracket finals. So whoever loses here is not out of the tournament. They will have another chance in a lower bracket, because the next match will be played between CSA and Pozdrav team, and whoever wins there will be facing whoever loses this.
Yeah, so they still have a chance, of course, but you know, you really just want to be able to move on to the, you know, grand finals and chill for a little bit.
Well, you will rather watch the other people play and
although that's also like,
their strats.
Man, also to be honest, waiting for other people to play, I've been in both scenarios. Some, like in some cases, being warmed up and ready to go is also good, man. But in other cases, coming from the up and chilling a little bit is also cool. Like, I think both sides actually have an advantage one way or another. You know what I mean? Like, it's good to be playing constantly because you're really warmed up if you do get to the final. But it's also good to chill a little bit. I don't know. It's hard. It's a hard decision. I mean, obviously you would pick the safer option, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. Anyways, In Will Go playing with the T100 Lite by Katsai. Also, they do have the CS who is going straight for the forest. On the other hand, Holomnissi do have two CSs who are opting immediately to pressure for the 0 line on the hill, followed by Visas who can collide on the middle together with Kongs immediately, and one Kong as an anchor on B2, A2 position.
Yeah, and you can see here, this is what we talked about, that a lot of teams like a defense that is more aggressive, more centered around actually fighting the double 5A through the 6-7 line there. Flanking with the CS on the hill, the double CS on the hill actually. And yeah, that Invil Go team does have that T100, but Piotrix and Sokar already coming out, suppressing those Kongs as well a little bit. Piotr Lucky Blast watching the side, more damage being taken on these I7s. That's also CSs from the hill laying down the law right now. And Basil Fury, like Senti, Sokar, Piotrix, they're not having a good time right now. That double CS is absolutely ruining them at this moment in time.
Now they're bleeding a lot of HP. I don't know what part they didn't expect here. When you see the two CSs, what can you do with them on this game? I mean, yeah, you can push 1-2 line, maybe kind of risky, or this. So this should be part of their predicament, especially when they see that there are VZs on the other side. It looks like the game came to stalemate for Invil Go, and they already lost the initiative. That's a big problem for them as an attacking team.
Look at this now, though. Piotr in his 5A actually managing to come basically behind them already in that 5A, actually getting the spot on Never as well, and Never takes one immediately from the hill. Never takes another one now in his CS. A good spot there coming out from Piotr in that 5A, making sure that Never takes some punishment as well. And now look at the Invil Go tanks, virtually surrounded.
This is actually a really good read, like Piotr the old fox pretty much kind of read out and planned out a really good game against them. It's gonna be a miracle if Invil Go, even with 13,000 HP remaining, actually manages to claw themselves out of this, because they lost the initiative. The only play where they can play is 1-2 line now.
It's Eskunk on the 2 line. This is where the T100 becomes a little bit powerful again. The game has slowed down. The Eskunk in 1-2 line has nobody supporting him, and he will have nobody that's actually able to cross towards him either. They have taken the hole now at E2, which also suppresses the Kongs in the middle again, but they are still down a tremendous amount of HP here.
Yeah, but this T100 needs to dig him out. How? Alone? No way. He even broke the trees now, a bit telegraph. If anyone was watching, you can like dial into the position of
Katsai can farm the S-Kongs though. If he double bush smartly here, at some point, I mean, first he needs to check where T-Sec is. He could double bush those double S-Konk and 5A and the T100. Yeah, it doesn't do that much damage, but over time
he can do maybe
away.
one shot, maybe two, but T-Sec can just like pull back.
No, I'm talking about Karov. Like the Kongs in the middle. You see the double Konk and 6? Where did they go though?
As far as I can see, they're still there in the bushes.
Wait. Where can they go?
I think he just did a shot on them.
Yeah, that's the issue now, right now. Because, like, look, he's double bushing, and he's... Ooh, nice blind fire there coming back.
That was an amazing shot, whoever did it.
Yeah, great blind fire. And now those Kongs are forced down, though.
But what's interesting for me, why do you think that the CS from the A6 cannot hug the red line and cross over him?
He will spot him crossing. But the CS will take one from T100, one from IS7, so he's maybe two from IS7, although that is doubtful.
That's a big maybes also, because they still need to connect him, and they will not spot him immediately.
Also, the T100 will still outspot the CS at every given point in 1-2 line.
Yeah, but CS can just chase him away so he cannot farm the Kongs, and then we are at the status quo, which is really good for Holovnici.
Nice connection there, though. Yeah, status quo is alright, but I think right now they're just chilling. I don't think they want to take the risk. But look at it. Actually, Holovnici is making a move. T-Sec is repushing 1-2. They don't even want the CS. S-Kungs on the rollout. Karov and Zuza rolling out their big HP. S-Kungs Karov only on 1,000 though. But now that leaves the IS-7 of Sokar in a world of trouble. I mean, Katsai is getting big connections, and he might even sneak down 1-2 line. Get behind them. T-Sec here is going to go for Sokar. In the meantime, Zuza is actually trying to farm on towards the middle. And then HP it from Holovnici. It's starting to close here. I mean, T-Sec will pick up Sokar. There's no way that he doesn't, just because S-Kung against IS-7. I mean, he's also behind him, so it's easy pickings here on towards Sokar. So that's going to be the first kill from Holovnici. But Katsai won the T100 from behind. How much can he really achieve? He's now down towards the one-shot because he actually got spotted out as well. And so far, Holovnici is still in a strong position.
I mean, he can be really annoying with a T100, but he's not going to be a crucial part of the fight, and Invil knows that, so they're doing immediate pressure everywhere where they can. Senti, Panzer Fury, and like, they are pretty much clinging to this last straw of health, but it's just disappearing below their feet. It's not happening. T-Sec is in a super strong position in his Super Kong, and so is the Kelov. Kelov gets picked up by Katsai finally from the T100, but that leaves 4 guys in Holovnici of this monster who's playing that CS on the hill is full HP.
Yeah, this was good stuff here from Holovnici, in control from the beginning till the very end, really suppressing those tanks from Invil Go in the middle. There's like 4 or 5 of them that were all stuck in the middle, but nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Then having to rotate his T100 did do a lot of damage, but by the time he got into the game, they were already down 4,000 HP.
Yeah, this is a pretty neat conclusion of the games we've seen so far. Never on 400 HP, Ketsai on almost 400 HP, but without any possibility to actually find any way to win this game. It's been an amazing match so far, to be honest, and there is still a chance that these two meet again, by the way.
There is indeed still that chance, but for now it's going to be Holovenitsi picking up the upper bracket finals as they are defending, and they have 2 more tanks to find as Lucky Blast picks up Never. They just have Ketsai to go. Mentos is going to find him straight away. Misses the ram though. 1 shot will do the trick as Ketsai knows it's all over, but he will have another chance in the lower bracket as Holovenitsi picks up and will go with a 4-3 scoreline, meaning me and Kihan actually got it right one way or another. I guess
we're going to
Kihan,
repeat it just for everyone on the stream. Kihan and Daki got it right.
Yeah,
Have a big clap, everyone, please.
I would like an applause in Twitch chat, please. Can I get a what emoji would I like? I would like a smiley face with a clap behind. That would be beautiful if you could get that. Thank you. But yeah, the T100 coming out top damage, but a lot of that was end game damage. But like especially like in Panzer Fury here, and those Eskongs really struggling in the middle.
It's just outplayed. From the start, the strat of the Holovenitsi was far superior. The reaction, they didn't leave any real openings to the guys from InVilGo to kind of come back to the game. Every option they would have to take would have to be bloody, risky, and with a really little possibilities.
They really needed this CS like to not be locked down there. I think if like was able to move around 1-2 line, get some shots on towards T-Sec, maybe get some shots on towards the Eskungs in the middle, then they could have maybe worked off of that, But now that Like got stuck there in the south,
it was a really great reaction by Piotr when he went there immediately.
He was the only tank really that could have helped Ketsai on that side of the map, Like if it's Like in Ketsai, they can suppress T-Sec and they can maybe farm the Eskungs a little bit. And then maybe their I7 doesn't get pushed. I mean, Holovenitsi might have made another rotation then different than this one. But now that he was stuck there, really their game options were so limited. I mean, rotating with IS7s is taking a while, and their double Eskong, the ones that they need to do the DPM were...
IS7 in that dip is really nice, but at the end of the day, it doesn't win the game. Also, they were on attacking side, so they were left with really little options. But that's enough from the two of us. You've been listening to us patiently for quite some time. It's time for the Insane plus Kihan duo to say what they think about all this. Or maybe not now.
the moment of anticipation.
Yeah, I guess
Well, hello there, and with a slight delay, we are finally back here at the Analyst's desk, and Insane, I believe there is a lot to talk about. You already wrote to me in DMs expressing your frustration that you had to cut out a lot of stuff for the replays, but there was just so many little plays to show for the Polish teams here.
Yeah, we have seen so many interesting stuff here. I mean, we expected that. Those two teams, they know each other so well, so they actually played on that. They were trying to counter themselves, bait themselves, and we actually had few interesting stuff we didn't see before in WoT7 tournaments. So that was actually a really enjoyable match, I'd say. I guess the viewers also enjoyed a lot. A good fight between those two teams, going all the way to tiebreaker. And actually, I guess Holovenitsi, they pretty much deserve to win that tiebreaker, because I felt like on the rounds they lost, that was really close, and then on the rounds they won, they actually won in a significant manner. So good job to them. They're going to advance to the big finals, and that's deserved.
All right. Also, finally, my wish has come true. We have seen a match that was actually close. So, yeah, let's hope it continues like this. Also, I think we can bring up the tournament structure to see where we are now at least soon TM, because obviously Holovenitsi will now stay in the upper bracket, and InVilGo will drop down to face the winner of the upcoming match, which is going to be Postro and CSA. Do you expect an evenly matched... or do you expect evenly matched teams, is what I wanted to ask.
Like we said yesterday, CSA, they can be amazing. They can also underperform. So we're going to have to see what they can actually do today, how they can play. Postro, that team is pretty experienced, to be fair. They were already there in the past WoT7 tournaments. So they definitely have cards to be played also in that match. So I guess that could be a close match. I don't expect the team to completely run over the other one, but I don't really have a proper clue who is going to take it. But I guess CSA, maybe a bit more experience, they should have it. What's your talk on that?
I would have to cheat and look up what I actually predicted. Let me do that really quick. So I went with a
4-2 CSA?
4-2 CSA. So yeah, I also think
Yeah,
that the experience is going to carry them over the over the finish line in the end. However, whichever one of those teams will actually win, they will have to face off against InVilGo. And after the match that we just saw, I think Pozdro and CSA both, they are going to have to convince us with really good stuff to even stand a chance against InVilGo here.
Yeah, those two Polish teams that were on the top in the winners bracket, they were the favorites since the start of those playoff. And obviously, from what we have seen of Pozdro CSA yesterday, they're definitely not on the same level. And I guess the one of those two that is going to win this match and face Go will definitely have to try to play some gambles, to risk, because on a very standard play style, I guess Go is just much better. They have the experience, they have the knowledge, the team play, and they're gonna have to surprise them for sure.
All right, I hear our replays are ready, so let's jump straight into them and see some of the treats that we were having in the battles just now.
Yeah, indeed. You could see the first map was Cliff, so that's interesting because it's a very death-sided map. So InVilGo, they decided to actually counter the mid-brawl, going with the CSs over the 1-2 lines, but Piotr, in Ketside's head, probably, actually deciding to not brawl on the mid, but actually focus on the 1-2 lines. That was actually a great call from his side, because you could see 4K HP up straight. They took the lead, and they actually had an easy defense after that. So good stuff from all of Nitsi on that first map, first round. That was actually well played and well read.
Yeah, indeed. In all of the rounds, it was, I think, both of the team captains living rent-free in each other's heads, trying to outmind each other, trying to be just that one little step ahead, and we could see that continuously it was a back and forth. And at no point in the match were they ever more than 1 point apart. It was, just comebacks everywhere, and obviously Holubnitsi took the first match here. They came in with a vengeance, just, getting the double CS for free, and the second game looked a bit different.
Yeah, on that one, you had all of Nitsi. They took the donut, initially the 1-2 lines, and then they wanted to make a rotation. But InVilGo, they actually had a read on that. Piotr was just baiting, taking a shot for them to cross in the red line around the kill line. So actually, the good reaction from the side of InVilGo, there is a bit of a mistake there. You can just see it. It's like in his CS, he's coming so late to join the party, and he's gonna get punished by the tanks of all of Nitsi. So this trade was meant to be really good. It's gonna be just okay. From the side of Go, but they were still on the defense and they were still pretty fast to retake the middle. That was then all of Nitsi going for the repush on the mid, and at the end they were left with 2 tanks trying to cap against double bat. That didn't work out for them, sadly, because you had the angles, you had the mobility with those tanks, the heal control, so that was pretty close. But from the side of Invil, the first round they could get on the ball.
I think Killerpit is probably watching as well, and when he saw that situation, he had flashbacks to yesterday. Now, here we go into the third round, and that was very, very interesting with that double 277 getting sent through the 2-line, actually not on the upper side of the island, and this means they get spotted very, very late. You can see Soka only getting spotted in proxy range, and Holubnitsi already repushing the 8-line. It was just little skirmishes everywhere. Such a dirty battle, but in the end, one team was just able to execute it better, I guess.
I think Daki mentioned it, that S-Conk on the hill to cover that IS-4, the 277 around the cap, and the overmatch taken in the 1-2 lines. That spot that was very late, because this IS-7 is helping on the 8-9 line, so he's not spotting the water anymore. The CSs, they were not picking neither, so that was actually a very interesting way to attack from the side of InVilGo. All of Nitsi, they had to make that 3 push on the 8 line because they would lose the 1-2 control. But to be fair, that was a very interesting way to attack. We didn't see that push before, and that was well executed also from the side of Go.
Indeed, and here we just see the lot. I mean, at this point, it was already over. The cap is going here with double cap about to reach its final point. And overall, both of the teams, they just seemed so ready for everything, but also they wanted to just bring aggression, and that's really what you like to see here. The overpush in game number 4 once again, where Holownicy is going to claw it back. You can see they just have the better crossfire here at that moment.
I mean, it was not just crossfire, it was again actually Piotr pretty much outminding Ketsai. Ketsai was likely expecting them to actually pressure on the base to play full water because they had no Tihunda in their lineup, and they actually made a mistake to send CS at the kill line. He was missing in that brawl taking the heal, so they were actually losing the heal, so they had to over push the middle. And you had those tanks from Holownicy. Look at this eyes for this meaty tank ready to take that push. So that was just better tactic-wise from the side of Holownicy, having 7 tanks against 6 on the middle.
Yeah, and here Rexar just gets caught with his pants down, not even able to do more than one shot. That was weird stuff.
I mean, yeah, that was like Holownicy trying to play a very different way to defend. They were going on the hill with full tanks, and then InVilGo going down the hill straight down, and they were being chased. And Rexar, he was not ready for that push. I guess they expected them to stay on the hill to cover those eyes first. For example, this one around the courtyard. So good stuff, taking the lead, just being aggressive to control the game and the pace, and that actually worked out really well for them because they were on match point after this.
Yeah, and also this is where you can see you're just watching two very, very good teams, because there is no second thought, there is no delay in the reaction. It's just they see something and they immediately act upon it with one thought in everyone's minds, and that's just what you want to have, actually.
Yeah, they're super reactive. They always have a counter. Whenever they would lose a tank at one spot of the map, they would actually counter-attack to take back the lead, to at least try to bounce off those loss. So that was good stuff from Holownicy. Interesting tactic also. We didn't see that much of those. But next up, you had InVilGo on their defense. They decided to play all of their tanks around the 1-2-3 line. You only had the 277 that joined a bit later. That CS from the hill from Holownicy, it was a bit missing during that brawl. He had good amount of damage from the hill, but then look at this other match from the side of InVilGo, actually pressuring with those eyes first, 277, 113, Piotr dropping low, the S-Kongs with a bit of a crossfire. That was actually interesting way to play on that map. We didn't see much of those on Himmelsdorf yet.
Indeed, I don't think we've ever seen something quite like this, and I have to concur here. I think the missing CS from the hill, yes, it's able to do its shots, it's able to do damage, but in the end it's not able to generate more crossfires and even share its HP. And as soon as Lucky Blast gets cleaned out here on the one line, then it was basically over, because, well, InVilGo was still defending, even though it didn't really look like it. But yeah, overall just very, very nice stuff to watch. I thoroughly enjoyed watching this match. And now here is the tiebreaker round. What other thing than a tiebreaker could we have seen in between both of those teams here?
To be honest, better opening from the side of Holownicy. Just taking the heal, having the mid control, that Tihunda not doing much, then clearing the I7 in the F3 hole with that S-Kong, then keeping the aggression, going with all their tanks, pushing the mid, taking them down one by one. You could see those red tanks, they were all pretty much together, they were coordinated, and from the side of InVilGo, we were trying to cover each other from range, but that didn't work, and that's actually well deserved from the side of Holownicy that actually took that victory for the winners bracket match, and we will see them later in the big finals in BO9.
All right, you already said it. We are going to see actually both of those teams later today, at least once. Now, however, we are in for a match in which finally not all players are from Poland. This time it is the last, I would say, representative team from a different country. We're going to see CSA, who are the only Czech team actually who made it into the playoff stage anyway, and they're going to face off against Pozdro. We already talked about it. I think personally CSA is going to take it and we'll have to face InVilGo later. But I would be, or I am actually really curious what the casters have to say about this one. Take it away.
Yeah, Kihan and Insane, thank you very much. Insane had a lot to say as per usual. You know, it was amazing, great. But the main thing I think I took away from that is that me and Kihan were right. If I listen to everything, I hate, like, me and Kihan was right, was like the main point, right?
I mean, you're gonna loop it entire day or until you flunk next time or something like that.
Listen, man, I'm not right very often, so the few times that I am, I gotta enjoy it to the max.
Okay,
it's just the way it is. Anyway, CSA against Pozdro. CSA yesterday, did they deserve to lose 4-0? Probably not against Invilgo. Did they lose 4-0? Yes, they did.
Well, that triple fire on the Muro didn't help for sure, but that was the only round where I saw them really taking it before that happened. You know, the others were really decisive in the favor of Invilgo. But then again, they did win the 4-0 round after that, like in the lower bracket. So it's not like there's someone you can just like sneer upon that easily. They had a fight against Lost, like against Chess, and it was like 4-0. Although the last round was like a Benny Hill round on Cliff.
That was something. That was something. I think Unlukin, renaming from Lukin has made it so it's sprung bad karma on the team. You shouldn't tempt fate,
Well, unlike them, Pozdro actually managed to take one round yesterday from Hall of Nisi in the first match of the day, and then also they won 4-0 against Los Pipos, who had their first day on the tournament, and it wasn't that hard of a fight, to be honest, but it was, as we already said, the first time for these guys to
yes, it's not playing Muro. Jesus,
I can't imagine why.
I wonder why, dude. Muro.
I simply can't imagine why.
What happened on Muro? All I know is we had a nice bonfire. There's some Czech beer involved. And some... there was
they even banned it in a match against Chess after.
Yeah, it was a great barbecue, though. There was a lot of fire.
Well, also they have a ban on Cliff, and that was their initial ban when they played against Invilgo. But then like Murovanka took precedent, so there was a second ban this time. And also like we saw that as example, Pozdro picked steps to ban this time. They never banned the same map twice, so that means they're picking the bans based on enemy they're facing.
It's interesting maps if you think about it, because yesterday what did they play? They played Steps against Chess, and they also played Cliff, and they're playing neither of the two.
Yeah, but as example, Steps, they didn't play that bad. And their understanding of the map and cross angles were very nice. And maybe that's why Pozdro just simply didn't want to play it.
And
because maybe they don't feel...
They played Himmels and they played Muro, right? And this is the first time we've seen Ghost Town so far on the live stage, actually. We have not seen Ghost Town yet. This is the very first time
that we see it on
this
tournament.
We've
seen it on previous.
Okay, dude. What is this, man? This is like copy-pasting my homework.
Hey, I did my predicament first.
They're copy-pasting the homework. Really? This is how the teacher catches us, and we all get a 0, by the way. I don't know who copied who, but it wasn't me, that's for sure. Even though I filled it out the last one, but I didn't look. I didn't cheat.
Totally right.
Anyways, lineups: 1E100 for Eskong to VZ, and a CS, a CSA, triple Eskong VZ, a bad CS, and 277. Slightly more rotational for CSA, especially that bad CS combo with 277 as well.
And CSA is attacking, and they have a bit more agile setup. You can say that. Cosmo playing a CS63. And Combat on Batchat, Zavi on the VZ. So beside those three conks, even Saka on 277, you can consider him quite mobile. It's not an easy task to approach an attack on Ghost Town, guys, because usually it's all about the center cap, and one cap is rarely utilized, although we've seen it happen.
Yeah, we see the CS boosting the 277 into position. This happens quite often, I would say, to get that extra speed bonus, because they're not sending the CS by himself. That will allow Saka, leader the burrito, to maybe potentially take E3 at some point.
Well, they didn't give up on one cap either yet, because they did place the Batchat on that B8, B9 position, so he can monitor it a bit. So you can see that CSA is now carefully probing where is actually Pozdro, what kind of defense they're doing. This is
HE shell.
Nice HE shell.
177 onto the top of his head. That one not connecting though, but hey, 177 is 177,
Top of the head off. But it's just like some...
135.
Oh la la. It appears the HE shells from Super Kong still work well.
Yeah, I mean, 300 damage so far?
It's like almost one shot.
If he hits one more, he basically did one shot of damage with just shooting H3. So, gives the advantage there.
Yeah,
you know how many times people survive on like 20, 50 HP?
Well, on this tournament, quite a lot of times.
Lukin is not going to have that that possibility. Fully now, pressuring up the sound.
Yeah, you can see already there is reaction, like Kubas took a shell and he is retreating with his CS immediately, hiding behind his big brother in Super Conk, because he knows he cannot really stand the pressure of both 277 and CS 63. So at the moment, like, the time is ticking away, but CSA is carefully weighing their options, because just rushing on a 2-cap, which we've seen multiple times in the past, usually ends up in disaster.
Yeah, when Sakalita takes G1, he's going to start getting some crossfire angles, though. If he's able to take F1 at some point, for example, he's actually going to be able to really lay down. You see, he already got a shot on the one-hander, but it's not that easy to pen when you see very, very little of his tank.
You know, it's very nice about like this tournament now being the 4th in a row, and the stuff like you have like a TVP league, people actually get to train these kind of specific angles and things again, because on 15 on 15 most of these things have no merit, because you have way more tanks to watch different angles and the movements are different. But on 7 on 7, every little nook and cranny, every little angle matters quite a lot.
He gets it. 551 on towards DJ from Sakalito. Is DJ's position really that exposed, though? We know he's playing behind the building there.
Well, DJ's health model just got negated by that shot. And plus some. That was a nice roll of 500 plus.
Yeah, it's even nicer when it rolls 613. And you're
Is
sitting
that how
there
high
like,
it can go?
Isn't it? Was it 612 or 613? I thought it was 613.
Yeah, i7 can do about that.
Well, 490 alpha.
Yeah.
277 is also 490. It should be 613. Don't quote me on this. Wait, let me just. You know, I always say doubting myself.
Burning. Is he burning or what is happening there?
Combat got outspotted by one of the VZs actually, and now he's on
How
fire.
many shots he received?
A lot. An S-Kong shot, double VZ shot, and a CS shot probably. I don't know what happened to Combat there. But in return, Orchek is going to be the focus here for the boys from CSA. Orchek in that S-Kong. They'll have to go around the corner fully here. But look at Orchek. He's also taken a truck ton of damage in a very short amount of time. They're going to pick him up, but CSA is still down on HP. The good thing here for them is... Oh, no, Sabi's on fire! Oh,
What is this curse of CSA? Why are they burning to crisp every possible game when they push, man? Like,
I don't know, but
come on.
Crazy work on Amarak there for a second as well. In return, now CSA pushing the 1-2 lines. Cosmo and Sakalito fancy themselves a piece of Conrad in his S-Kong. DJ trying to connect. He does not. Is Sakalito going to actually push in, try and make this happen here? His fuel tanks are damaged. I just want to point that out. If he takes another one to the engine, he's going to burn, by the way. I'm just saying already. Conrad here does seem to be in a lot of trouble. Sakalito so far not getting exposed in the engine. I'm so worried he's gonna burn again. One more shot will do it, but Sakalito should be able to be pulled back around the corner now as Cosmo picks up the kill. And as he does, but still CSA trailing 4,000 HP, and now again making another play. DJ is the name of the game. That E100, but then Froly from behind as well. Now DJ realizing that there is so many angles. He has to face Froly, but Froly is gonna kill him.
Yeah, there is no way DJ can survive this if he goes forward looking and crazy water waiting for him. Yeah, Combat was on one shot the entire time in his budget, and that's a big bummer for CSA team because they would really freaking need him now. But they're holding their ground amazing, even though that is holding on. Yes, they're 2,000 HP down, but they do have the
I'm really
one
worried
gun
for
more.
Froly. If Yozi makes a good pick here on Froly, that's minus 1k. That's the power of the VZ. I don't think Yozi is going to go for it. He's going to wait for Froly to actually make a mistake. But so far, Postro, 4 tanks, 2 minutes. They're not in the worst situation that you could imagine.
No, they're in really decent situation. They still have that Super Kong in a back. The cap would be really unlikely solution for CSA at the moment, being down on HP.
Oh, I don't know if I like this. I don't know if I like this where Kubash is. He's going to get pushed by Sakalito. I mean, Saka doesn't really win this one.
Saka cannot win it.
But he can give him 490 to the face, though. He gives him 1 already. Froly can't really cross towards him. Sakalito might need some assistance here. He could drop down to the lower side, though. There is always that. He does take another shot. Froly is coming now. Saka goes up for the shot, but needs to drop off after IMO. He doesn't go for it. Not sure why he didn't do that, but now in return, Froly will kill Kubash, but the timer, Mojo, 1 minute left here. Lukin and Crazy War didn't all have a good engagement against Fed in the meantime. Yosi was there to cover them. Crazy War should go down here. Fed can connect. Fed doesn't connect, though. That allows Fed to actually be in real trouble here as he goes down, but now Yosi comes off reload, gets 1, gets 2. Double kill for Yosi, and Froly is upside down.
No,
That's the top of his
CSA,
head.
no!
That is what we call the carry barrier special, or does that hinder special? The carry barrier special, Mojo, is when you find a deep part of the map with water and you drive into it and make a girly scream. Does that hinder special? Oh, Yosi picks it up though, free damage. And then does that hinder special? Well, this would be does that hinder special, actually.
Man, I hope they're like in good mood enough to laugh about this, to be honest.
I don't think so, man.
Well, KPRK on top of his fortress, pretty much almost unharmed. With 23 seconds to go on, a Yojan Cosmo can
By the
play a
way,
little ring around the roses there. And Cosmo can't even win it, man. Yojan has those 2 shells.
I don't want to be too mean on Saka, but that balcony that he was in, oh, Yosi's going to get another one here. Nice shot there. That balcony that he should connect this. He does! 4 kills for Yosi there, 5k damage. That balcony where Saka is, you do this shot and then you just jump off, Mojo, and you don't die for that. By the way, you can do this in randoms and.
But Froly jumped off and look what happened.
Yeah, but that's because when you jump off, you have to be kind of straight when you're jumping, and Froly jumped kind of sideways.
That was so like depressing, man.
But also combat, like he took a lot of damage, but he survived. But then he peeked from behind one of the corners and just died for it. You had to chill and play the long game, you know, and wait a long time because now
they paid a lot of prices in this game. Some were well deserved, like losing HP on combat for getting spotted for sure. But to be honest, like those fires again. I mean, even if Rolly didn't flip now, that didn't influence the game even in the slightest. The game was already done. Like they had no way to dig out that.
Yosi there did extremely well in his VZ, making those peaks against Eskongs 5k as well. We can subtract 1,000 from Froly.
Yeah, 5k is a good game for random. For 7 on 7, count it on fingers.
Yeah, it's still 4k even if you don't count in the damage he got for free from Froly. So very significant there for his team.
Good opening for Pochwatch team. I mean, this is not their first tournament. We've said that before. They played on several before, but they never managed to get to those final steps to play like semifinals, finals, and things like that. So let's see, maybe will this be their first chance, but they still need to beat CSA. I mean, CSA are the team that is been around the block for a while. Losing one game like this, I don't think is enough to trigger those guys into making like some major mistakes.
I think you should also count on losing your ghost on attack because it is indeed very hard to actually achieve. And CSA go close though. A few better things here. Also, combat ran too late in a way because when you pressure 1-2 line, it's kind of obvious that you might get a rotation across from the CS on the AB line, and he was still there to get caught off guard. You know,
I just didn't see like was he.
He was on
like shot to pieces, or was he burning on top of everything?
He was shot. He was on A8-ish, right? On towards A8, outspotting the
yes, but I just didn't see a moment like was he taking additional fire on top of everything?
He took a CS shot, I think. He took a Eskong shot, and he took a double VZ shot, I think. Because
the VZ 1600 damage.
Yeah, the VZ was like on C4, so he got at least one on him as well. So there was like the 3 of them shooting at combat when he was running.
It's plausible. It's a miracle he even survived it, to be honest.
Yeah, you could easily die for that. I don't know if it's team order that you should stay there, but normally, I mean, this map is played a lot in NA in their 6v6. Normally, when you see the south rotation, you see the north A8 Batchat or whatever it is there, run away to like J0, you know, like he goes J0 to cover the outside where the CS went at the end. That's the usual thing you see. But Pulsro is bringing 4 IS4s, an IS7, a Bat, and a 50B.
Bro, this is like a really big push they want to do with those IS4s because prolonged game with IS4s against Super Kongs is not happening. It looks like they want to pressure the cap, to me, with some flanking possibilities with that.
I mean, they will be able to side scrape every angle, though.
Well, to be honest, CSA should be well aware of it, and they're actually leaving only CSs on the corners of the maps. they're not putting the conk as people usually do. They're putting the conk on the D1 position. So it does look to me like they're ready for a massive push of IS-4s on some spot, and that conk is left behind like a turret, basically, because from this angle where he is, he can actually cover his friends both here and here rather well. When they fall down, CSs are more than fast enough to like run or snipe or do whatever from those positions. So this is a rather solid defense. Let's see now like how actually Pozdrav wants to approach this cap. We can see this gathering on the lower side by the 3 IS-4s that were not spotted.
They're
So-
aiming at the CS, trying to blind fight the CS. They hit once though. Cosmo fuel tanks. Fuel tanks, Cosmo. Careful, buddy. That's good blind fire there coming out from them though.
Bro,
No.
is CSA gonna start like repairing? Like, oh my fuel tank is like
Yeah.
damaged. Repair, instant repair.
Every time I see a fuel tank pop up for CSA, I get fear in my heart.
Maybe they're gonna start wearing the
CO2
extinguishers, man.
or extinguishers. Imagine CSA the only team to use automatic fire extinguishers in every battle.
I don't think I used one in years, man.
Yeah, me neither, to be honest. I would just complain when it gets set on fire. But positions established for Pozdro. I mean, it took one shot on the I-7. They also have some extra HP to spare, starting to wrap their way around the south side of the map. And you can already see Pozdro also has a bat, right?
Team
Look
Fed
at-
does a good shot. He already did one on Zavi, you can see that.
Mhm.
And even Luki in Kong took one.
But look at the position, for example, of Kubash's bat compared to CSA's bat from before.
Hmm.
He will never get spotted if they go north.
Yeah, this is pretty much as you can go with medium without getting spotted, even if there is someone right above you. On A8, A9, they can't see you there yet until you emerge from the bushes. Unless you make a mistake, of course, and like drive out.
I mean, this is the strength of the IS-4 though. As you can see, they're able to just side scrape every corner, even against S-Kongs, and they don't have to be worried too much because they're not really going to take pens from them.
Man, they're heavy metal. Like for this kind of brawl, they're amazing. The problem comes when they actually need to approach and play some cooldown. Also, the DPM of Conk is way better, and so on. So, like, if CSA preserve enough HP, 2000 HP is not a crucial distance, like difference in this kind of the game. Although Pozdro does have that 50B hiding it as a joker. Like they literally have it. He needs to find a good opening and do all 4 shots in a side without getting deleted. There we go.
Well-
As we said, Yoje and KPRK are taking the cap. They're gonna pressure the cap, and that will trigger the reaction of CSA finally.
It's kind of nasty though, this double IS-4 on the cap. And they have an IS-4 really good, well covering them. Fed there in that position, covering them very well.
Zavi
DJ,
taking a nice
there's
shot.
DJ from behind, from that position there. Getting the good connection in. On towards Zavi. Now Zavi has to come from another angle, and Lukin gets peeked by the 50B. Orchek revealing. Orchek giving 2, taking 1. Konrad giving 1. He's going to give another one here on towards Lukin. Lukin going down towards 1K. Pozdro extending their lead. These IS-4s paying off on him as now Combat forced to peek. Does get a connection, but at what cost? He does connect all 2 of his shells. Now forced back around the corner, but look at the damage Pozdro is dishing out at this part of the map. Those IS-4s are able to just lay waste to the team of CSA, and now those VZs on reload. They're trying to keep Combat alive, but in return, Zavi is going to go down towards a one-shot. DJ is now dead, but the HP lead for Pozdro here extended to 4,000, and all of these tanks, so CSA literally just getting bullied into the lower side. Now IS-4s above them, left, right, and center. Froly chasing down Kubash in the meantime. I mean, it's still possible here for CSA. They can still make it happen, but they need Cosmo and they need Crazy in the fight here. Froly finally getting some good RNG for CSA, as he said. Kubash on fire, Ignite. They're picking up that bat, and now Yozi, KPRK, forced forward. Cosmo coming behind Combat. They get Yozi, and this push from Pozdro, it got slowed down, it got held. CSA is actually making it work. They're making it come back in their favor.
They're actually doing amazing work with what they have. With so little HP, they're finding all the angles. They want the corners of the map. That is super important, killing that Bachat and I7 on the angles, so all of the tanks of Pozdro are centered. And now the HP that was like a couple of thousand, like even up to 3,000 in one moment in favor for Pozdro, it's just draining away. They didn't make a crucial difference. And only Team Fed is now left, and he is going down shortly.
They had 5,000 lead for Polstro.
5?
5. It was 5 at
Jesus.
some point. It was
I
5.
didn't even see that.
Yeah, it definitely was 5, but then they got then they stopped. You know, they just halted. I mean, Kubash loses the 1v1 against the CS. I think he would be alive without the fire. Still.
That was a great win. Also,
yeah.
the I7
the
was
I7,
really important
but when,
to be taken out.
When you have the fight, right? You have Froley against the CS, and you have DJ Froley against the bot, and you have DJ against 2 tanks from CSA. That leaves 4 tanks left standing, where Polster actually has to press W with all the tanks and converge on those VZs and Eskongs and the 50B as well, but they were just sitting and waiting and trading instead of just... If they push there with all of those tanks in the middle, I think they can clean up those tanks before Cosmo and Saka come into the fight, you know?
Yeah,
now they gave them time.
What came to my mind, I saw some sporadic shots in the back of enemies and stuff like that, but they never finished up the vine shots. You know, they never.
The double VZ was a one shot, you know?
Yeah, they never finished them off, and that kind of struck me odd. But I was like, okay, maybe you have your game under control. It looked like really well in that moment, and then they allowed that there is only one guy on like 3k HP and everyone else is dead. And that's a team mistake. That's not like player-based mistake. This is a team mistake. Like when they realize they're losing the flanks, like where I7 and Bachats are, they should have already moved in, all of them. All of them. And 50B should follow. And
yeah, that's the moment you attack from the left, you attack from the right, you converge on those tanks from CSA, those 4 that are all in the same position basically. Those VZs should die straight when you push because they're both one-shots, right? And the IS-4s were healthy.
Well, at the end of the day, everything is better than getting boxed in, man. So
yeah, they just gave time for CSA to come behind them with Froley, to come back with Saka and Cosmo as well. This is Polstro, you know, they had this game in their hands. I mean, CSA did good stuff, but Polstro there, I don't know.
Well, they kind of hesitated. They had a winning round. They had a good opening, I would say, like really good opening on Ghost Town. In this second round where they were attacking, and they just kind of hesitated at the end to pick the fruits of their labor. But whatever, it is what it is, as we say. And the next map we will be watching is Tundra. So far, we've seen it only once, I believe. I think like Los Pipos played it against Pozdro, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we saw it once. And Pozdro did well on it. I think they could have lost their defense though, but their attack was solid.
Yeah, they played it kind of slowish, but it was not bad. It was well thought. Los Pipos, well, they had some moments they could desire to improve a bit. On other hand, we haven't seen CSA on this tournament played, so they do have some idea what other guys were doing, and they certainly have some ideas of their own. The Tundra itself was a pick of Pozdro. Ghost Town was a pick of CSA. So we will be watching first CSA on their defensive role here.
I would still say that the defense is harder than the attack, to be honest. I don't know why teams... Yeah, I stand by that attacking is easier than defending. I just feel like what we've seen so far just didn't showcase the, in general, attacking being easier because it's so hard to cover both bases on defense. If you ever play Ghost Town and if you ever play Tundra in 7v7, you'll realize that if you want to cover both flanks, because of the hills and the way the terrain is, you cannot support one side from the other, you know? So if you have a few tanks south and you get pushed by everybody, you just lose the south straight.
But as I said, like there is a way how to organize a really good crossfire and cover the one cap with having a significant amount of tanks over 2 sides. So I think this map is not easy to attack. It does require a mistake from defender. It does require it.
Well, Xavi in combat getting spotted out though. Lucky there that Yosi does not connect either of those 2 shells on towards them.
Yeah, this is something we've seen before that people do. They put two visits here plus the Kranwagen on the lower side of the map, and they are trying to control the possible rush on the lower cap like that.
Zeros 113s here. We also saw, remember yesterday we saw those people actually just cross the scale line taking 2 shots as well. Like those double PZs. Out of the 4 shots, they connected 2.
Well, we also saw them hiding budgets on K1 and stuff like that.
True.
Well, Ocek is already in 60 TP in a cooldown against another
Yeah, he's
60 TP.
trading.
This is kind of a common for this map. The only place where you really commonly see a 60 TP and exactly in these positions. Good trade here. 800 damage. Cosmo is not happy about this one, that's for sure.
No, Orchek, they're getting the better of Cosmo. And you gotta understand, 750 alpha. Orchek hits another, and high rolls. That's Cosmo down towards a 1-shot straight away. I mean, he doesn't even have to high roll. He actually low rolls, so he's like, Cosmo's technically not a 1-shot. I mean, this is really plus minus 0 though. Like
you can see which one of these two
way.
trained are playing his 60 TP more, man.
Yeah, Orchek is so far absolutely dunking on Cosmo.
Like Cosmo actually lost an anchor position here, which is a really big thing. Now we see a pressure on upper side on A4. We can see already Kong pressuring toward the 277 here from the CSA forces. Now I already said, like when you pull back toward the lower side here, like this 277 is doing, this is not the best option. It gives him more options to maybe run away, but not to really hold the position. 3 113s are following up. They may even approach there not spotted. If that happens, Sakalito is going to get...
Now, the thing is also from Orchek's position, which is very important to note, is that from Orchek's position, he controls 1-2 line crossings. So the info that CSA, that Postro had, is that they saw the double VZ and the Kran, right? So they saw the double VZ and Kran. They just don't know where the E5 is, I think. I don't think he's been spotted. But that also means that they know that there's max 1 tank on A2 behind Sakalito. Maximum.
Yeah, Saka is really heavily relying on defense from those two VZs. Now he was buying time, so they don't actually see this massive push of Combat Froley and Zavi, who are taking initiative and trying to take out Orchek. Now Cosmo is just covering from back, and there he goes down, and there is immediate counter attack on upper side, Aki.
Immediate counter attack, yeah. Sakalito now getting pushed on by Fed and DJ, but you would say that this is not as crucial as it could have been, or well executed, because Crazy and Lukin are already there actually for their teammate Sakalito to support him. They don't want to let him turn into a burrito just yet, because they're coming with not just 1, 2, 3, 4, they're coming with 5 tanks to re-support this position here. It's a heavy CSA commitment. Are they going to try another push?
It looks like CSA is teaching Pozdro how rotation is done, actually, and they're not hesitating. Team Fed and DJ are gonna be between Hammer and the Anvil, man, and they are not gonna love this.
Yeah, they're getting nailed right now, actually, straight into that anvil. And as now they lose 1, as this Fed DJ is now going to sing his last song, spin his last song even on the record, as Froley in the 5 picks him up. Conrad, KPRK here are in a surrounding that they might not give a 5-star rating for, as KPRK is on the retreat, on the run, but the CSA tanks, they're not dumb. They're going to chase him down all the way, as Conrad has nothing to say. It's going to be pretty okay. That was a great play from CSA.
Yeah, that's definitely rhymes. CSA is continuing their momentum. The HP difference is not so huge, but we can see the definite difference in number of the guns. And Cosmo is actually still alive. Oi, oi, oi. After all the flunking at the start, he's still alive. Will he be able to actually do a shot on Yoje now? Yoje is in reload. Here is your chance to shine, man. There we go. Good boy.
Hey, at least he stayed alive.
Yeah, that's a big difference, man.
CSA turning this upside down, and I still think that Poster again is very, how do I say it, indecisive. I did say, I pointed out, right, the significance of Orchek's position. Orchek was
thought
here.
When they were gathering up, they're gonna push Saka, mate, and overwhelm him.
That was the play. Like, you're correct, because Orchek here, right, he spots all of this, right? All of it. So they know Eskong, they know 60 TP, they know double VC here, who couldn't have rotated because Orchek went straight, right? He went straight, he didn't wait. All they were missing is the E5, which was here, which they couldn't know. The E5 could have been here or here, but that still exposes the position of Sakalito.
You must say, like, it was very ballsy move and Saka did when he peeked there, like he had 10 guys behind him.
Yeah. But Pozro could have indeed just taken those times and driven straight across towards the wall and killed Sakalito, and then they would also annihilate the position of the 60 TP, push the Eskong down, and probably be in a really strong spot. I mean, if in return the 60 TP gets pushed, they just continue and kill the E5 and they have the CS on the hill, you know?
Well, frankly, with Cosmo getting trashed to pieces, like in 1 versus 1 brawl, or those 60 TPs, CSA didn't have much maneuvering ground, but they took the best of it. Seriously, like, it was a good and simple move. They just like peeked with Saka on up, so the entire team was not seen from that side, and jumped on one guy that they knew has low cover, the 60 TP, and then they kept going. While still they were reloading, they went immediately up while Pozro was still recovering from their shock and not reacting. If we learned something from, as example, games that we've seen of Invil Go and Holovisny played, when you lose a tank like that and you see overwhelming enemy on one side, you need to do something on the other side. But they hesitated and it costed them the game.
Yeah. But CSA, you know, as much as Pozro hesitated, CSA did not. They went for the 60 TP and they instantly rotated.
I guess they were tired of burning and stuff, and they were just like, yeah, we're going in.
Yeah, and then instantly rotating north and moving around was impressive. And then taking another fight, they didn't hesitate. You know, they killed the 60 TP but north, and they were like, you know what, 3 tanks here. Yeah, let's go kill them. Yeah, that's very cool. Let them die. They also knew that the whole time the CS was out of the fight though on the hill, which is, you know, they were realistically taking engagements where they were already up numbers with a CS that can do some sniping shots, not contributing any HP.
Well, all in all, good game for CSA. They are taking the lead slowly but surely from Pozro after getting dismantled in the first one. And this is not over on Tundra, of course. We will be watching CSA in their attack role next, so we will maybe see how they plan to take it. And we've already, I think, seen Pozro once played on their defense, so we pretty much know what they did last time. Will they repeat it? Remains to be seen. Also, I'm going to remind everyone, this is still best of 7, although it's a lower bracket match. It's 2-1 currently for CSA, but whoever loses this match, it's end of the line.
Yeah, if you lose this one, it's down and out, and CSA is now in position to maybe put themselves on towards match point. Who knows if they can pick up their Tundra attack. I mean, every time I say that Tundra attack is favored, somehow, you know what I mean?
Yeah, kind of jinxing it a bit.
Yeah, I guess so, dude. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I mean, am I supposed to say that the defense is the favorite side?
Well, you should be non-biased, so you should not care.
I'm not biased. I mean, not towards Saka. It's kind of funny when he's on fire.
I'm gonna mention to everyone, the first 2 teams who play the final will get the monetary prizes on top of gold and bonds that are usually given, like 2k and 1k euros respectively, but number 3 and 4 will not. So yes, these 2 would certainly want to progress a bit more. Whoever falls down here, like number 4, they'll get 75k gold and 25k bonds, which I don't think is even enough for all the effort they've done in qualifications and groups and just playing this, you know? So you don't want to get left out here.
No, neither of these teams. I mean, you also just want to play the finals, not alone. Should be drive here for both these teams. But now, lineup-wise, Conrad there in the I7, an interesting crossing. We haven't seen that yet. Takes 1 to take position.
We haven't seen anyone placed in I7 here yet. This is a really heavily lower side map centered play, man. Like, they completely pushed over the 2 cap, and this is fairly aggressive, man. Like, followed up by the Kran and DJ in E5. It's rather interesting. Like, they completely forgone the number 1 cap. They just left it.
Yeah, but now you can see the E5 is already returning. They're leaving the crown there. DJ is back on towards the north with his E5 and even the crown as well. Hightailing it out of there.
Was this entire move made just to establish the I7 there?
Yeah, and cover him with the 2 tanks from the start, I guess. And now Conrad, but Conrad also doesn't see anything. There's no presence there.
It's really peculiar because if there was a massive push by CS on upper side, how would they even return to defend the 1 cap? What would be their like reaction from this? Is really risky, man.
Would have to be a swing onto the 60 DP and towards the hill.
Yeah, but like the CSA would already be around the 1
They
cap.
know, Kubash, they know. You played the same bushes yesterday. Pozdra played those bushes yesterday. And CSA did their homework and realized that he was spotting the north side from there and gave him 2 for free. That's good stuff from CSA.
Stream sniping from yesterday.
The late stream snipe. And Cosmo is like, Orchak, I learned a thing or two from the way you played against me. I'm going to use it against Fed.
To be honest, like it's not 60 TP against 60 TP, so it doesn't count.
Of course it counts. It's Fed's fault for not picking a 60 TP. It's a Polish tank. Could have been played by a Polish player. I'm pretty sure that gives you an RNG bonus somehow.
Can Cosmo just smack him with HE from time to time? Like, it should certainly do a few hundred on Kong.
Depends where he hits him. If he hits a Cupola or something, sure.
Yeah, but what can you see from him except Cupola here?
I'm not sure. Would have to go in his POV. Never played there.
I mean, you can see that Fed is not even trying to trade. He's trying to dodge the shells here. I cannot feel the security coming from this man's position. He doesn't feel like safe.
I wouldn't like to be the guy playing there either against the 60 TP.
Like, one mistake, you get punished heavily. And if you played amazingly, you will still not do damage to the 60 TP. Not cool. Well, rotations from the CSA are coming. They are moving their tanks to over the surprise upper side of the map where the usual attack is. Sakalito is playing the anchor there, but we can already see Kubash in a corner and DJ in the E5. We've seen some attempts from people from that A1 to create some crossfire toward that E5. Never ended well so far. We will see if E5 is pushed. Can actually the VZs connect enough shells while that's going on? But CSA does have a different plan because Crazy War is boosting the position of Cosmo here. So that means it's going to be a two-pronged attack. They're going to try to detach I7 to be completely useless. So Conrad should be out of the game while entire team of CSA is doing something.
Yeah, Crazy did get spotted a little early though.
Oh, there is only 3 tanks on upper side, man.
Yeah,
From spot draw.
We'll have to see. But this VZ is Crazy getting spotted a little early. It does allow the VZs, which you can see on your minimap, already moving towards the building on F2. And how much can they do here? DJ is getting pushed. Sakalito's going to feel the brunt. Probably not. They're going to go for Xavi instead. Xavi takes one. Does he take another? Sakalito now getting focused out. This E5 there, they're completely bypassing him. This is reminiscent of a different battle I've seen. They want to get Kubash in that backyard. Probably the best decision they could make at this point. Kubash not going to get much value out of this. And now DJ is going to be the next focus. These VZs will have to push back towards the middle, and CSA bypass him, go kill the tank at A1. And actually, I think it was the 277 and 60 TP putting in the crossfire. And here come the VZs. Pozdra knows that they need to make it up and over as Cosmo gives one. Crazy War actually bouncing a few shots as well. Combat now coming in from the hill on reload, though KPRK does not trade out well for this, and Crazy War is actually still alive, which is very, very important for the side of CSA. Cosmo gives another big one, that 60 TP blasting them back to hell as Crazy War is still alive, putting in shots from the side. Saka picks up KPRK, combat of reload in 15 seconds, and CSA look to put themselves on match point.
Yeah, this is definitely their round. Very aggressive push there. But I must say the Pozdro tanks were completely wrong how they were positioned. Like, a couple of their guys were completely up to the fight. Like, Kranwagen on lower side of the map, I7 who couldn't really help. And they were overwhelmed on upper side. You could see the DJ in that corner on A3. When he went over the red line, he sustained himself for quite some time because it's really risky to stop to shoot him there. They needed to deal with Bachat. If there was like someone next to Bachat, like a Kran or something like that, this game might have looked completely different. But like this, as Ducky said, CSA will be on a match point. They didn't start and open this match well, but they're looking more decisive game after game.
Yeah, and bypassing that E5, no wanting to take the damage from the side, then going straight on towards the bot. Kubash could have maybe played it better, but then again, in an isolated position, what is he really supposed to do? He could have maybe drove them out a little bit further. I think he might have been orientated the wrong way. He was trying to turn and run away, but it was a good move there. And actually, I think the 277 and the 60 TP were even shooting towards the E5 of DJ from the side, which was a good crossfire angle there, actually. And then they came back and picked up that E5.
Yeah, I don't think anyone from mid could shoot the E5. So Conrad did 0, yeah, but he was out to the fight all the time. Like maybe some attempts of distance shots and that's it. Like that's the big problem there, and plus the conch was, not the conch, the Kran was like way on other side of the map, just driving to get a position to shoot and counter push with the friends later. So as I said, like if they maybe had a 1 or 2 tanks positioned differently, this game could have looked way different.
I mean, Froley and that Kran, 4.2,
he
not
did
bad.
great.
Yeah, not bad whatsoever. So yes, you see deservingly now being on match point. They had a rough start, and if you think back to it, they could have been different. They could have been up. They could have been 4-0, man, if you really think about it as well. I mean, Postro. I mean, then
I don't want to take that game for Postro. I think they really deserved it well.
CSA also got lucky with that game on Ghost on the fence where Postro didn't press W in it. Yes. So Postro should always.
So this could have been 2-2 right now, to be honest. So
yeah, but 3-1 is a more fair balance of the scores. To be honest, CSA deserving to be on 3. Okay, Postro does deserve that, at least that one round, but I don't think they deserved more than that this far.
At the end of the day, you deserve what you are already at, man. It's 3-1. That's it. Like people take their rounds; they are not just given to them by some DT. Anyways, Prokhorovka next.
Prokhorovka next. Who's defending first?
It would be CSA because it was Pozdra's pick, and then like in entire tournament, we've seen only once a team pick attack when they are given a choice.
And they lost the attack.
Yes, it was like Inwil Go versus Holovisny, if you remember, guys, the opening game today, when those 2 CSs from Inwil Go pretty much got deleted on the lower side of the map. That didn't end well. Surprise, surprise. Anyways, Prokhorovka, we will see today between these 2 teams. CSA playing defense. As we already have seen, you do not have to play defense passively. The lesson was given really well today in a tiebreaker win by Holovisny when they played against Inwil Go, and their split there was amazing. Like, what will CSA have in store for us, and what kind of attack actually Pozdro wants to play? Like, we will see.
We'll see. We will see indeed if CSA does take a leaf out of Holovisny's playbook. Personally, I prefer the more aggressive middle stance or aggressive play, because when we saw, for example, Los Pipos yesterday going over the rails and then the enemy team is able to control the hill,
they just left too many openings because, as we said, they are not experienced enough.
But there's a lot of risks everywhere with that defense. Like there's so many places where it can go wrong. With Holovisny's, at least with the middle, if you go middle and they're not middle, then you basically have 2 choices. They're either all 1-2 or they're on the hill.
You kind of need to control the map, but you also need to make a strategy that will make your tanks support each other well, not just for a shot, but really well. Like, you need to be a unit that can come to each other's aid physically if possible, if not to have really a lot of shells where you can get attacked. So that's the balance that all the FCs are always looking for, besides the blind attack and the surprise, of course.
The 4i7s, though, for the side of Pozdro, and look at that, what they're doing with it. They have this lineup, and they're going over the rails with everybody.
Yeah, look at the spot that Cosmo is doing now. He is risking it a lot to see will he even get spotted. And not getting spotted is all the info he needs. Now the CSA know where the enemy is exactly going. Sakalito is going toward the center here. i7 is going toward this little dip on like D8, the conk in the hold on behind the CSs will try to do some damage behind, but the conk on 1-2 line should already be moving, I guess.
Yeah, the Conquer 1-2 should be moving as now KPRK getting boosted by Kuba straight into position, and CSA is going to have to do some great shooting here to hold on combat there, trying to do the best he can in that position, but now getting crossfired already. He's going to get 2 more tanks above him as well. The T100 is now a kind of a non-factor. Combat now running down slightly, trying to survive as long as he can because that's the best he can do, and yeah, actually CSA is doing quite well damage, but the double IS-7 smashing into combat, picking him up, and now Crazy War. One-man army surrounded by 5 tanks from Pozdro has to do it all live in theaters. Orchek fares not that good. Escook is actually amazing in this position. You know, right now he turns his third, he gives one, he turns his third, gives another.
He's gonna be heavily pressured now from 2 sides.
It's not that amazing, dude. Crazy War peaking with the engine first on fire yet again. Muro Volume 2 now in theaters as well.
Jesus, like CSA should really start carrying fire extinguishers or something because there is so karmic injustice toward them on this tournament. I've never seen a team burn so much on one tournament in my life.
And this one was Crazy War's fault, Mojo, if I'm completely honest with you. Peeking with the engine first is something you never do. Fed,
it's
however,
a problem when you're getting shot from 2 sides, you know? Engine will be one way or another.
But I think he got shot mainly by one side in this. But now you can see, though, CSA with the reaction, coming and picking up the S-Kunk in the middle. Look at this. Bozro's now forced to do this up and over, and CSA is actually taking a lot of position in the meantime. Yozi's like, somebody's got to go. Somebody's got to go. I'll go in the CS first, but now there's Froly on the side, looking on the front. That's another S-Kunk they have to dig through, and this is not working out for Pozdro. Even with that fire on Crazy War, DJ is now Amoract as well, repairs this, goes back over the rails. Froly with the track shot, looking then gonna give him one more, but not connecting. And CSA actually stabilizing this game, and now Zavi dying. Pozdro coming back slightly, but they still not in the greatest position. Froly now picks up Orchek, and I think CSA should be able to stabilize.
They should be more than able. The problem with Zavi dying there was because he went too deep in that village and he was shot from the side from another CS, and he was not aware of that before the G was up, of course. So at the moment we saw how the Pozdro guys were actually pushing super hard, they had the advantage, but CSA was receiving their blows and they were doing like some kung fu on them and trying to blow them on their side without taking too much damage while firing their own. Now they're jumping on Sakalito. Saka is in a problem here because he doesn't have any direct help of the friends. That's what you said before. You need help from the friends, and the only friend he has close by is Cosmo in his light sniping. That doesn't help much. DJ also on the other hand is fighting, and he runs on the other side.
Shot looking at the back.
Really?
That's traders. That's traders right there. CSA tried to make a counter move, but DJ actually going up and over again. And at least I'd say, luckily enough for them, they are defending, but it's all even again. Either team could run away with this one.
Well, they still do have Cosmo on that light who is full HP, which is not a bad thing to have. If he manages to find Kubas and actually finish him off, that would be a big play. That would be an amazing play.
I don't know why Cosmo just doesn't go further zero line and actually shoot the I-7. Doesn't connect that one either. I know he has to spot him, but he could spot him just the same from higher up and further away. Like this. I mean, I don't know if there's something in the way or not. Like, there's a big question.
Well, we saw that rubble from some house or something because this I-7 is on his side. And he's hesitating because he's maybe scared the CS will spot him. But DJ and Kubas are actually opting for attack on Lukin and Froly because they probably, when the shell didn't pan or whatever it did to I-7 on the middle, on KPRK, they got an info where the light is, and they're going to do a justified. Here, this is a good play because Froly should be deleted first. And now that leaves Lukin completely alone and the light on full HP. Cosmo needs to make a major play in this game.
Oh, look at there. Tries to turn, tries to snap, does not get it. And now it's Cosmo in the 1v3 situation.
I must say, it's his fault that it's down to this.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there was something in the way on the IS-7, but...
it's not just that. I think he should have played a bit more proactive.
Well,
because
I mean,
he was the guy with a lot of HP. Even if you're a light, you can be of a bigger assistance. You need to dig them out.
Double cap here. That's not good for Cosmo.
Yeah,
You would
they're
have to sneak down 1-2 line before
It's not.
KPRK
It's
gets
not
in the
only
hole.
that. I7 is a really bad opponent for T100. It's like really bad. You need to hit it directly on a side or in engine to be able to pen it. And KPRK can trade HP, and when he's spotty, he gives the info. The only sure target for him is CS. So the first guy he deletes needs to be the CS to give him any kind of breathing time in this game.
Cosmo kind of sneaking through though. If he could get a spot on Kubash, no, he spots out DJ. DJ's angled towards him though. I don't know if he trees.
But that's intentional. You can see that the CS is hiding in a bush, and I7 is intentionally allowing himself to get spotted.
He doesn't connect it.
Yeah,
There's 4 seconds
Oh
left
my
now. He got
God.
spotted in return. Cosmo taking the brunt. Needs to reset right now. Nope, doesn't get it. Post row clutching a win there in an amazing sense. Maybe Crazy were peeking with his engine against 4 tanks did cost him at the end.
Yeah, I don't think he would survive that longer there.
But it's definitely 2 or 3 shots of damage though. I would say minimum 1 extra shot of damage, minimum, possibly 2. He had like 1 tank in his back.
Yeah, up to
maybe 2.
No, I saw 2. 2.
Oh, 2. Okay, they would take if he's hold down towards the other tanks. If he faces them, he does at least 2 shots of damage.
Yeah,
if
he had a chance to do 2 more, maybe, but this
Maybe.
happened, and still I think CSA had a chance to win. Then Froley, who is really their megastar, but he did that 1 shot on the conk in the back, and I think Cosmo playing a bit more passive than he should have at the end costed them. But you deserve everything what you get in this, so it's 3-2 for CSA. They are still on a match point, but we will be seeing them now on the attacking side of the Prokhorovka.
Yeah, and there was a lot of fights there. Repushes, counter pushes. When Kubash is pushing the middle with his buddy.
The
CSA is
conk in
pushing
the forest
north.
was a bit late on reaction also, don't forget that.
But the CS did very well though, sniping on towards combat in the beginning. Could combat have lived longer? Technically, yes. I mean, technically you can live longer in that position if you... So you know how he's on the ledge, right? If you drive down to the left, there's a slight hold down. He would get penned from above though, but the other guys wouldn't. The CSs may have done slightly more than as well, or no. All in all,
I think the trade was good there. It was just like details that were done later that prevailed. Like, Pozor was not in good position
CS,
in one moment.
the CS
They were in really bad spot.
DJ taking the damage, the CS speaking over and killing Froley, and then leaving Lukin in a 1v2 was amazing though for Postro.
Yep.
I mean,
Well, we're waiting for teams to get ready. As we said, like CSA is playing the attack side now on Prokhorovka. 3-2 for them, still on a match point. And
this is one CSA to win. Then I get 2 correct predictions in a row. That's all I care about. But then again, you guys all get 1 as well, so like this doesn't really help me.
Yeah, it doesn't. Since you just copy-pasted everything what other people wrote.
Yeah, you say that. You say that.
Haha.
Whoever filled it in first cheated somehow, and the other ones just copied him,
Well,
except for me.
Maybe Pozros has something to say about this because they can just win this round and everyone will be wrong then automatically. Anyways, whoever wins this match will have a really little break because after that they will have to play Invil Holovisny, who are taking a chill pill and they are just like watching this.
Yeah.
Invil Go, sorry.
Now, lineup-wise, CSA, triple S-Kong, T100, double CS, and an IS-7. Postro, triple S-Kong, double IS-7, 1 CS, and a T100. So just slight differences there.
Well, the slight difference in one IS-7 that Pozro has more, and CSA has one CS63, so more mobile setup on CSA side. On other hand, Pozro with this will go for the middle for sure. Like IS-7s are actually proven that they can play the middle on this map. And Kongs for sure. So let us see what's in line for us here. CSA playing the forest with the CSs.
Yeah. And in the return, you can see Postro is using their 1 CS to boost or check. They want to get him into the F2 hole, most likely. Cosmo is not going to spot this early because they're just driving through the bush line, I think. So he's not going to get that info very, very fast. The i7 makes it basically unscathed. CSA now pulling back with their S-Gongs as well. But will they take damage for this? It's a real question. Crazy Ward does take a tremendous amount of damage, actually. 1.72k. He's tracked again. I think Crazy Ward is dead here.
It doesn't look good. Yeah, he's completely out of the game, and this game already started disastrous for CSA. It does look like Pozdro completely negated whatever they planned. Now there is a brawl in the forest, but CSA is already a tank down and another one on the way.
Yeah, Cosmo there down towards a one-shot. KPRK is now chasing him down and Ignite on Trolley, but it doesn't matter as the times from Pozdro are converging, and it doesn't look like any of us will get the prediction right as Pozdro come back on the one Prokhorovka round and completely smack CSA on another one to bring this one all the way to tiebreaker as Sakalito and Savistar can farm some endgame damage, but Pozdro there, a tremendous amount of damage from Crazy War, and just a good setup in general to deal with this.
Damn, what a Mortal Kombat, and what a good opening that Pozdro did here. And pretty much CSA did the worst things for themselves possible. And losing tank like that immediately, right on the start, not spotting anything on time. Ay caramba. Ay caramba. I wonder who had the fastest round, man. I need to see that.
CSA has the fastest round, so they get to pick the side.
Let us see. Yeah, there should be like that.
Well,
they both want defense on Ghost Town.
Had a birdie whisper in my ear.
Yeah. On Tundra, CSA won. And on Prokhorovka, it was the first. So that Prokhorovka attack that Pozdro did was faster than attack that CSA did on Tundra. Alrighty.
Yeah, the damage there in the beginning was already so significant on Crazy War.
It was completely deleted, man. Like, this game was hopeless after it happened. It was completely hopeless after that happened.
Also,
so,
pushing on an i7 is always pushing on an i7 who's covered by triple S-Gong is really annoying to pull off because it's an i7 and you're not gonna 100% pen all your shots, and all the whole time when you're in that hole, the triple S-Gong is farming you.
I don't think like they had any choice already. They were completely caught pants down, unprotected. Like they were on lower side of the map while the Pozdro guys were already taking the center. They didn't spot i7 going into the hole. Like, they had no options. That's it. They were literally left out of the options immediately after they saw each other.
Yeah, I mean, CSA, they had to re-push 1-2, but at that point, it was already done, to be honest. And CSA did pick the defensive side, so I can inform you of that.
Okay.
No surprise there, I guess.
So yes, sorry, CSA's Tundra attack was faster. Yeah. Alrighty. So they pick the defense, which is quite expected. The cliff will be the tiebreaker map, guys. And, well, we will see what they have in line for us.
So CSA on defense, on the north.
CSA played cliff against Chess, yeah, in the...
That was that really interesting round.
Yes, that amazing game.
Yeah, that was bad flashbacks. I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, Sakalito, for the love of God, just ram the CS. If that was an advance, I'd be fuming. I'd be like, why are you not ramming the CS? Why? Can you explain it to me? And you'd be like,
My tank is not insured.
I don't know.
It's not insured against such damage.
Alright, Mojo, final predictions. After seeing the whole match, everything that's happened, everything that's led us to the 3-3 scoreline that we have now, if you had to pick one or the other that you think will win now, do you stick with CSA or would you like to switch teams?
No, I'm sticking with CSA. I still think they can have it.
Yeah, me too, actually. I just wanted to see what kind of loyalty you had.
Unfortunate. Plus, they're defending.
They are defending, indeed. But Cliff is one of those maps where, you know, a little risk here or there could pay off. Or it could make you tumble all the way down to defeat. Like,
Yeah, defender has a really strong hand to open here, and it usually paid off on a tournament. So controlling the lower side and things like that. Plus, you don't really have to engage the enemy unless you want to. It gives you a lot of ground. Pozdro has to think differently, and they are playing. It's a really similar setup they have, man. There is only one tank of difference, like Kran on the CSA side, compared to the one more
TVP, double
277.
CS. Yeah, all Pozdro has is one more 277, but it also kind of says that they will have one tank less on the ramp if they do decide to fight middle, and more trying to win the corner. Like Crazy War has to connect the shots for this to work out. And also, usually it means that one of the CSs has to boost the Kran, so get behind him and push him, so they can get into position. So Pozdro might actually just get 7 tanks in the middle before CSA has all 7. Try to take the overmatch from the beginning, first second.
But does CSA even have to contend the middle?
Kinda, in a way. Like they either have to contest 1-2 or middle.
That's what I mean. Like they can contest 1-2 line and keep Kran in the back down the middle and just like one tank there. Just spotting.
That's risky though, because normally full one. If Pozdro then goes full 1-2 against CSA's lineup, which they can do potentially, then it's also trouble for CSA again. Because I'd say South is favored for 1-2 normally. I think CSA should just probably still go middle. If Pozdro isn't able to use that extra 277 and possibly CS that they're going to have faster into the game once the Kran arrives, he's going to really hurt for Pozdro because they have nothing that counters the Kran.
Yeah, they don't. Well, they should be more than aware of it. This TVP, though, I haven't seen a single match yet where any of the TVPs taken performed, actually.
Maybe the Holovernitsi TVP who clipped the CS on 1-2. That's all I remember him doing, to be honest.
I remember all of these TVPs just usually dying on the start.
No, he was the only one that didn't die on the start, actually. He went 1-2 and he clipped the CS. I don't know what he did after, if he did anything after, but at least he didn't die in the first 45 seconds. Yes, Lemmy, I'm looking at you.
Yeah, Lemmy comes to mind. For sure.
Yeah. Lemmy did not have a good time. Lemmy wanted to play a tournament with his friends. Lemmy thought to himself, it will be fun. Lemmy played the TVP. No, it wasn't fun. He made a mistake.
Well, he learned from his mistake, I guess. Don't overstay your welcome.
Hopefully. Anyways, back into Cliff. Again, the lineups here, so slightly more 277s for Pozdro, the Kran for CSA. Obviously, neither of these teams are forced into the middle. I mean, Pozdro could do something Holovernitsi style as well. What they did was more of a split. That's also a potential, of course. Nobody says they have to go middle. I'm just saying the lineup looks really like middle.
Oh, it's down to this game, CSA or Pozdro Počvić, who will stay on the tournament and play on. CSA, as Ducky already prognosed, going straight for the center entire team. Pozdro also 7 versus 7. Rumble in the jungle on the middle of the map.
Yeah, it's that small thing that I talked about where the CS is boosting the Kran, right? So the CS and Kran are going to be slightly delayed compared to Pozdro. They're all arriving at the same time. As you can see, there's Xavi and Crazy are boosting each other. Cosmo here needs to be a little careful. He's going to fight Kubash on the top. Yossi is going to give him 1. So Cosmo in a little bit of crossfire. The Kran is actually really fast, and Froly and DJ are just duking it out, dude. TVP against TVP. Froly getting slightly worse of it, and Orchek and Fed are just like, what's up, Froly? How are you doing, sir? I'm going to take you out, but in return, Cosmo goes down on the top. There is another fire going on, but in return, already Froly dead, Cosmo dead, Xavi not doing much better, and actually this Ram Pozdro is just piling through it. Crazy War is about to come up reload, but look at Xavi, he's not having a good time whatsoever. Looking now, coming in support, wanting to help out his team, but CSA is only left with 4 tanks standing, and now this Kran is making his clip count, but he's gonna be on reload, and Combat is completely surrounded, and Pozdro, can you believe it? So far is standing with 5 against the mere 3 from CSA, and CSA they're actually getting overwhelmed on the ramp. I mean, Cosmo all by himself on that top ramp. They should realize that this top ramp position, Mojo, by himself may not be the best thing, and probably didn't win the trade either.
Well, Pozdro takes and win in amazing way they went deep. They literally went balls deep, man. They had no regards for the enemy. They just took a bite of them and they never stopped till the end. They saw our predicaments of 4-2 for CSA, 4 of us clowns, and they said, "Screw you guys, we're just gonna win this." Well, this was a good ending, to be
so
honest.
far,
Like,
the
no matter
tally-
how it looks.
The tally of today still says that I'm up in prediction wins, so I'm okay with it. I just need to outscore Kihan at some point. But outside of that, yeah, Postro they're absolutely dominating the ramp. Actually, there was a Dita timing where Postro was just faster because they didn't have a crown that needed to be boosted.
It's
You know,
also the initial trades. You saw that, like how Froley tried to trade with TVP. He ended on like 500-600 HP with Broken Amorek, and other TVP from Pozro team, DJ, he was on 1500 HP, so he could reload and do more right after. Also, the battle for the ramp was in their favor. It was really great.
Good shooting there from Postro, not missing barely anything. I mean, and yeah, that's the thing though. I mean, the crown is a really great tank to have in the middle, but you have to commit a CS to pushing him. And Postro, I think Cosmo's position is really one that gets exposed by this because he's playing the top ramp. And he has Yozi on the left, and he has a CS on his right side, and they're just picking him for free. And all this time, the crown is still climbing on that little hill. He's still climbing, and Zavi's not there yet either. And then the 277s from Postro, because they have more of them, are just peeking in between the rocks. So they're using that 7-tank overmatch that they had there for a slight amount of time in their favor.
Well, it's all the details, but the devil lies in details, and the devil himself, insane, should be able to explain this in more details than us. So take it away, guys.
Oh god, I was muted. Oh no. Anyway, I was saying, can you believe it, guys? For yesterday, almost all clean sweeps. Today, we get the second tiebreaker in a row. And that was quite an exciting match to watch. CSA, I felt like throwing a bit.
Yeah, well, they actually did a bit, yeah, as you said. But on the other side, I want to point out that it was interesting from the side of Pozo. They were down 3-1, and they actually managed to pull it back, playing as a good team all together. You could see they were aggressive, they were playing together, and it actually worked out. You could see some teams when they're 3-1 down, they're completely down, they're desperate, they lack motivation. But from the side of that Polish team, they actually proved to be brave to come back and take it to the tiebreaker and win it.
And this actually leaves us in the very interesting situation of having 3 teams left in the tournament, which all know each other very, very well. As we see the tournament bracket coming up, now we just watched match 6 here in between Pozdro and CSA. Now Pozdro advances to play match number 7. Obviously we need to give them a little time to do the map pick and bans and to maybe cool down a bit after those intense matches we just saw. But yeah, this will be the lower bracket final, and it will decide who is going to advance to the grand final, which is going to be the only match that will be played in a best of 9 here, where Holovnitsi is obviously already waiting. But yeah, for the upcoming matches, what are your thoughts? Personally, I think InVilGo had a much, much stronger showing, even though they lost in match number 5, than Postro. Postro and CSA both seemed like teams that were very prone to make mistakes.
Yeah, well, it's first of all, it's going to be a rematch from the group stage. You had Go against Pozo. They went all the way to tiebreaker. Go, they were missing their main FC Ketsai during that match, so maybe you cannot count on it too much. But still, they are going to have their pride. They're going to want to take it for sure. They know each other very well. Like the players, they even play some of them together in the 15v15 main Invil team. So definitely we could see something that already happened in the match 5. We could see them playing around what they already played, what they can play, because they know each other super well. So maybe mind games again, baits, we're impatient to see that, and we hope that Pozro can actually recover from that match 6 to be performing on that match 7, because Invilgo is just waiting for them, and they are already ready for the big finals if they can take that one.
All right. That being said, let's turn our attention towards the last match. And it was a back and forth here. CSA going down the first round, then taking 3 in a row, and then Pozdro with the remontada. And here we see the first match. And CSA, Combat, I don't even know how he gets spotted back there, but he just loses so much HP. And from there on, CSA was never really able to recover.
Yeah, look at the HP already, 3k down. Combats getting spotted and getting punished by that VZ, that burst damage of the VZ. Amazing tank for that, really good for the 7v7 format. You could see the reaction though from the side of CSA trying to take that isolated S-Conk out. They were pressuring at the same time the 1-2 lines with that CS and 277 to take off that S-Conk that could be the only cover Orthech had. And that was a pretty good move from the side of CSA, but the issue is that also they were defending. They always kept that HP advantage all the time, even if DJ now is getting caught in a crossfire. That HP advantage and the defense factor actually worked in their favor really well.
Yeah, and you could see both of those teams, they were not going to let each other go here without a fight. In the second game, or that is still the first game, and yeah, that was, I don't know.
Get ready for it.
Froley, you can already see here the observer going towards it, then we want to capture the action on the other screen, and now, yeah, that looks like, I mean, Superconk tired, Superconk go sleep, so, you know. Alright, second game here, and CSA, I think, was able to claw back 5k HP disadvantage at one point.
Yeah, indeed, you could see Pozro, they had a good initial plan going for the cap with those meaty Ice 4, then punishing those VZs. Those VZs, we said they're really good, but the Ice 4 is the straight counter with all of those HP, the few bounces you can get, and then they get off the cap, they actually see that they're on reload to punish them. 5k HP up right here, but CSA, wow, what a performance, what a team, covering each other from distance, actually sharing the HP loss so well. Look at them, 7 tanks alive, managing to play together as a team. That was amazing team play there from the Czech team, and they actually made it all the way back to recover from the 1-0 before. That was really good.
Yeah, I mean 5k HP disadvantage is like 2.5 tanks almost, and yeah. CSA now, in the end, with a better crossfires on the defensive side, are able to take it down here in the background. You can see Savi and Combat there going for the Ice 4, and you see the brutal clip power that the VZs have, but once they use their clips, they are useless, and sometimes it comes back to bite you in the butt.
Definitely. Next up, we had Tundra. Pretty interesting map. A lot of teams, they are usually doing that, going aggressive around that A-line. But CSA, on their defense, they had a plan. Cosmo dropped super low, getting outrated by the 60 TP. But when they got pressured around the A-line, there's the straight answer to take down Orthech in his 60 TP, which was actually pretty good from the side of CSA. Again, you could see a bit down of HP, but recovering it pretty fast. And then even if there is this answer from Pozro, you will see CSA rotating super fast to actually repush the north. That was actually the proper call and the proper play to be made, because they had a huge overmatch here.
Yes, and indeed, I like what CSA did, right? They did the overpush on the DE line with the superior numbers, and then they regrouped and just used the time that Pozdro was not using to their advantage, because CSA basically was able to group up twice onto purple tanks and generate overmatches, and Pozdro was just sitting there and letting it happen for whatever reason.
Yeah, this CS always staying on the hill, being passive, that worked well. You had then that tactic, that bachat on that bush already played from the side of Pozdro. They have to be careful, because CSA, they watched the replay, they had few shots of damage, and then that A-line push key, again, we have seen that again and again and again, but they did it well, because they didn't stood too long on that E5, they went across to clear that bachat, then they created the angles to share their HP and take down this E5, and in return, Pozdro tanks out of the fight, not really reacting, rotating on time.
Yes, and CSA just seemed quicker with their reactions here. I think it was the correct thing to first of all ignore the E5 and push onto the backchat, and then when you have the crossfire and cannot yourself be crossfired, then you come back and finish the tank off, obviously. Pozdro now finally trying a reaction here, but at this point in time you can see CSA is already up 2k HP, 2 guns. There is no way without CSA hugely misplaying that you ever come back into this match. Talking about CSA hugely misplaying, yeah, the upcoming game,
Yeah, well, on this game, that was like a good aggressive opening from the side of Pozdro and Proho, good attack, taking down Combat. Crazy War was the next that would be picked up. Maybe first issue here from the side of Pozdro, that CS joining from the 0 line and not staying on the hill. That would be actually great if he stood there, because CSA, they were just not fighting it. They had only 2 tanks left here with tanks covering from the rail. So if he stood on the hill, they could take out 2 tanks, keep the hill control, make sure you can actually cut off that Tihunda from going all the way around. So they got boxed in. From the side of CSA, you had control here, but he actually came back to the hill later, so they could actually recover from that.
Yeah, and the thing is, CSA, they have everything they could ever want in this position, right? They know where the attackers are, cap is not an option, they are forcing Pozdro into an overpush where both Orzek and Yosi both are going to die, so they have everything in their hands. The only thing where Pozdro could break out is the CS,
the 0 line, yeah.
And yeah, the T100 plays it super passively, and this now enables the team of Pozdro to generate an overmatch here. Kubas, luckily for him, does not low roll on the CS of CSA, and now Lukin, obviously he's staring left, he's staring right, he tries to take the snapshot.
Beautiful crossfire.
But yeah, well played there by Pozdro, and now beautiful stuff here coming out on their defense, which they play very aggressively. That was just win by default because they catch out Crazy War completely in the open. That was one of the damage dealers, one of the DPM tanks from CSA immediately gone.
Yeah, definitely. That's an amazing pick from the side of Pozdro. Straight up, 3k HP up. Decide 7. That's fine. You can push that hole. You can take it. That's the meaty tank that wants to take all the damage. You have the Askongs behind that are going to be here for the DPM. You have those guys that are going to be closing up to take you down. So Pozdro, from the start to the end, the opening was just better. They were just countering the Czech team, and they actually took the lead so fast and so well on that round that it was pretty easy for them.
Yeah, and you can see here just that one super conk missing is just the DPM that CSA doesn't have. They are not able to compensate it with positions. Their IS-7s just get shredded completely by Konrad and Tymfert, who I think had 10-10-10 and 9-9-9 at the end of this round to show for themselves. And now, last round here, and I do agree with Ducky. I think committing the CS to pushing the Kranwagen is a nice idea, but Cosmo in turn, because of this, loses the upper ramp, and then you lose 1 gun, and also you lose the upper ground.
They basically managed to keep tanks alive. 7 tanks alive against 5. They managed to win the ramp. Why? Because they had 2 CSs straight here fighting. So Cosmo, he was not in the greatest spot because he was getting crossfire by double CS. Then the CS on the second ramp could always make damage from the top, and you had that push over the rocks, catch that TVP straight. From the other side, DJ managed to just get back, reload, get a second clip. So that was definitely much better from the side of Pozdro. Good management, good positioning, good pushing, good focus fire, and that's how that Polish team took it all the way in the tiebreaker, and they're gonna be moving to the next round. Next match?
Yep, indeed. And waiting in that next match is a team they should know very well, as pointed out before. We are left in a tournament which we, at this point in time, I guess can rename to the Polska Górom tournament, as all the 3 teams left here are Polish. But I think, to be honest, deservedly so. What we have seen from all of the teams so far is, well, for some of them, not that convincing gameplay, and because of this they aren't with us any longer, and from some of them very interesting, very aggressive, very fun to watch gameplay, which in the end is what we are all here for to watch. Also, I want to remind all of you that there is at the moment a Steel Hunter tournament going on. I'll be posting the link to that one in around about 10 minutes, and with that said, I believe we can head over to the casting desk with Ducky and Mojo. Take it away.
Yes, Kihan, thank you very much. 3 Polish teams left here in this tournament. First up, we have Invil Go against Pozdro. I cheated and looked at the predictions. We all had the same thought. I don't like it. You know, it's not very cool. When
Well, we
things
cursed the
fail.
last team we predicted like that, so let's see what happens out of there. I think we all voted for Invil Go to win with the overwhelming score.
4-1. All four of us.
Yeah,
4-1.
it looked. I mean, Pozdrav managed to take one round from Holovisny when they play with them, and I'm not sure. Like after watching them all these games, like are they able to lead? Are they able to deal with the teams of Invil Go and Holovisny? Because those guys are way more determined and faster on reactions than other teams, and they struggled hardcore with CSA here. And to be honest, both of these teams were on like end part of the stick yesterday when they faced Invilgo and Holovisny. So we will see. All of the guys are Polish, as we said, like entire tournament, the remaining players for all three teams are all Polska, Polska, Polska. That's it.
Yeah, community predictions heavily in favor of Invil Go, as we would expect, I guess. I honestly don't feel like this. I actually feel like this might just be Invil Go rolling over Postro. I don't know why.
Well, entire team from Invil Go is from Invil. Half of the team of Pozdro is from Invil, but they have other clans also. As we mentioned yesterday, they're a mixture of a couple of Polish clans, but certainly guys that know each other well and play together a lot. But anyways, we can see the map picks and bans. What stands out at the moment for me is immediately Invil Go banned Prokhorovka, which they lost in a tiebreaker. So like I guess they just wanna get it out of their system. And Pozdro followed immediately by banning mines. And why would they ban mines? I would say just because Invil Go and even Holovisny played mines really well both, and they just didn't want to get in that kind of story and maybe possibly risk losing right from the bat 2-0.
Yeah, and we are now in the situation that they banned mines, they banned Proko, so Ghost down Muro coming back here, and then Cliff.
Interesting for me is also like the ban on steps by Invil Go.
Maybe they just
I don't see a particular reason why would you
They
ban
haven't
it in
played
this
steps.
match unless they're thinking already a match ahead in their heads.
Either they don't have strats for it, or they're saving strats. One of the two.
I think the second, because they never banned it before. You know?
I mean, maybe because everybody else banned it against them.
Well,
It's possible, you know?
we can check that, but I don't think anyone banned it against them.
Well,
Yeah, no one banned it. It's just like wasn't there. Because like when you pick the maps, even you have a separate pick for a tiebreaker, so one map is usually just left out.
oh well. Either way, it's going to be decided here. The predictions of the casting and analysis desk is very unified, as they are also mainly unified from the same clan. Sorry, Mojo. Sorry. Mojo, actually, you copied us. We can say that we're all comrades, you know, like sticking to our guns together, and that you copied us. If we all three take that stance,
It's
against
3
you,
versus 1 permanent.
Exactly.
Yes, I know that. I know that. You should just
Exactly.
go back to playing tournaments. Like it's too many of you here, man.
This is the way we listen. This is the way. It is the way. You want to know what way it is? We always secure a spot in the finals, and no matter what, we can only win. We can't lose. It's a win-win situation for us. Lineups though on Ghost down here: 277, a 50B, double 115, and an S-Kong from Invil Go. Compared to what we've seen so far on Ghost down, it's kind of light, no?
Yeah, this is a quite light setup by Invil Go, but they probably have some super duper idea how immediately to open up the match with this setup. On other hand, Pozdro does have one CS medium and one even Handra to play an anchor. They used it also in a previous time when they played Ghost Town.
I'm just wondering what these 277s are for.
Well, let us see. Invil is immediately going without any hesitation towards the center of the map. It's gonna be probably a straight out brawl right from the bat. They're entering the cap immediately. Senti taking one shot of damage, doing a little rumble and tumble over the rocks. 3 guys in the cap. That's going to require an immediate response by Pozdro guys who are still all over the map.
Yeah, Ketsa here actually wants to fancy a peek against Konrad. Does not trade efficient from that. He does get a nice one on towards Kubash, so they have to be careful. The flank coming from the left-hand side is not one they can really control. Kubash not connecting the shell either. But you can see there the Rab Orchek from the side, and here comes Sokar, here comes Rexar, here comes Piotrix. They're actually going for Fed, his position. They want to take out these 2 guns, but they know that Orchek is flanking. Kubash is going to be the first focus here in his 113, but so far they have not been able to pick up a single gun, and now they see the Eskung from behind, and now they know that the jig is up, and look at the damage Ketsai is taking. Yes, Kubash is dead, but Ketsai and Senti are not faring much better, and now they're taking an overmatch on towards Konrad, on towards DJ, because they have to take this. They need to take this. They're going forward. Konrad is going to get focused out, but look at the HP that Invil Go has currently on their tanks. They have to continue once more. Ketsai left behind, left stranded, like a like a whale that got beached just now. DJ now in speedy mode, running away from those mean 277s. Lucky to not get on fire there even. 3 HP between these 2.
There is no CSA blood in him, that's for sure. Never and Sokar still behind him. Yoje and Team Fed finally stopped chasing the enemies. Orchek is playing a 1 versus 1 with other Konk on other side, and he is losing it. Actually, they were same on HP, and now Pants Fury overwhelmingly taking it.
Panzer Fury even got a little bit of help from Rexar, I think, and Sokar is actually going to keep your key as well. He wants to keep Rexar alive. The shield not on time. Actually, not Sokar, but keep your key's damage. Piotrix from the side, Sokar from behind, the Eskunk as well, bringing it closer again, but yet still 3v3 with an HP lead for the side of Pozdro.
Yes, but 50B is safe. He's on reload. They know it and they need to use it. And Sokar and Pants Fury do have some crossfire. Now, will they manage to take actually DJ out in his CS, or will they try to plan something else? DJ stays on 40 HP. Team Fed on 600. Pants Fury can he actually survive a double salvo by Yoje?
508? Yeah,
he does. And he's not set on fire because he's not from CSA.
Yeah, true. And now DJ needs to control Piotrix, but Sokar is definitely going to close out the kill here against Fed. He should take 1 shot of damage for that. But Sokar, I think he actually missed the shot there against Fed. He's going to take 1 more for this. And now Panzer Fury face-hugging Yosi, trying to make it as difficult as possible. For Yosi, Yosi misses on the first. Yosi doesn't miss on the second, but he does take 1 more from that. And now 854 against 814 HP. It's all even. Piotrix against DJ, though.
DJ surviving this long is actually a crucial moment now. 40 HP, but he's kind of getting caught. He doesn't
Piotrix is going to kill him. Piotrix is going to kill him. Piotrix picks him up. Now Yosi, though, can he get Sokar in return? Because Sokar got tracked for a second. No, Sokar nails the shot and Yosi does not. And that is disastrous for Yosi.
What an animal game, man. Like, this is blood and tooth all over the place. Wow. And this been going on from the very start for the 4 minutes. Now we have Piotrix, who will have 3 shells. He doesn't need to reload because Yoje is, even if he low rolls, yeah, maximum 2 shots. Sokar can take a salvo even from Yoje, and he can then just allow Piotrix to sweep in and finish the game, even with that HP.
Yeah, I mean, Yosi is spotted though, so he's trying to bail, but does Sokar get the shot here? Yosi trying to go around the corner, and Sokar on the move in a 113, by the way. In a 113 on the move. If you've ever played 113, you know that you don't hit too many of those. Ever.
Well, this is the second one I've seen he done now. Because the first swing, you know,
the
when
first
he
one,
swung the gun, it was also that.
That was also a snap at full bloom. But yeah, there, a few things. I mean, KPRK, man, chasing down 1 person. He was at Eskung there on the hill chasing down a 113. It's incredible positioning from the 113 to run away that far. But KPRK,
man, the amount of
and also DJ's position there. Also a lot of bounces from DJ. Like a lot of bounces there. I don't know if you saw the pen ratio. I think it was 982 on DJ. So, I mean, this is much better in general. Piotrix there coming in clutch as well, and Panzer Fury definitely coming in clutch.
Pants Fury played a situation I remember exactly when he pushed on that. They were pretty much on.
Yeah,
same
but
HP.
you wanna know what happened though?
You think someone assisted?
Yeah, this little 113 that ran away to the North June, the one that KPRK was chasing. I think it was Sokar even. No, it was somebody else because he died and then Sokar came. He was shooting the conk in the back to help Panzer Fury win the engagement no matter what.
It was like it looked really dire in one moment for the guys from Invil, but they somehow endured that 2000 HP deficit, and they used every freaking corner to run away and to do damage, while you could see there was a while like 20-30 seconds when they were chasing the CS around the houses, you know, Invil guys were chasing the CS and shooting in the back, but while all of that was going on, I didn't see Pozro guys connecting any shells. They had no targets.
There was no need even for DJ to be that close up. He had time to, as soon as they push, go speedy mode and run away already and take a better position. So he kind of got caught off guard there. And yeah, post throw, just not snappy enough. You know, like you saw, like I mean, when Panzer Fury won his 1v1, KPRK's position became compromised, and that was a full HP S-Kong.
Yeah, this was like the 50B utilized to the fullest possibilities here. To be honest, his clips were really crucial. And even if he didn't survive on one shot, yeah, that would actually make a big difference. But he did. I don't know, like a great bloody game. I don't know, was this overconfident from Invil, or just like Pozdro dropped the chance they had to actually take the round?
Yeah, well, they are now down a round, so
And they will be attacking.
Yeah. Hey, good stuff, man. Good stuff for Invil Go. Postro now needs to look to recover. It's the IS4 lineup again. The quad IS4, 197, 1 BA, 150B. We saw them demolish CSA up until a certain point.
But look at the lineup of Invil Go, who decided to put like the ball down and foot on it, and look at it, 60 TP, Kran, double conk, and so on. Like they have a fat lineup, man, and they're ready for a fight.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they can actually do. We have to see if Pozro, first of all, does the same thing that we saw them do before, right? If they go for the same execution, the same way of playing the game.
It looks mighty similar.
Yeah, it does. They had a bot in the north and I7 going south, and the rest basically centered around the middle.
It looks like they're opening the trust on, but we will see, because I doubt they're gonna play 2 rounds the same way, and then this is already a different one. They are aiming after the bushes toward the northern side to see like, the light was spotted. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, but like taking that position, they also know that the bot is there. Kubash will have to bail out of this one. Obviously, if you've ever played this in your light and Ghost Town, you can just drive down the bush line where he is, then you're fine. So it's not really a high risk. I mean,
man, I played it in mediums. It's also fine. It's really hard to spot a guy there unless there is someone actually in the bushes in that area. Even then, can be a hustle.
Yeah, but Kubash bailing smartly enough. And the difference here between what Invil Go did and CSA is that Invil Go took one side of the map. CSA was they won that round, but they were kind of holding left, right, everywhere at the same time. But Invil Go said, we want A to D line. That is what we want right now. And that's what they have.
I just don't like that position of the crown where never is much, because it's kind of open a bit to be shot from a couple of angles. Especially the butt shot from the field, if he uses double bush as well, can farm him whenever he turns turret. And if he doesn't, the guys from the lower side can. So it's a bit risky. Not sure what is their plan with that and why exactly they keep him there exactly. I guess to see the rotations coming from that side. Well, Konrad did a ring around the roses around the map, and he took the one line finally with his I7.
Yeah, it's just stacking some distance traveled.
Well, there is always a reason for that, and that is control of that 5 line, I guess.
Yeah, depends. Konrad, I don't think he goes back. I think he might go red line towards D1 at some point, but he's just establishing right now. There's a 113 rotating for Invil Go to across the A line, but Konrad's position is now kind of untouchable.
I just think he wants to see this and shoot this, you know, from there. And plus, he can spot some upper rotation, but...
I mean, you gotta imagine, though, if at one point he gets here, by the way, which is also hold down, this little street here is not that fun to play. I mean, it's an IS7, but still not fun.
But if he goes there, he's gonna be a bit isolated, you know, so he can get pushed. I mean, it has to be a really good follow-up by Pozdro on other place. Oh my god, they actually penned this?
He overpeaked slightly to try and shoot Rexar. So I think Like had kind of a side shot almost, basically. Shame Conrad didn't connect onto Rexar because now he's not happy about it. He took one, gave none. It is info gathered, so he knows where the CS is, right? So you can see already. Look at the bat from Pozdro, because the CS is not in A8 anymore. He's starting to creep up zero line.
Yeah, but also Rexar is creeping up on Conrad, and he's countering what you said previously. So they are actually leaving him completely alone to fend for himself, and Pozdro is shifting their attention on other side of the map. But Invil is keeping their lines rather quite in the back, so they're making sure that they don't just waste a tank for free somewhere.
Look at the bat, how much ground he has taken. He's at A9 right now. The Kran is crossing back towards him, though. It makes it basically impossible for him to kill. And here comes the middle aggression.
And there we go, finally some approach by Pozdro. It's half time in the game, 4 minutes have passed, so they had to do something. Never in Kranwagen taking a brunt of damage on the edge where you said I think he's on one shot now, and Kubash will have an option actually to pick him up very shortly.
Yeah, Kubash there actually getting a good clip out on Never, and this must spring the Invalgo team into another commitment. We saw them pull it off in game number 1. Now in game number 2, they're in a more similar scenario, having to do it again. This time, however, Pozdro controls the narrative, controls the angles as well, and they're doing the damage. Ketsai down low, Sokar down low as well. The rotations now happening in between those individual players. KPRK moving towards the back, DJ to the front, Yossi coming as well, and Pozdro here with the slow and steady entrenchment and surrounding of Invalgo absolutely butter them up really nicely and serve them on a platter.
Bro,
to make
this
it 1-1.
heavy metal from Ice Force proves to be really hard to stop. We've seen it on Himmelsdorf, we've seen it even here on Ghost Town, and they are, when they take the hull down and they're in the numbers, you really need some heavy muscle to dig them out, and Invalgo had none of those. Like, this is very one-sided game. You can see it by the difference in HP guys, like 10k HP difference, and still all 7 guys are in the game for Pozdro.
Rexar, come on. Do it to him, Rexar. It would be a shame if you lost this 1v1 now. Rexar does it. He bounced too. I was getting a little worried there. It was like watching Kihan play. It's satisfying in one way, and at the same time, it's really, really scary.
Entertaining is the right word.
Yeah, that's why I said Kihan is the best EBR player on this server, Mojo. Do you know why?
Do indulge me.
You don't know why Kihan is the best EBR player I've never seen? He literally doesn't even know himself what keys he's pressing. Yeah? He could go left, right, anywhere. You can't hit him, dude. It's like a drunk driver zigzagging across the road, dude. He could end anywhere. It's amazing. I love Kihan. He's the best EBR player.
Thus he's called Key Hand. Ha ha ha. Anyways, Ghost Town 1-1 here, and we don't really see a big winner here. I mean, Invalgo took the first round barely, but the second one they actually lost heavily, man. Like, not even close. They got
smacked in this one. And I don't think they expected the bat to go back towards A0, and that really...
And it's not like Invil had some light setup, man. They were outplayed by far. Like, this is not a huge difference in tanks like that. It's just like they were caught off guard on 1 or 2 positions, and then the angles that actually Pozdro took were way better.
Yeah, and those triple IS4s on the cap. They try to do as much damage as they could to those IS4s driving in, but IS4s...
You could see the EG was just not working, man. They were melting. They were melting. They were not penning most of the shells, and they were getting shot in the side, because when you peek there, you need to give the 90 degrees best armor to trade. And there was like a conk in the back covering them also. I think those 3 IS4s or something like that, and it just didn't look good.
There's 50B, another IS4. I mean, it was just a crossfire galore, which kind of reminded us of game number 1, but this time even worse for Invalgo. When they came there is nothing to be gained. They knocked on the door and they got sent home again.
Well, Ghost Town is done as dusted, as some would say, eh, Ducky? And next match we will be watching.
You know what? There's probably a lot of dust on Ghost Town. If you looked at it, it looks very dusty, man. Imagine trying to keep those grounds clean, dude. Every day you're literally wiping and brushing it off. Oi. Sounds terrible now that I think about it.
I've seen how Russians do it. They take a helicopter, you know.
I hear this great song where it goes like helicopter, helicopter. You should know it, dude. I think it's amazing. I should send it to you later. You're gonna
Please
love
do.
it.
Never heard it.
It goes like helicopter, helicopter, paracopter, paracopter. It's great, dude. Seriously. You've never heard of this? It's like a classic, man.
Like, nope.
What? How, man?
Apparently, in my classics classes, I haven't had that one.
I mean, it's not really your vibe of music, I would say, though.
Possibly. Anyways, Murovanka coming in. Will play a defense here, guys, and Pozro, of course, will be playing attack in the first round. It was the pick of Pozro to play Murovanka now, so we will see what they have for us. Usually, Daki, very fast. Like, I'm gonna have to click on that as soon as I can. Usually, like, we've seen that guys who have like fast early opening usually end up well on this round. We'll see like what will show us now. We've seen them already play this.
Yeah, and again, the 60 TP on Moro, we've seen this as well before. Go likes their double bots a lot.
Well, they have double bot and a CS and an STB, so very mobile setup. I don't think they can count it. They're gonna burn an enemy multiple times on every match, so they're gonna have to resolve more around their own gameplay. Pozro Počić, on the other hand, like playing with only one medium compared to the 4 of the Invil, he is taking the far red line on A line.
Yeah, there's a singular bachelor on A7, a 60p behind the house. Rex's position is kind of interesting as well. In between a house there as well. Never crossing over towards 1-2. Senti does get a nice connection there on towards Conrad. Gives him one for his trouble.
Well, approaching the cap, Kubash in IS7 and Conrad in his crown. They're the main bait. They need to try to survive as long as they can. Never taking the position behind the house, so we are not watching any IS4 attempt to get there. Teamfed covering these guys from his angle, so he is keeping the CS in the check. We already see Soccer on the one line in his STB, lurking a chance to decap maybe, possibly.
It's a repush.
But there you go. It's immediate repush.
Here's the immediate repush.
It might work. It actually might work really well. It might work.
It might. Well, we'll see how it goes, though. You can see the VZ already creeping on in the middle, but does Yozi make it on time? I'm not sure. Senti's actually taking his shots, and here comes Piotrix, here comes Rexar. Piotrix actually taking a lot of damage down towards 550, but he's gonna survive. Down towards a one-shot. Can they keep Piotrix alive? I don't think so. They cannot, as Kubash picks him up, but in return, they lose Kubash, they lose Conrad, and I think they're about to lose some more as now Fed seems to be the next one that the Intel Goat Tanks wants to go on. They have to be careful, though. They don't have such a major HP lead. They're gonna lose Senti to Yozi and Orchik, but a lot of that HP that Postro has, 3k of it, is on that 60 TP.
Yeah, 60 TP doesn't give a damn. He's not gonna bounce on that. I suppose Senti will not make a miraculous survival like yesterday, but Invil is still going on. Like HP watching, they're the same.
Oh, but DJ's
number of the tanks,
though.
a bit
DJ's
better
in
for
trouble because DJ's reloading right now. It doesn't show, but DJ's reloading, and Rexar has 5 shells written with DJ's name on it at every single point. So Rexar here gonna dip into the dip. Now DJ is trying to run, but where can he really go? Can he even escape any distance? Now Rexar is gonna nail the first one. He should. Oh no, he misses the first one, but luckily he gets some help from his. Fluff is the second into the track though. Gets it on the third, but now Rexar, DJ is reloaded. DJ's in a superior position. DJ gives 1. Rexar needs to pick it up here. DJ gives 3. Actually, DJ might even win this. Rexar with the 1 shot, but in return, though, Mojo, while we've been watching this, everywhere else on the map, the Invil Goat Tanks have decimated their opponents.
Yeah, DJ tried to give a couple of shells to the enemy on the other side. I believe he maybe saved one. We can't see it because his mod is not working apparently. But it doesn't matter because Rexar was saving that last bullet with a carved DJ name on it to pick him up. And a really aggressive approach and response by Invil Go here paid off this time because there was simply not enough guns covering that angle. They exploited that. They counted that 60 TP is away, watching the lower side of the map. That the budget is away, watching lower side of the map. Even the VZ was not there.
I'm kind of curious how much the STB did. because he was the one that went back and above, and when Sente died, he should have actually had a decent game. He should have started farming away then in the STB. It's a shame they couldn't keep Priotrix alive because their focus fire wasn't 100%. They were kind of shooting the Kran and the IS-7 at the same time, but yeah.
I don't think you can really focus that well there. Also, like it, we've seen in a couple of games when you push a Bacha there, he's a prime target for all the heavy tanks. They know they don't want him to reload next time, and he's the easiest target to pen. So why bother shooting heavies when you can just delete him? And he did only 2 shells, and that's a problem. And does it even pay off to push a budget like that?
Look at that STB though.
Amazing 4k damage soccer.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the 60 TP and his friend the VZ. Once they killed Senti, they're like, you know, having a little field trip through no man's land, and the STB is just peeking, shooting, peeking, shooting, peeking, shooting. So he had a pretty good farm at that point. But yeah, that puts Invil Go 2-1. Maybe Muro is their map. Again, this time Postro, they had a lot of tanks not able to contribute to this. We've seen another team play like this as well, but then when it happened, they actually shot with almost everybody towards this push. And in this case, VZ not there, 60TP not there, Roman Bat not there. Also, did you listen to the song?
Not yet, man. Like I just saw like the picture of it, and I'm like thinking, where the hell did you pick that up?
Soundboards on meme TeamSpeak.
Okay.
Always
that's a treasure trove of undiscovered things.
Man, trust me, the song is a banger, dude. It's gonna ring in your head for a long time. Trust.
Yeah,
trust. But yeah. So 2-1. So it was a convincing round though from Invilgo, gotta say. You know,
but
not
I would say
either.
like Pozro did a mistake there how they placed their tanks.
They were
they were too spread out against a setup that was far more agile than they are.
Hey Mojo, quick little thanks question. How many Raider medals do you own?
I have no idea.
It's the one where you never get spotted and cap the base.
I know I have them, but I don't know.
Wait, you have Raider medals?
Yeah,
Why?
I had one.
How?
Well, I got my first one like when I started playing the game. Like
sure.
You know, I played a Hetzer and it was like a tier 8 game. And I crawled my way through their base and I was hoping no one would see me, and like because like not even wheels would remain after the first shell someone fires at me. And then after I kept the base I realized that medal exists.
I have 0 and I am proud of this.
I have a
Very
couple,
proud.
I think.
Oh no. Oh no. Yes, respect minus.
I'm a ninja, come on.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, coach. Pulsro double, man, they love these IS-4s, dude, I swear. It's like their favorite tank or something. I think they're mistaken it for a Polish tank. It's still Russian.
Well, let's see. What do we have here? Bunch of budgets on Invilgo's side. Like this is again a super mobile setup, but more prone for just pushing the upper side of the map. They are attacking and it does look like that.
Yeah, and a double Kran, double Eskong, triple bats. Very mobile lineup that can go around the map, especially those bats, while Postro has...
Jesus Christ, I'm playing this song in the background now.
You like it? Do you not like it? Helicopter, para. It's great, no?
Okay, it's gonna take some time to flush this away from my head.
What do you mean flush away? It's great, dude. It's a piece of cultural something.
It's a piece of cultural sewage from my home plan. God
yeah, see, dude, that's why I was wondering why you didn't know it. It comes from your neighborhood. Anyways, immediately Sokar and Never pushing into the cap and getting punished. Never! Minus 1.4 and Postro here with the easy read that the Crowns want to go on the cap, and this is a mistake here for the side of Invil Go, and Never doesn't even do a single shot of damage. I am perplexed to what's actually happening, and Sokar is now in no man's land. The Postro lineup is 7 heavy tanks, unless they can't read properly, and the Crowns are just driving in to get chewed up.
This is such a Pac-Man game, like some character from Alo would say. It's like, what a mistake to make. I mean, Invil is so easy on giving out the games, and they're burning now. Bro, you're burning, and you're burning on Murovanka.
Yeah, that's a CSA special, but CSA was actually able to win that game. Invil Go is definitely not able to win that one. Sacrificing not 1, but 2 crowns for this? I mean... The Postro lineup is so... Were they gambling?
No way this ends well.
Were they really gambling that Postro was having tanks out of the game because they have so many heavies and nothing to counter base 2 normally, except for the i7 in like K5? Must have been, dude.
I mean,
guess-
the guys just saw the setup of Invilgo and they're like, yeah, they're gonna pressure the upper cap and we're just gonna wait there. And they did. Come on, man. Like, this was so painful in these first seconds.
Also, Piotrix hit a building, but he will survive.
What does it matter? There's like 12,000 HP against like 4.5.
I mean, they're just gonna.
How do you kill this?
You don't. The entirety of Pozro team will pressure north and just close the map somehow. I mean, they're gonna try and triple cap to bait somebody out in the open, I guess.
And that will give them exactly what? The first guy who gets spotted gets deleted pretty much.
I don't know where
Panzer Fury in the side. Let's go. 28 seconds, 26. Immediate abandonment of the cap and of Panzer Fury, who is going to get pushed right away.
Yeah, Panzer Fury here is farming Conrad, but in return, I think he's getting stuck in between the guns of his entire team, and yeah. I don't think it matters what they did at this point. I think the game was always lost because of this initial move, which made very little sense.
I mean, if they had 3 full budgets now, I don't still see how would they win it. Like, if they were all full HP, they would literally have to swarm every time 2 tanks on one while occupying the others somehow, and then run away, and then rinse repeat. It's just, there is no scenario where I see them winning unless like there is like not triple but quadruple and like I don't know how many fires in a row.
Yeah, -2 crowns there. I mean, Rexar is chilling in a bush now, but Pulsar is defending.
Yeah, I don't know even why. I mean, they're attacking, and I don't see a win scenario. Okay, I mean, it's a noble. I like this HP module on budgets, like makes them 2k HP instead of 1800. But like, technically, they have nothing to gain from this, from prolonging this game. Like, fighting till the end is like noble and chivalrous and whatever, but it just doesn't gain them anything in this game. I don't see an opening they can exploit to finish it.
They're gonna win. Look, it starts with Yosi dying. Never mind.
Never mind that, right?
It's fine. Yeah. Santis, yeah, warning shots, you know, warning shots. Look at Yosi, he's now getting clipped from the south, though.
Yeah, huh? He's giving him, like, hope, you know? He's giving Yosi hope.
You know, hope is a powerful weapon in the right hands.
Oh, Yoshi is actually on 400 HP.
Yeah, Rexar gave him 2 from the south side of the map.
Well,
I mean, Yosi also gave 2, though.
We are a total of 1900 HP against the 7.8 trenched up.
So the bat has a clip potential of like 2000. So if every bat hits a full clip, that is 6k.
Without getting shot.
Without getting shot, that leaves 1800 HP.
Then we need to count in some fires or Amorex, you know, because you're clipping.
Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah.
Yeah, see? There is hope.
There's always hope. Hope is the last thing to fall, Mojo.
Where did they dig out that trash of song? Jesus, it's still in my head now.
Man, it's amazing, dude. Guy's a legend.
Oh. There are some things you can't possibly unhear once you hear them.
Come play in advance with me, I'll make sure they play it the whole time.
Jesus.
Beatrix looking. I mean, they're still trying. That's their good right to try to win this game somehow. But they need to start actually clipping out some tanks.
I don't see how will they do it. The only guy who has any HP is Senti. I mean, Butchot doesn't have the most accurate gun anymore. It used to be amazing tank, but nowadays it's not that great. Like, the gun handling and the penetration itself are not that amazing anymore. Like, it's just... Plus not getting hit by a guy who you're shooting.
Oh, there you go. Getting crossfired.
15 more minutes of this and maybe something will happen.
Oh, that was close though. That was actually close.
Right next to the home.
But is Fed now getting crossfired by somebody else? It doesn't look like it. Rexar doesn't seem to have an angle, but Yosi's right next to him as well. And now Senti peeking on the top. Spots out Yosi. Does Rexar go for the kill here? Oh, Yossi down towards a one-shot. Oh, they get him without losing HP. Everything is possible if you just believe enough. They need one clip each. Oh. Fed takes another. Fed takes another one. Yo, Postro.
Yeah, the only way this works is because actually Pozdro just is waiting for time to go out, and they're saving their IS4K PRK, who literally needs like all 3 batches to swarm him to even kill him.
Yeah.
Literally.
Hey,
And that's if no one is covering him.
It got closer at least.
Yeah, closer.
Everything is possible, Mojo.
Well, in this round, it's not really possible for them to win. So we will have actually an equal score of 2-2. Inviel Go versus Pozdro, and this is the second time that Pozdro guys just told 4 of us to shove it.
Yeah, true, dude. True. Piotrix is finally spotted out. I think they're gonna pick him up here. 12 seconds left now. Valiant effort from Invilgo. They took a lot of HP away with those triple bats, but at the end of the day, what can you say? Postro is going to take it away. 2-2. Very nice. 2-2. Go wins one. Go chose one. Go wins one. Go chose one.
There is a pattern there, right?
Yeah, this one was a throw though.
Well, I wouldn't call it a throw. I would call Pozdro playing it well. I mean, they read them, they met them, they killed them, and then they waited their time.
What do you think of 2 crans driving on the cap covered by 2 Eskongs against 7 heavies?
I would call it brave.
Brave? Yeah. It's like they called in a helicopter and wanted a paracopter, but instead they got the first plane.
They could put that guy's voice instead of siren, man, somewhere for ambulance. Well, anyways, this is the conclusion of the round we've seen so far, guys. So we will be watching a next map, which will be Cliff. Possibly a final map, maybe not. It's still best of 7 because only the final game of the tournament will be played in best of 9 format as the grand finals of the tournament itself. So Cliff was Pozdro pick, Pozdro Počović team pick. Maybe they have something good for us in store. Maybe they have some mind games of their own to take on Inviel Go, who is kind of mentally chipped in at the moment. Piotr from Holovitsny already played some games with them. Apparently, even Pozdro can do that too. And Inviel Go will start with defending on Cliff. It may help them. I don't know. Because, I mean, we've seen Inviel guys come back from the losing scenario games, but they've been giving rounds really easily here. Are they underestimating the enemy too much, or trying to hide too much tactics, or what are they doing? I don't know, man.
I don't know either, but last time they picked attack on Cliff, they lost, so now when they have defense, who knows?
This is a loser bracket finals. This is the final game there, so who wins just goes and plays the final of the tournament with the Holovitsny who are waiting, and the other guys get spectator seat, and they're 1 seat below the money pool. They do get credits, you know,
it's
like
better to
gold
be
and
it's better
bonds.
to be, listen man, it's better to be number 4 than number 3, dude. You know, because when you're number 4,
Probably.
you're like, you know, whatever, right? But if you're
one below the pedestal is always the worst.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Like no matter the number
it's like being third is better than being second.
Probably yes.
You know, like losing in the finals hurts more than losing in the match before, I guess. I wouldn't know. Never been there. Never been. Hey, one after, okay? Recovery. Anyways, Cliff could be a fast one between these two. Pozdro, 4 277s, 2 CSs, a TVP, and we'll go 3 277s, 2 bats, a CS, and an STB. No crowns this time around.
Okay, this time a really fast setup by both teams. Inviel Go, who is playing the defense, actually plays with double budget in this game. How do you think they would utilize the double budget? I mean, one is usually behind the rock, but the second, there is no TVP.
Inviel Go's lineup, one between the rocks and one maybe on D3. Or I don't think it would go around the hill. They're almost reloaded by the time they hit the middle. So...
Like the only guy who I saw go around the hill was Shokish.
No, I wouldn't go around the hill. One D3, D4 behind the rocks and one just playing in between the rocks. Oh, but Polster here. TVP of DJ aiming at the ramp. Can he connect?
Let's see the
It's really going
silence,
up
so we
from
don't
Invalgo.
disturb his concentration.
Oh, Piotrix knows. Piotrix knows that he can't do that. He knows. The Dinosaur 1-2 have been spotted. This yes has been spotted in the back as well. Takes a shot there. Yosi driving up still. Will get behind the rock. Nice and safe. But yeah, when you do not know where the TVP is, it's not a play you make, right?
Yeah, also like we will state again that in will go are the guys who are defending now. So yellow team is defending, purple is attacking. Conrad is closing the distance now when there was a salvo by 277s, and he's using this chance to come down and actually proxy them from closer range. So this is a good move because he actually did it unscathed. Okay, never mind that one shell, but one shell of damage for this kind of crossing is fairly cheap.
Yeah. It's indeed fairly cheap. A nice shot there coming out on KPRK. It was actually the Siesta went to D3, D4 instead. And now Invilgo is in a pretty solid situation though, right now.
Yeah, the problem for Pozdro at this moment is because they have the defensive posture, although they are the attacking team. So that means they're a bit caught off their balance because Invilgo can just afford any time in the world, like next 6 minutes, to wait for Pozdro to make a move. All they need to do is make sure they don't bleed the HP. Never actually dropped from his D3 position.
Yeah,
Why
because
did he do that?
well, because because the 1-2 line is open for the side of Pozdro. So if somebody would have pushed
preemptively did it so he doesn't get
because
shot
if
in
somebody
the
pushed through towards here, he can counter him fully and they can kill him. So instead, he resets back to the base. He spots this now. He can farm it now. And he's CS, so he's literally from one side to the map to the other in like 10 seconds.
Well, I think they also don't know where TVP is still, so he kind of prevented that. But that needed to be said. But there you go. While we were talking a bit, another minute has passed and Invilgo lost nothing in the process.
And they're fine with this. They know that Pozdro has to repush. And look at them. Look how much they're stacked on the ramp. And Sokar is actually trying to take the hill now, or the top ramp. Yeah, he doesn't think the TVP. I mean, he's pretty fine here, actually. Solid position as well.
It's amazing position. It's going to be super hard for them to dig him out. Although someone needs to control Conrad a bit so he doesn't get farmed himself.
Yeah, here comes the repush though from Pozdro across the middle, but look at Orchek. I mean,
connection.
Sokar. Yeah, Orchek on the move there against Sokar, but Conrad in return also taking a ton of damage. That STB there coming against strong for the side of Invilgo. He takes one, he trades one, but so far Invilgo here in a strong scenario, now starting to converge back on towards the middle. You can see those bad shots from behind, just kind of covering. Sokar takes a big one. Sokar goes down actually on that position. Now the peaks are coming out. The ramp is being retaken by Pozdro, but there's a very important thing here to take into account while all of this is happening. There is a CS flanking KPRK.
Yeah, he's flanking KPRK, who was pretty much... Yeah, KPRK has a really important job because he was doing damage on Sokar up there. He had a really good angle for that, so that was his role. I kind of don't like these batchups at the moment because they were not really contributing heavily to the team.
Though. The Amorak on KPRK. If the roll here is good, it's going to be a 2-shot. The TVP came back though to clip out on Never. Never takes 1, takes 2, takes 3. DJ on reload now. KPRK is still Amorak though. Never will give him 1. KPRK is only just reloaded now because of that Amorak. A big roller coming out as well, but in return, Invilgo has now realized there's tanks out of the fight. There's 2 CSs on the hill. Now those bad shots, Mojo, now they're coming in. Now they're making their clips count, and making their clips count in an important way, especially Rex are there. With Yosi and Kubash still on the hill, but DJ and Crossfire, it's not over here yet for Pozdro. They have the angles.
Yeah, they're still having 2 guys on the top of the hill plus TVP in the back. So the deal is for Invilgo now. Can they extract someone to actually take care of that TVP? Someone who actually has enough HP to do it. Because their TVP DJ is 1400 HP. And his clip potential is not to be discarded.
I mean, if DJ picks up on B5, he's going to clip Piotrix or force Piotrix down. Give him 2 at least, I would say. But time is an issue. Nonetheless, when DJ does that, it will be 2 minutes 30 then it's going to take some more time to do rotations after that.
Well, the only good thing about having two budgets now, because when you come up close and personal, they work. On distance,
Oh, he didn't spot Piotrek. I thought he
not
would.
so much. It's interesting that none of the CSs actually can either.
Oh, Ketsai though takes one.
Oh.
Ketsai takes two. Oh, it survives though. Survives. Barely, but survives.
Well, they
Piotrek-
know where TVP is now, so that
Oh,
gives
but look at
only
this.
the option
Rexar
to
and
come back on
Piotrek.
Seymour from the back.
Yeah, but look at this though. Rexar, Piotrek, Senti. They know where the TVP is. They're going for Kubash and they're going for Yozi. That's good there. Good stuff from Piotrek. Gets two, takes one. That's where the bats shine though, in this scenario right now.
Yeah, this is a really strength because they have the clip potential
What
against two CSs. They just must make sure that one of them is not focused too easily. But they're actually splitting attention. Piotrix against Yozi and Rexar against Kubash. They can take the shots. They're going to make sure to actually drop the Kubash down the map, ignore him then, and focus on Yozi.
Oh, but DJ picks up one already, though now gets some more on towards Santi, and DJ making the clips count here, Mojo. It's 2 tanks left standing from Go. And Rexar
Is
not
Rexar on
connecting
the
the
hill?
shells either. Like those 2 bad shots did not actually do their job on the hill, fluffing the shots, and now Yozi is a 521, but he's just chasing Rexar down. And actually Kubash survived as well, and DJ coming back in, and Invil Go falling to pieces at the later stage of this round.
This was their mistake. Like, they actually had the win of that hill. They should
Hey,
have
but
ended
Senti-
both of those
Senti could win
CSs,
this,
man.
By the way, Senti could technically win this if he plays a good position. Can he?
Very hard, man, because like DJ actually played this game like a champ, and I think he'll get him on time. I really do think. Also, DJ is not one shot.
Yeah.
Yoji maybe Senti high rolls,
Yeah,
which is not
521.
uncommon for 277.
Hey, if
But
Yosi,
DJ
if
is not.
Santi has big cojones here, he drops off the hill.
Oof.
I'm not joking. I'm not
I
joking.
think
with
he's
it.
actually doing it.
He has to try
Oh,
because DJ has to jump on him now.
devil lies in details, man. Devil
have
lies
to-
in details.
No, oh no, they get it. Kubash was still below. Luckily enough for them, Kubash was still below, man.
Look at the ending HP of 600 HP for Pozdro Počvić, who is constantly telling to 4 of us that we are scrubs, that we don't know nothing about the game, because they now have actually a match point against Invil Go. Who would say this when the tournament started?
Yeah, nobody probably. Yeah, good stuff there from Postra. I mean, Senti's play, I liked it at the end, but these bats on the hill. Piotrix, Rexar, pen ratios, mod check.
Lol.
Okay, Piotrix did well, actually.
They
There's
still
Rexar left.
like if they all penned their shells more or less, there was no way for those two CSs to survive. No way. Like
Damage
each
is
of them had
pretty-
like 1k HP.
Damage is very nicely spread though on the Postro team. You know, 1.5 of KPRK, up to 3k on DJ.
I must say, DJ played this like a champ. Seriously. Like, he really played that TVP well.
I mean, Yossi
And-
with 4 kills though.
Yep. But, you know, he's a CS on the top of the hill. So he has that potential and everything. TVP has to drive all around, find the angles, hit the shells. Like, DJ hit some insane shells there, to be honest.
Yeah, but also, why is Katsai driving on the hill, for example, on a one-shot STB? Like, what is DJ gonna do when he comes off clip? I mean, he's either gonna drive to the middle from the north where he was if he stayed, or he's gonna come back in 1-2 and shoot from there. So why is the STB somewhere driving up towards the hill? The bats and the 277, if they all drive up, should be enough to win that by themselves.
Frankly, after the loss of Holovisny, it does look like Invil Go is a bit nervous when I watch these games, you know? Like, the reactions they had in most of the matches were way snappier and kind of worked out way better for them. Like, they're risking heavily when we watch the games in this match. They risked a lot in a couple of games, and they were bitten in their ass for that. And this game was no different. The disposition of these two budgets in the back worked only when they came toward the middle, but actually Pozdro didn't panic. They put the two CSs on the top. I've heard the insane, like, say 1,000 times about the cliff. Like, once you get the crossfire between someone on one side and CSs on top of the hill, it's usually a GG. It's really hard to dig yourself out of that situation.
I think this prediction. I don't remember predicting Invil Go, to be honest.
Short-term memory deleted.
Yeah, unless I can see some official proof where in written I predicted. Then yeah, I'm gonna have to say this is fake news. Fake
Well,
news.
it's okay. It's okay for them to go against the house because house bet against them, so they are on a winning streak.
But don't
and
worry,
that's
guys. If you vote for me, I will make the caster predictions great again. There we go.
Good. Wow.
Lineups though, double Kran, one on each side. Then 3 to 7 sevens for Postro, double CS and one TVP, where Invil Go 3 to 7 sevens, 2 bats and a CS.
They don't give up on their two budgets.
No, they really like those bats in general.
Well, let's see, will it pay off? Because everything is online for them now. If they lose this game, they're out of the tournament, and they will just have a spectator seat to think what went wrong, and so on. Straight for the middle, entire Invil Go team. They do not want to mess around. They want to take everything to their own hands. On the other hand, Pozdro is actually splitting, and they are coming from 1-2 line mainly, and just sending a normal proxy Kubaj toward the mid, while the other CS is on D3 position that we usually see for a crossfire toward the
but
hill.
is Kubash gonna take the hill here unscathed? He takes one from Piotrix. Kubash instantly repaired his fuel tanks. Smart man. Smart man there. Does not want to get set on fire, and now Invil Go kind of stuck here in the middle. 1-2 lines being taken by Pozdro, laying down the law right now onto these tanks from Invil Go.
Man, maybe he just heard the shot and he just pressed 5, tank.
Wow, nice shot there from Sokar on towards Conrad. So far, trades left, right, everywhere at the same time.
So now we have
Another
a
shot
situation
taken.
that actually Pozdro has a tank on top of the hill, which was done for cheap, and they have a bunch of tanks in a cooldown to keep the Invil Go tanks at bay. So what is their getaway card now? What do they do to claw themselves out of this really bad situation?
I don't know if they have one right now. They're going to try and take the hill actually with Never and Rexar at the same time. But look at DJ's position in 1-2 line. He got all the way to H1. All the way in H1. Rexar gets blown up. Never is getting blown up as well. And this is Invil Go falling to pieces as Never is bailing from it altogether. But look how far DJ got. He got all the way to H2 to clip the ramp, but Never now down towards a one shot. And Invil Go, I think it's Invil Go home in this case, as Pozdro is beating the odds and beating the champion, most likely of the last WoT7.
Yeah, Ducky is totally not rubbing the salt in there, but DJ is doing the amazing job in that TVP. I would say his team's ability to predict where he's needed the most in these two games turned the entire tournament around. Not counting the other rounds, but this 2 rounds on Cliff were taken by them, and they're good plays. 4,000 HP advantage. It's not done, but it looks really bleak at the moment for Invil Go, who pretty much lost one entire game. Never is on one shot, and the only damage they've done is on Conrad, who is on 600 HP on his 277, and he's not a crucial tank at this moment. Not at all.
And
Ooh, Yoshi burning a bit there.
Senti with the Ignite on towards Yosi, setting him on fire. I mean, there's still some room for error here for the side of.
He doesn't repair? Does he not have a repair kit for this engine
Never
block? And
gets picked up in return though.
700 HP they lost there. Still, it's a huge difference. And as we already said, Invil Go is now on defensive posture. They're pretty much stuck below the hill now because Kubaj will see whoever tries to leave. He will see if anyone tries to leave. He can pretty much shoot for free, and that's without even counting the other guys. So what do? Can you push on Kranwagen? Not really. You're going to take damage from Kran himself, who can fall down, and other guys. Can you push toward the 277s? Well, you can, but you will be shot in the back from Kubas for sure. Maybe that's a cheaper option. Can you push the hill? Well, no. We've already seen that doesn't work. Although, a DJ in his TVP relocated now, so maybe they will actually reattempt it, but they need to survive the salvo of 277s for that.
Yeah, that's why they're trying to work the bat shot in the south right now. It's Piotrix on a 2-shot of HP, basically, trying to get some information.
Or 3 for TVP.
At least he knows that the TVP is not there anymore.
I think that was the main reason why he went there, to make sure the TVP is not there. They have a big problem with Kubash on top of the hill. Like, really big problem.
Well, the thing is, they need to send 2 tanks to really kill Kubash, and they already
And
lost.
they're
to him.
already on HP deficit. And tank number deficit. So who do you send up to deal with him?
Well, they're going to repush 1-2. The full 1-2 repush. Kubash is going to see this in a second. There he goes. He sees 1, he sees 2, he sees 3, he sees 4. And he's like, easy pickings. Ketsai now in this run. Left to struggle as the last one. He gets 1 more. Actually doesn't connect it from Kubash now. 4k HP deficit still though for Go. They would be a phenomenal return if they could actually pick this up here. Ped is going to get focused first though. Don't write them out just yet. We've seen them win impossible games on Ghost Town as well. Now Piotrix is doing his best on the lower side, but he's getting pushed in return and he's reloading. He needs some help. He needs some milk, and those 277 on the top actually kill KPRK. Hey,
KPRK is down. Like, we are same number of the guns and 2000 HP difference at the moment. Like, Ocek actually in his crown has all 3 shells, but Konrad has to run away. He's still alive on 1 shot. Kubash is on top of the hill and he doesn't have cover here.
Orchek misses the first one. Orchek misses the second one as well, actually. Orchek here missing 2 in the crown, now has 1, and this HP, it's not even anymore. And now DJ YOLOing in from behind, but he's gonna get all the guns turned on him by the entirety of this gold team. He gets 1, he takes immediately amount of damage, he doesn't connect on the second one, he does pick up Senti, but in return, Piotrix comes from behind, and Go, you would write them down and out, but somehow, with this clutch play from Piotrix onto F1, it turns this game around, and I thought it was over.
Unfreaking real, man. We already buried them, and you know, the people already carried them to the tomb and sealed it, and everyone sang on the way and everything, but there we go.
I put some flowers on their grave. I visit them 3 times a year already. I was like, it was nice, but in this case...
What a freaking comeback in a game.
The TVP contributed nothing in this game, but it's not over yet, by the way.
It's not over, because Kubash is still alive.
They're throwing again. They all died on Yossi. How did they all die on Yossi now?
What is this game, man?
What just happened? Wait, what just happened?
Well, Kubas were shooting and not missing the shells, apparently.
How many of them just drove into their death on Yossi?
There was like 2.9 against 2.3 KHP advantage for Go in that moment, and now we're watching. They did like 800 damage and received 2.3k for this pleasure.
Well, 277 picking. Sokar does hit it, but there's 53 seconds, Mojo. There's 53 seconds.
4
here.
shells. Technically, also, it should be enough to kill Kubas.
Does a bat catch a CS when he's going ring around the Rosie?
He cannot reload.
Kubas is gonna peek this though. Sokar does not make this,
that would be the best play for him to control the budget.
I mean, Kubash is going to do the hill play as well, you know? He's going to go down the hill. 30 seconds here. I don't know if Sokar makes it to the top, to be honest.
Ooh, sweaty seconds. Palms. I can feel them. Sweaty palms.
You know that... oh my god, Kubash is running down. Kubash is running down. Kubash is going to drive into... Oh, Sokar misses! Piltex doesn't even have time to clip anymore in a second. He doesn't have time. He can't clip. He needs the time to clip. It's not gonna happen. Kubash is gonna win this game.
And he doesn't have enough shells anymore. 1 fired already.
Ignite!
What the hell?
You know that if Sokar hit the shot, you understand that if Sokar hit the shot when he was coming down, if Sokar hit the shot on the Kubash when he was coming down with his fire, they would have won the game. But they had no right to even come close to winning this.
Freaking real, man. Yeah, they had right, man. They took the right from impossible position to this. And they even had gods of RNG on their side with his fire. And it was not enough. Like, 1 shell. 1 shell. It came down to that. 1 shell. And it kicked out Go from the tournament. Unfreaking real, man.
Kubash there with 3k, Sokar with 4, Panzer Fury with 3.4, Senti with 2.8, Ketsai still with 2.8 as well, Piotrix 2.4, and Never and Rexer got sacrificed. This TVP, like this, however good this TVP was in the beginning, right? When the 2-line got repushed, this TVP contributed nothing, almost. He had almost nothing to shoot at. 2k HP out of the fight. Well,
he did take some guns out of the game there. Like
yeah, later on. Also, Orchek in the Kran pen ratio. At the end there, he peeked the corner, he missed the first. He peeked the corner, he missed the second. 9-7-3 on the Kran.
Man, this game was like, I don't know. Yesterday we had that epic Benny Hill game on the cliff, and today we had this one. This one topped it by far, to be honest. Like, this was such a drama llama game. I love tournaments because of that. So it was really a lot of fun for me. And to be honest, like, Pozdro Pochvich will be in the final, well deserved after this match, where unexpectedly for all of us, they will be playing against Holoisny. Like, Invilgo was the winner of last tournament. They played all the tournaments before and everything like that. Like, they took last 2 tournaments in a row. But today, they got bested, and that's it. And I'm really eager to see what kind of explanations Will Insane show us in the analyst section. So take it away, guys.
Well, hello there, and this time me being muted would actually be the right reaction, as I have no words, Insane. I actually have no words.
That's probably one of the greatest run we ever had in all the WoT7 tournaments. Like, honestly, when I saw that, I was already getting ready for the analyst segment, and I was like, wait, what? How did they recover? This is actually great to see that. At the end of the day, well, Pozdro, they still took the win, but what a game from Go, almost recovering from that. Like, there's literally no odds in their favor at that time. It was almost impossible, and somehow they found a way. But at the end of the day, good job to Pozdro. Honestly, we could say that Invilgo maybe underperformed, but I'm gonna say myself that Pozdro, they were 3-1 down against CSA. They found a new breath, and since then they are impressive. They're playing really well. This is really nice to see a team like this performing, and we're really happy to see them in the next match. Hopefully, they're gonna have forces against Holoisny, because this is probably the best team waiting for them in the big finals. They had time to rest. It's gonna be a BO9. What's your take on that, Key?
It's going to be an interesting match. I mean, first of all, I think no one is going to be mad if we try to give Pozdro a bit of time to cool down after that match, because in that last game, it really felt like Invilgo was getting away with murder there somehow, just trying to pull it back. And if that 277 on the ramp connects the shell, then actually the fire would finish it off, and we would have ourselves a tiebreaker. But yeah, truly one of the most fun games to ever have watched on WoT7. Incredible. I'm still looking for words, and here we go. Replay of this match here. First one, it is a Pozdro on the defense. Invilgo directly with a decisive push into the cap.
Yeah, well, Invil probably too easy. Like, you have to give credit to Pozdro. They went for that very fast cap tactic, but the tanks, that was way too light from the side of Pozdro. You had the HP advantage from the start till the end. They tried to actually take another match, another pick, but you have that midi Ihuna that is taking all the damage that is all planned from the side of Pozdro. In the meantime, they actually take control around those positions, and they box those Invil tanks in the middle of the map. So Invil, they had no other choice. They were down on HP. They had to keep pushing, keep making that overmatch work. The 50B was on reload, and that just didn't work. Pozdro, they were solid. They were hitting their shots, and that actually worked well for them.
Yeah, indeed. Now we see here, Invil, they're trying to push out of that contain. They're trying to single out enemy tanks, and it somehow, like, in between these teams, somehow they make it close. But in the end, Invilgo able to take the victory in this first game here with a 113 snapshot that I would never hit in my life. But yeah, here we go, game 2.
Yeah, well, so Invil, they took actually the lead in their attack, impressive recovery. But then Pozdro, wow, triple IS4 in the cap. That's the new meta, boys. Just take IS4, grind those tanks, go to the tech tree, and get it to play 7v7. Because look at this, look at the HP, 4k HP up. They are still alive, they are still super healthy in the cap. That's crazy. Look at the amount of tanks from Invil picking here. You had team. You had Orthage in Crossfire. In the meantime, you had that fight in the one line. That was just great from the side of Postro. Double the HP key, or 6k HP up in that game. That was just impressive from Postro.
Yeah, and indeed we see here the IS-4 is even now with the hull down peaks onto the 113, and yes, the 113 has impressive speed and DPM, but if there's a hull down IS-4 that doesn't have the weak spot on top of the turret anymore, what do? Shoot HE? Not really gonna happen either. And yeah, next game, that was actually, I think, very well played by InVilGo. They recognized what was going on, but again, it is a reoccurring topic this tournament. Those batchets that get sent to decap, they always come too early. They always get focused out. Piotrix here falling, and I think he did 3-2-2, and you don't want a tier 10 tank to only do 2 shots of damage.
I mean, technically, in that regard, that's okay-ish, I'd say, because he actually stood alive long enough to make 3 shots of damage. If you're gonna do 1 and you're gonna miss, it's horrible. But at the same time, you want to keep your S-Kongs alive, because they can be the playmakers later on. If you're the auto-loader, you just complete your clip and die, it's all fine. From the side of Pozo, you had all of those tanks out of the fight, so InVilGo, they just utilized that information they got after pushing to overpush the 1-2-3 lines.
We don't talk about this, by the way.
Out. Yeah, let's just ignore that shooting from Rexar. Regardless of that bad shooting, his team was just completely controlling the rest of the tanks, so it actually worked out for gold, and they actually took back the lead with this defense on Muro. That was probably a bad call from the side of Pozo to make that opening, maybe expecting InVilGo to go for that forest aggression, but they actually went the other way around.
Yeah, now here game number 4 in between both of those teams, and also InVilGo here pushing with double Kran towards the cap, but Pozdro immediately on the counter offense here with the Kranwagen just having a good shot here. Yes, obviously there is a Super Kong to crossfire, but never just immediately going down. Soka trying to book it out of there, but yeah, Pozdro just more tanks in the game, in the fight, immediately able to focus out guns earlier.
To be honest, Ki, when I watch this game, I feel like it's a replay from the past game, but it's even better from side of Pozdro. What a counter. Ready for that. Ready for the scruns to reach the cap. Just waiting at the corner, peeking, making the damage, and then not giving a single chance for the gold team to recover, because the HP was just massive. Almost 3 times the HP. They're desperate. They tried to make a cap play happen, but that just cannot work. Like, look at all of those tanks. 6 tanks alive, 6 tanks healthy. Only Conrad a bit on low HP. But to be fair, very, very well played from side of Pozdro, reading their opponents, and actually impressive.
Yes, so very good stuff here from Pozdro. I mean, Invil tried what they could. And now this Cliff game here, Pozdro being basically sort of pressured into a mid push, but they actually catch a very, very nice timing, because 1277 and 1 Batcher from InVilGo are actually out of the fight. And now Pozdro, even though being down 2k HP, they have more guns in the fight, they have the superior positions, they also have the superior DPM soon on the hill as Kaprk from the Donut, plus the CSs are coming here, and they take immediately a gun out, and from there on they were just able to snowball.
Yeah, it looked great because they had initial damage on that repush on the mid, but after all they had a lot of tanks out of the fight. Never came here, but DJ actually with the plays in his TVP, impressive. Here to save the day for KPRK, and that's actually crazy how those guys, those post-Poltris guys, they're actually capable of giving a crazy fight to InVilGo. They were known to be the best team play team, but they actually proved to be even better in that match, and we were really not expecting that, so that was great.
And now onto a game which I guess is looking for comparison. We see the immediate openings, and Pozdro, they have everything that they could ever want. They even have the TVP in H1 clipping the ramp, and this is just going the way of the dodo here at the moment for InVilGo. They're trying to drive up their side of the ramp to try to contest Kubash on the hill. Piotrix is taking shots in the Batchat, trying to move back. So everything right now is working in Pozdro's favor. 4k HP, a gun, positions, then they do this repush here, and they actually catch a pretty good timing. Also, I think it's crucial that Kubash is missing 1 or 2 shots here.
Yeah, definitely. Well, from the side of Indigo, every misses are good to take because they were down HP so badly. You had the bad shot coming to F1 with the crossfire angle. That was really great. That was like one of the only play they could do. Also, Ortech here missing 2 shots in the crown. In return, you had those 4 tanks from Invil picking and dealing the damage. Good HP spread from the side of Gold Team. Pansfury in the front line trying to take the damage. You could see those bounces here. And then he would just repush the middle. Again, DJ coming with the CVP, but those tanks, they're already turned, they're already ready for him. And even if he managed to almost make a full clip, he's gonna go down. And Invil, we had the feeling they would go back and control that game. And then Postro, again, with the reverse.
Yeah, I don't know what. Think about it. If, like, I think the shell actually connected, but once again, the CS turret was able to fend off the 340, I believe, heatband from the 277, and now Piotrix, at this point in time, he doesn't have the time anymore to really kill Kubas here, and so he, I guess, transfers Kubas over to the Czech team of CSA, sets him on fire, but yeah, the one shell not connecting by the 277 is actually gonna secure the spot in the grand finals for Pozdro. Who would have thought?
Definitely impressive. Honestly, like when I saw the time, I was like, wow, few seconds more, 1 shot more, and that's done. Also, that 277 missing. So what we can also say about that is every shot counts. Like every little mistake you could do, miss aim, not fully aiming. At the end of the day, it's about 1 shot. So maybe, for example, you say Kubac on the hill, missing 1 shot on the crown. Those shots are super important, and you have to connect all of them, and that can be game changing at the end.
Yeah, it is all about one shot, one opportunity, and that is only 2 teams remaining that actually have that, as we can probably pull up the bracket once more here to recap what we have seen so far in the tournament. So on day 1, we saw Holovnici against Pozdro. Pozdro dropping down to the lower bracket, and Pozdro have since made and slaughtered their way through the lower bracket, only barely coming back against CSA, and now with that incredible match against Invil, and now they are facing a different kind of beast. They're facing off against Holovnici. We've only seen them twice, once already against Pozdro, where they actually won, but I think Pozdro as a team have since made a lot of experiences, and they're probably coming in this game with pride and with passion, and I think also with belief, which is probably the most important thing.
Actually, they have something. Knowing Piotr, he doesn't like coming from the winner's bracket and playing against a team that actually has the momentum. And that's what Pozdro have. They are probably super motivated, super hyped. They made it to the top 2, so they're gonna get some money. So they can actually make it. That's possible. I mean, my guess would be that Olovnitsi, with the experience, with the good tactics, they're gonna be capable of taking it. But Pozdro, they were just impressive. They surprised us, so maybe they can make it all the way. We're gonna have to see that.
All right, let's hope that the games we're about to watch here in this finals, in these finals, which are gonna be best of 9, are gonna be as exciting as the games we just saw. Casters, take it away.
Yes, thank you, Kihan and Insane there for the warm-up for the finals of the WoT7. Pozdro against Holovnici. I don't think we expected Pozdro, but I guess we expected a full Polish final.
Well, no matter what, like these guys actually played the most matches on the tournament. They lost the very first game against the very guys they're playing now in the finals. So Pozdro lost against Holovnici on the yesterday 4-1 in the very first match, and that dropped them to loser bracket, and they survived entire
barely.
inferno of loser bracket all the way to the freaking finals.
Man,
after such a last match.
This
man.
reminds me of a certain tournament. It was 50v15. There's something with China involved as well. There's this one team that got knocked out. There's this one team that got knocked out of the upper bracket. Then they were like really losing hard against Hive, and then somehow they survived, and then they kept surviving.
And what happened to the China?
Sun TM.
Sun TM. Still on the same place on the globe where it was last time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, never mind that. They really deserve to be here. There's nothing else to say. Maybe we as, house banks always on certain things and stuff like that. So I think like most of the casters are all are banking still on Invil Holovisny like we did on Go last time. But these guys proved us game after game they can surprise our expectations.
Man, you guys are horrible at predictions. I swear, man.
You are the best, right?
I have at least I have a unique prediction. Kihan does as well. So in that regard, we're okay. I just need to beat Kihan. Actually, just need to beat Kihan. We have 4-1. We
Are
have
you obsessed
5-1.
with Key or something?
How can a man not be obsessed with a fine specimen such as Kihan himself? Basically, I would let him do my banking stuff because he already looks like a Swiss banker, so I guess I can trust him like one too.
Well, you know how you get cheated the best way. Anyways, Holo and Pozro. Wow, that's a really shorting of the team names. Almost everyone is pretty much rooting and thinking that Holovisny will win the tournament, but it doesn't really need to mean that. Like, it's only question, does Pozro have anything left of the tactics they can show, or they will just like try to recycle something and hope for the best? Like, do they have any steam left in their engine?
In Polstro's case, I would prefer being warmed up, to be honest. I think I would prefer being warmed up.
It's just after winning like a last match, it's a big hype, you know. But it's like after a sugar rush, it can be a big fall. So I'm just questioning, like,
that's why,
do they have anything left in themselves?
What Polstro needs now, what they need, and it's the most important for the momentum train, is to win the first round. And they're gonna be so hyped. You know, they're automatically gonna win the second round. Straight after.
We immediately see the first pick of Invil is Mines. They played it well.
And they can slow down the game as well.
Yeah. And it was like a ban previously, as far as I remember. Yeah, it was banned from Pozro, who tried to avoid it, and they didn't allow them this time. The Ghostan was banned by Invil Holovisny. They had a first ban, and they instantly banned it. That was the first thing they did in this match. That was a perma ban entire tournament, and they stuck to it. On other hand, like Pozro banned Himmelsdorf. This is exactly the same map they banned against this very team on their first match. So they stuck to it that they don't want to face them on Himmelsdorf, anything else but that. And we see steps in Tiebreaker.
Yeah, if we get there. I somehow do not think we're going to Tiebreaker here, one way or another.
Yeah, possibly not, but you know.
No, I think
things happened in last 2 games.
I think either way, man, we don't get to Tiebreaker. Either Polstro wins out or Holovnitsa wins out. There's no middle ground, dude. I'm calling it now.
Okay, fair enough. I don't think it's gonna be Tiebreaker either, but you know, weird stuff happened over watching, playing, and casting tournaments, so this would not be the first one. Anyways, Mines being playing first, the second being played Tundra. To be honest, Holomnitsi had a lot of 2 chances to observe what are the guys from Pozro doing on Tundra. And they have more experience on Mines. So
yeah, well, Pozro got clapped on Tundra, if you remember.
Yep.
Wasn't pretty. So at least they'll hopefully have learned from what happened there.
Well, I hope they did, because it was their pick. They picked it.
Maybe they're convinced that they are a good team on Tundra. Maybe Orchek is just like DJ. I want to play 60 TP, please. Pick Tundra. I like it.
Well, we will see. We are waiting for teams to ready up, guys. I mean, after all, to be honest, Pozro guys played a couple of games in a row, so I bet they need a little time to freshen up and to get ready and to get into the groove to play. On the other hand, Invil had a lot of time to spectate and discuss, I guess. I don't think they expected this also.
Yeah. And now if Holovnitsa loses, we're going to hear the classic that we hear for that China tournament. It's deja vu feeling. Yeah, man, when we saw Hive winning, we started preparing for Hive, dude. But then you guys won, so like really throw us off as balance. And I bet they're the same now. You know, they were preparing to play against the Invil Go, and now they're playing Postro, man. Like, what happened?
Well, there is a high chance maybe that Holovnitsi will try to play super aggressive against Pozro, but we've seen that actually that can bite them in their own asses, because like Invil Go went super hard on them and it didn't end well in a couple of games. Like, they looked really thrown. in that regard, because these guys knew how to meet them. Well, we'll see what the games bring. I'm really looking forward, actually, to the mines. Mines are quite interesting lately to watch them. Like, unlike sometimes in a VGL when you had to wait half an hour for people to climb on the mountains like goats.
Hey,
Some of them failing it 5 times in a row.
that wasn't me, that's for sure. I never failed a climb in my life. I got stuck on a climb. That's different. I didn't make it, but I did get stuck later and lost the game. I carried first, but then I lost it. And then I got out. I got no longer stuck in it. And then I got baited so hard that I remember up until this day that I was on mines going 1-2 line, and I spotted the man, and he was on the island, and I chased him down the 2 line, and he drove down the 1 line, man. Spent the whole map driving around trying to find him. Horrible experience. Outside of that, no issues with climbs.
Well, game was kind of more simple now. Like, these guys actually have to work with less possible solutions to make a bigger outcome.
Really? I thought premium ammo was a solution to everything. At least so I've been told multiple times by many of my opponents in battle, that if they fired the same amount of premium ammo, that they would be a unicam. So I'm gonna say fake news, Mojo.
I just tell them golden shower, I'm rich bitch and stuff like that. I mean, what else? You know?
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Yeah. That's a great piece of information that I never know I wanted, and I probably never want to hear again.
There you go.
But yeah, between these two, I don't know. It's not really the finals I expected. It was Invil Go in the finals, or I could see something where like CSA ended up in the finals somehow, because those little buggers, you know, you never for 5 tournaments in a row. I mean, 15v15, you won't see them do anything, and then there's that one spark of Czech magic, dude. I don't know.
It's been a while since CSA took a 15-on-15 tournament, I must say. Like, it's at least 2 years. But
like, a while? When did CSA win a 15-on-15 tournament?
I think they did.
Did they? I don't recall one.
I'll need to check my book, man.
I don't recall one. I think they got really close once against Fame. Like,
you're
really,
gonna make
really
me actually
close.
open the goddamn.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. They had this really close finals once against Fame, really close, where they also permatrack Deja on top of the tracks. And it's 279, and he couldn't reset, but they didn't win the game because when the cap hits 100, it needs to hit an exclamation mark as well, and it never happened. And they lost that in a very close fashion. And we all were, you know, like, amazed by how they did.
Bro, I'm gonna go through my entire book, I swear.
Dude, you can go through it, man. You can go through it while I'm gonna watch mines with the rest of us. It does seem like the team's already casted predictions. Skihunt 5-3, Insane and Mojo 5-2, and me 5-1 for Holovenitsi. So, you know,
they lost against Royce here really hard.
We predicted against Postro all together once. We all fluffed it. We predicted against Postro the very next match, exactly the same way. All together, we again lost. So 3 times the charm, right?
Yeah, divide and conquer. We have different predicaments anyways now. So mines, here we go. The first match of the final match of the tournament. Invil Holovenitsi playing on attack side. Pozdro Počvić playing on the defense side. All Polish players, I think, and except one.
Mentos, yeah.
Mentos is from Ukraine. And well, let's see who the better and bigger dog is.
Well, we'll have to see. It all starts on mines. Actually, what is going to happen here? What kind of gameplay are we going to get from both these teams? What lineups as well? Pozdro, double VZ, an Skunk, an IS7, an IS4, CS, and an Udesh, actually. And Holovenitsi, triple 113, an IS4, a BAT, a CS, and an STP.
We've seen the Udesh used before, I believe.
Yeah.
On mines,
very high camo value.
It's probably even Pozdro who played it.
Yeah, it was Pozdro. It was Pozdro, indeed.
So they are sticking out to the roots. Maybe they're trying to shuffle some things up based on previous experiences. On other hand, Holovenitsi, the entire team straight over the hill immediately to establish their presence there. This is a lineup we've seen them use before. So let us see what will be their next rotation. Double VZ going forward from the Pozro team, trying to catch someone and maybe do a shot in a side. But Kerolf and Monster go to the top of the hill without even being scared.
Yeah, and the Udats in the meantime crossing the 1-2 lines, getting into position. That is Kubash, man of the match from the last one, I guess you could say. And now a lot of tanks centered here around the middle area for both Pozro and Holovanitsi. But there's a CS and a Path on the hill. What is their next move?
Usually what they did previously would be instant rotation by heavies, or they would already be playing with heavies, but now they're trying to fill out where the enemy is. And Jorge taking a careless shot here for almost 500 damage. Who did that from these guys? To how so they found the top of his turret. Well, to be honest, top of the turret of VZ is not really the strongest one. But these peaks will gain nothing much to Holovanitsi except info where the enemy is. That is the main interest for them. They did manage to chip out a couple of the HP here and there, so you can see like there is like 1500 HP actually difference. Well, Orchek in I7 is taking more than 1 or 2 shells. He's on like less than 1500, and he's not on usual position. He should be here where Yoje is. They completely changed that, and they're keeping I7 in the back.
And I7 did not have a good time whatsoever. I'm not sure where Orchek is going towards 1-2 now. Orchek gets spotted out. Orchek is going to have to turn right. Orchek gets a tracking shell. The non-connection basically. Heat on the side of the I7 is nasty, you know, because of that spaced armor, and he does actually make it.
Well, he's a really strong tank to hold the island, to be honest, against any kind of push, but it does look like Holovanitsi doesn't even care about that because most of their forces are shifting their attention toward the 8 and 9 line. Now, there is plenty of time left in this game. It's like still 6 minutes almost, so they can still shift their attention to other side of the battlefield easily. There is still enough time for that.
There is indeed, but now Yozi retreating from the 3-line position, the I7 pushing up, the Udas pushing up as well, but you can see Holovanitsi approaching the right side with Piotr in the IS4.
Yeah, they're actually doing it quite slow and visible, to be honest. Like, it's not like they're doing any kind of slow movements. Piotr is trying to do the same as last time, to go behind the houses and pressure the tanks instead of the cap. So this is not something we've never seen. Angling here will work really well for him.
They try to cap at the bat and spot it. It's possible.
You think no one from the base can see him?
There's like a ton of wine racks in that area, and they all act as camo as well.
This is cheeky. This is a double cap. This is actually really good. These guys are a treasure trove of ideas, I must say.
You can see some blind fire coming out there. They know that he's on the back of the cap, at least in the bottom. There's the connection. Good stuff there from Conrad, actually.
And the connection on Piotr also.
Yeah, now more blind fire coming out. They know Monster is there. Monster is abandoning the cap. They probably aware that it was Monster that left and that they still have one more on the cap, obviously. That is the...
Yeah, the problem with that one more is because only one guy should have an angle on him, and that's Team Fed. When he is right next to the mountain, but he's been pushed away by Piotr's position. So they're gonna have to do something about it. Now we have again a double cap. Monster re-entered the cap, now from a different angle, of course. So 25 seconds. This requires a big reaction from Pozro.
Yeah, here comes the shot though. Here comes the shot though from Piotr onto Fed already. 2 seconds above. Will they actually find Monster? Monster yet still unspotted. He is only one person capping right now, but I do think it is Monster actually on the back end of the cap. But Fed took so much damage for this, and Yosi as well. There needs to be a reaction here somehow from Pozro.
15 seconds and ticking out, man. Like, the time is ticking away. There is a song about that. Carol finally decapped, but now Mentos actually joined for a second. It was again on 30 seconds. If there was no decap on Carol, there will be really couple of seconds. Team Fed paying the heavy price in iron and blood here, man. He's on 257 HP, completely negated by Piotr because he has way better angles. Now there is again 34 seconds, and Pozro is trying to put all the eggs in one basket. They're going to try to push the hill, provoke a bit fight, but it doesn't look well for them, man. Yoje is already on 700 HP, but still they're on 4-3 situation.
Yeah, 4-on-3 here on the hill. In the meantime, there has to be a reset coming. 5 seconds left, but the decap does come out on towards Monster. Conrad now trying to go towards the building. DJ actually goes down in his VZ. That is good stuff here for the side of Holovnitsi. Up 4k HP, up in positions as well. And Orchak getting tracked, getting held by Lucky Blast, by T-Sec, tracked again. And that means he's gonna fall in return, though. They pick up Monster in the bat, but it's all she wrote already from Postro here as Holovnitsi with that bad CS IS4 cap strategy make easy work of this defense.
It was a really well thought action, how to dig out your enemy based on what they saw. They took the hill, they took their options, what they can do, and they just slowly actually approached the map. This is one of the rare games that we've seen that on mines that without any initial opening the team wins. And I believe Holovnitsi are the guys who did it the second time, if I'm right.
Good stuff there with the bat, and yeah, that's the annoying thing about that cap. You see those little wine racks, Majo? They're counted as foliage, by the way.
Okay. I even didn't know that, to be honest.
Yeah, they're counted as foliage. So it's interesting. You can lose an even 90 in there and never find them again.
Well, the blind fire was really okay, but at the end of the day, you cannot rely on RNG to hit something so much. And Holovnitsi had it really well planned, and the defense of the hill was more or less enough. Like 3 tanks were enough to hold off, because the VZ who attacked the hill had only 700 HP. So the bait, the cap is always a bait, the big bait. It's not like usually a way how you end the game.
It's just to force a reaction.
Yeah, it's a big pressure on the team because they must do something, and when you must do something, you usually lose more HP than you want to, multiple times more.
And they did exactly that. I mean, Fed got forced forward, and then he basically died for it. And then Yosi had to go with him because Fed couldn't go alone. He needed a friend. And then Yosi took a lot of damage. And then you're into this hill repush into a two-way crossfire where you have 1-1-15 on the left, 1-1-13 on the other, and then STB as well. And they gave you a shot and then pull around the corner. And you can't all go left because then the guy from the right comes behind you. You can't all go right because then the guys from the left go behind you. It's just a very non-fun way to repush anything.
Yeah, well, we have, as we already said before, guys, this is a best of 9 game, being the final game. So whoever gets to the 5 rounds wins the tournament. Currently 1-0 for Holovnitsi, really good game played by them. And we will see, does Pozdro have anything in their arsenal now to try to respond to this? When I watched the map pick, I was like, yeah, mine was my first possibility for Holovnitsi to actually, remove themselves to 2-0.
Yeah,
because they played mines really well.
Yeah, because now they have, the advantage of being on the defense, which is still the favorite side, no matter what we just saw in the last game. And that could put them up a comfortable 2-0. And then already 2-0. That's a winning this round alone is a momentum break, as it is.
Yep. So good start for Holovnitsi here. They proved us that waiting for a while and watching other people play didn't really affect them much. Mentally still strong, maybe surprised, like who are they playing in final, but that was a pleasant surprise for everyone, I believe. It's really important that you have teams who are underdogs to come and play the high rounds. It's like healthy for the game itself.
Yeah, good stuff there. But let's see now. Let's see. Is the boys from Pozdro able to recover here? Because we saw a back and forward scenario against InVilGo for a while as well, if you remember, where you would have InVilGo win a round, and then you have Pozdro win a round, and then InVilGo win a round, and then it broke at some point.
Yeah, the point is like InVilGo still did some really harsh movements when they played against them, and Pozdro punished them heavily. But as you can see, Holovnitsi played different.
They have one more E5 now.
Yeah, 3 E5s in defense, 1 I7 and 3 mediums.
They had 2. They had an IS4.
Yes, they had an IS4. 100%.
The CSs are the same. The I7 is the same. They had 2 E5. They had 2 E5s, an IS4, an IS7, and then the CSs.
Yeah, Piotr was playing IS4, if you remember.
Yep. Exactly. But looks like they're going to be fighting the middle here. They want to take the engagement straight against the boys from Pozdro.
And they probably can, because they do have those 3 CSs and the E5s will be there shortly. So there is a fight immediately. Kubash is surrounded by the tanks for Kolomnitsi. He doesn't manage to block anyone, and he's gonna end up against 3 guys. They're gonna send one off around to chase him, probably to finish him off. But the rest need to fight.
The 113s don't care, but the fence is on fire. Fence gonna burn down here. Actually, he might actually just survive on the nick of health. But in return, though, these E5s pushing back on the hill themselves now. And there's a triple CS there for the side of balls throw from Holopanitsi, and now these 113s, Tisek though, getting really crossfired. These CSs are a little slow on their repush. Tisek here not doing that well. These 113s are starting to make it work. Carol is getting crossfired. Now Zuza is gonna ram Kubash to death as he should, which is a good play there. But these CSs are a little bit slow into the fight. Now Holopanitsi is stabilizing though. Now that Monster, Mentos, and Zuza arrived, they are starting to turn this game around back in their favor.
Yeah, they did a really good number on them. Like the salvo on 113s was way better than to chase one CS around the corner, but they were slow in reaction to follow them up after, and it almost brought the game to its heels. Like the HP is rather similar between both teams, but we can see that there is still 5 guns in the game for Holomisi compared to 3 of Pozdro, and Yozi will not last long. Like one shot more, he does it, and he is picked up by Zuza. Now we have 2 guys, DJ in his IS-4 and Orzek in his STB on 500 HP, but they are locked down. They're in attacking position and in no position to attack anyone for real. Will this be an amazing shot by DJ here, but immediately punished by 3 shots from Holomisi?
I mean, Holomisi is still defending as well.
Yeah.
We cannot forget about this. It's an important aspect. But yeah, those CSs on the hill, Mentos, Zuza, and Monster, they started off well with the Ram on Kubash. He went very low HP very fast, right? But then they were really slow to go help Tisek and
there was
Geralt.
a salvo on heavies, that was fine. But after that, there was like some small hesitation. When their E5s came up, they should have already be pincering those tanks on upper hill. And they lost too much HP in the team because of that. But never mind, Piotr and Orchek trade 1 shell each. And the CSs are coming down from the hill. Zuza and Monster both have quite a lot of HP. They can take shots, and they have no problem with it. They can even sustain fire. I mean, I can't believe I'm actually taking fire in consideration when I'm talking about something.
I mean, Zuza did bounce 1 shot, but he's gonna be picking it up now. Has 4 kills as well, and good stuff there. And you gotta say it though, Kubash actually had a bigger game impact than I expected he would going behind that rock. There was when he got on the hill, 2 of them missed to him. He could have died right then and there immediately. But then behind this rock, yeah, the disjointed action there between Tisek, Kerov, and the 3 CSs almost turned around in Holovanitsky's faces.
Yeah, great damage done here by Zuza, 4.4k plus 4 kills. That's like a really big impact on the hill. As we can see, actually, the guys who survived the game are the 3 CSs who climbed the hill first. It's simply because, to be honest, Pozdro had nothing to respond to them. They had nothing to stop them with. Maybe CS could have blocked them if he had any luck, but it's not that easy to do. It's not that easy to do at all. Yeah. Still, this game had potential to go both ways, I would say.
But the CSs would have done even more if they actually were a little faster. I mean, imagine if they were 5 seconds slower. Kerov would have been dead fully, and they would have gotten actually turned around and owned by these 113s, I think.
It looks like there was a slight miscommunication between them in that moment, because CSs probably didn't want to meet 113s head on, and take the salvo of them in the face. And E5s kept following them. So one of the E5s died immediately. And then they had to struggle a bit and come back in the game with their higher DPM and so on. But it worked out well for them, and it was pretty convincing 2 rounds for them, to be honest. And we see the secret why there was no IS-4 now, because they wanted to fight them straight on.
Yeah,
it looked like a really good read by Holomnisi's side. What will the play be from the Pozdro? But first map is done, so Mines is already done, and as I said, like the biggest threat for team of Pozdro actually came true. 2-0 immediately for Holomnisi. That's like a really big slap from reality. And next map we will be watching is Tundra. Tundra is Pozdro's pick, but their games on it were so-so. They were really so-so.
Yeah.
And they never played against opponent who is so, to be honest, fast and decisive as Holomnisi. And Holomnici was already their bane on this tournament once, beating them 4-1 first time. So I don't know how will this go, but frankly, if they don't pick up they're even attacking first.
I mean, all the positive momentum that they had is now kind of shifting. They lose 3 in a row. That's no longer, you cannot speak of momentum. You can speak momentum in the other way for Holomnici. Is that 3 rounds in a row?
We've seen teams recover from that, but are these guys strong enough mentally and grown enough for that? You know, this is their first final, I think.
Usually not. Usually when somebody plays their first finals, they usually succumb under the pressure.
Like it's like a big sugar rush. Like you're flying on the clouds of success and everything, but when you get hit hard, they're gonna start suspecting themselves, and maybe they got a little tired from playing so long.
Yeah,
there is also
there.
that.
60 TP or checking it, but Holomniци's lineup is very interesting though. Triple I7.
Yeah, we haven't seen that. We haven't seen that at all.
No, we have not seen that yet. No.
And they are defending with triple I7, double 113, super conk, and monster playing a budget. No 60 TP in their arsenal. So who are they gonna place to deal against? I mean, you can smack an I7 there just to hold the tension, but it's a questionable. Will they even play it like that?
You can see Holomnici kind of split though in the beginning, not really wanting to go for straight aggression. It's very rare to see straight aggression on this map. It's also very easy to spot if something's happening anywhere. Although, actually, I mean, there's triple tanks in the north. They must be there for a reason, right?
Monster spotting from the bush here with his healthy.
Look at the I7 and B4, Mojo.
Mm-hmm.
Look where he's going.
That's really aggressive, man.
It's super far.
Oof.
Oh,
that was blind fire. That was blind fire.
Next one.
I mean, as soon as the Cougars was spotted, they knew there is something, and there is not many bushes around, guys. Like you can see there is house, and one bush. So by now, everyone knows that one bush. Piotr here playing like rather decent cooldown, and he does have a couple of friends around, so it's not like he's alone there and left for the wolves. This leaves Holomnici to control the other side of the map. The 2-cap is not really well controlled by them. It's kind of a weakness, but will Pozdro see it as so? And will they rotate tanks? Will they try to play it like that? Or they're going to stick to their own and try to deal with Holomnici on this side? But I don't think that would be the smart play. I think like Holomnici holds the 1-cap under really firm grasp at the moment.
But maybe it has something to do with the fact that...
Yeah, the left I7 toward the 60 TP.
Yeah, but that Pozdro never, ever went south. Not once. Every single time they went north. Mm-hmm. Every single time. Right, also, people are asking, Mojo, why 113 over, for example, 277 and 5A? It's a question that comes up so many times during this.
Some HP and armor.
And DPM as well on 113.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't need to push. It's more for holding.
You take 277 if you want to go full throttle forward.
Yeah.
That's also the prime reason.
Mm-hmm.
Like 5A does have some gun depression and stuff, but it's not enough to compensate for the loss of armor and stuff.
People ask that as well. Why 5A, for example, I think it's useless for Clan Wars now because 5A is not a 277 for pushing. It's not an S-Kung for holding. And it's not a Crown for gun depression. Or even a 113 for that matter.
Hey, when tanks get locked, everything is usable.
Yeah. When tanks get locked, sure, that's true, man. That's true. But look at this again. Pozdro pressuring the north. Conrad here coming to fight Piotr. Piotr is actually bailing from this scenario right now, wanting to back off. Takes 1 on the run, takes 2 on the run. It does make it across. Karov's trading there a little bit. Piotr taking another one, man.
It's a lot of HP they bled so far. It's not a big in the grand scheme of things, like 1500 HP, but still, like this DJ in his Kranwagen is now approaching, and he can use his turret way better than IS-7s, that's for sure. Now, if they give him that opportunity. Well, it does look like Holomnici completely abandoned the other side of the map.
Look at this north cover.
Oh, they're gonna counter push here, man. Yep. They're gonna counter push here, and also it does look like Pozdro realizes that.
I don't think so. I think they're stopping. I think they spotted everything, and they're like, The computer says no, I don't think so. Hey, you
Abort,
see the
abort,
Spears.
abort.
Hey, but this is good for Hall of Anitsi, man. Look at it one way or another. Time is ticking. Time is always ticking.
Well, interestingly enough, they completely abandoned the 2 cap and there is no one exploiting it, not even in the slightest. Like, even the CS is constantly just watching down the bridge and trying to get some side shots and Lucky Blast or anyone who peeks there. But at the moment, it doesn't look like it happening. Okay, I see he actually connected on Carol phone.
Yeah, one shot there onto a Scarab. That CS does have some side shots there from the bridge, but how much is he really adding in the grand scheme of things? They're gonna be careful with Monster getting spotted on the retreat, but this is a good setup for Hall of Nitsi with the current time they have. You know, I mean, Pozro could look what Pozro is doing. They've done this once before, Mojo, if you remember. Just take everything you have and shove it down the A line. But in this case, they're gonna be meeting a team that should be set up. Yeah, that should be set up for it.
Plus a Conk who can shoot, plus Mentos who can shoot in the side. And the only thing they cannot account for is at the moment Monster, but Monster cannot take CS on his own. Oh, he already took a shell. He's trading a bit with Kubas. So Kubas is a bit a pain in the neck for them. If you remember Sofia, when he played it with Conk, he was also farming that position from that very same side of the bridge where Kubas is. But this Batshot cannot challenge him because his entire clip is not enough to take him down without any fire or Amorek or something like that.
Here we start. DJ speaking out against
No,
Lucky
time
Blast.
is ticking.
Time is indeed ticking. Oh, already the damage coming in, but Karol gets the worst of it. Actually takes 2. DJ now forced back on reload with Akwan. Actually now Yosi pushing in. A shield coming out from Karol on towards Piotr. We'll have to see how much this actually helps him. KPRK is burning, but he's not gonna burn all the way just yet. Now Piotr gets Amorak, no repair kit available, but still these Hall of Nitsi tanks are in a quite mean crossfire still. They've pushed through Pozro, they've killed one, but what have they really achieved? I mean, they are starting to kill Mantas. Piotr takes a big shot from Orchek there from the back. Monster's now flanking, HP still even, and Pozro's doing very well at keeping the guns alive at least.
Yeah, they're actually coming up at the moment on this conflict. They have one gun more. They have spread out their HP all over the place, and now we need to see the play of the day. Can Monster bring Holomisi back into the game? Can he take out the 60 TP and maybe 1 or 2 more guys, because this is really required for them to win the game. Kubat is next on the chopping board now, being taken out with 10 HP. It's a shell, but you must give it to them. Now 3.7k HP of Holomisi against 4k of Pozro. Pozro having even Konrad on 4 HP, man.
Konrad indeed on 4 HP, Zuza on 36, but no longer Zuza's in the fight with Mojo the time. The thing you mention often, the clock is always ticking, and it does not care. The clock always ticks. It ticks the same way every single game, and right now Tisek is a very annoying tank to push. They have to go a very long way for it. Mentos is still alive, and they kind of need to start capping as well, but they only have Yosi who can push really Tisek.
19 seconds to go. Yosi is doing his best now, doing double shot on this Conk. Conk can actually, he must restrain himself next 20 seconds. He cannot push out and shoot Yosi. He must save the attention of everyone. And while that is going on, Batchat is trying to deal damage on the other side. Now he is facing a DJ in Kranwagen. DJ has only 500 HP. So Monster actually has the game in his pocket if he does his cards well.
Yeah, but Mentos is also coming from the side. Do pay attention to that as well. Monster misses the first one. Monster connects on the second. A high roll even. Can he connect on DJ? No, he doesn't. It was an important shot and he didn't get it. But still, Cap is not an issue right now. They can use Mentos as the last sacrifice. The last one needed to actually get in. And DJ realizes he has to go back. What is he going to do? They have to cap somehow. Who is going to get in it? The circle needs to be pressured. 30 seconds. It's not enough. They need a third one. They need Yosi, and Mentos here will have it all to do. Mentos peaks. He doesn't seem to have the gun depression. Is loading HE? He did load HE, and the HE shell on Konrad. That 4 HP man on the cap. Mentos with the smart ammo choice, like our Lord and Savior would do as well. And now Monster, all he has to do is survive. And Holovanitsi hold on to dear life to make it 3-0.
This is actually amazing, and I'm like really impressed how I'm watching like Monster here, saving these last 2 shells the entire time, not even thinking about reloading. It's gonna be either I'm gonna fight this Kranwagen to the death, or I'm gonna use it to decap someone.
Normally,
one or another.
Run. Mentos there, running away. He ran across the bridge, Mojo. Good play. He took some damage, but he stayed alive, which was very important. Kubash still 4k, man.
Hey. Kubash was farming them from the side. That's why they sent Batchat around, if you remember. And then he had point blank shots when he pushed over to shoot the I7 and stuff like that. But Mentos in his budget, he Monster in his budget, he with way less damage, he brought a difference here, like a big difference. Everyone played their role, like Tisek played a hold down and he was sniping to cover the I7s. I mean, it's really hard to penetrate through all this armor of I7s, and they're really damn close. They're really damn close. All they lacked at the moment was actually time.
Yeah, time was a big factor there, and Mentos making the good play of surviving. Actually, ran across the bridge, took damage for it, but lived.
But they would take care of him. Like if they had time, they would take care of him, and they would be pincering Monster. But time was there, and Invil adjusted their play.
I mean, Monster also got slightly lucky. You know, there was an S-Skunk on 409 HP, I think, and he killed him in one shot. Now, would he kill him on the second shot? I don't know. It depends. Would he have gotten safe? I'm not sure. So there's that as well. You know, there's always these little things.
I understand where you come from, but it's just part of the game. Sometimes it rewards you, sometimes it punishes you. On this tournament, it's rewarding.
Say
quite a lot.
man. Say that to CSA, dude. I'll put you and Sakalito in a room, and you tell him that, and after 10 minutes, I'll come back and check how you're doing.
I hope I'm bigger.
Doubt it.
Well, who knows? Well, anyways, Holomnici now 3-0.
Just bring Coyote with you. You'll be all right.
I just need to let him like roll over Saka and a couple of other guys.
We take out the whole town on the way.
Who will stop the tumbler, man?
Nobody. Once he goes downhill, dude, there's no stopping it. No stopping it. Anyways, though, but this is bad for Pozdro. 3-0 down. They lost a close game here. The first chance they had to really take around, because on Mines they got outplayed, to be honest. Let's be real. They had no chance on Mines. But now on Tundra they got another chance. Otherwise they're looking at match point.
Well, they will be defending now, so we need to see like what Holomnici have actually in store for this side of the map. Their approach on defense was different, for sure, and counted against this team as far as I can tell. But now we will see they're kind of better in attack. And they are doing way more thought out actions when they're attacking, so let us see what they plan to do against the defending team of Pozdro in this round. If they win this one, they will be on match point.
Yeah, that's the issue. Yeah, that's the big issue. Lose one more game, it's match point, and I don't think you do anything there from Holomnici. If you go match point here, I think they just close it out.
Well, probably yes. But let us see.
4 match points, Mojo, is a lot. By the way,
it's like a mountain of problems.
Unless you're playing against Hive. I mean, actually, Postro has the opportunity here to take at least one round. Would be a shame.
And make Ducky endlessly happy.
There's something about being right, Mojo, but there's something better about being right twice in one day. Yeah? Twice right in one day, that happens so little for me that I really have to enjoy the moment as much as I can, because the next time it's probably at the same time there's another solar eclipse.
Well, we will see. Like, I sincerely hope that Pozdro will take some round or some rounds at least. I would not like them to end the finals with a 0, not the first one they play. But for that to happen, they actually have to take it with their own 2 hands. And are they able to? We will see shortly when the Tundra finally starts and the video stops. Like anytime this year. Yeah, right. Like we got a notification there was a DC by 1 player, so we're waiting for that a bit and watching the lovely, well, not so lovely landscape of the Tundra with these massive diggers.
Dude, I think Tundra could be a great map. It just has to be like a terrain map, you know, then it's fine.
Like Mines? Yeah.
I think Mines is a phenomenal map for it then.
It's amazing.
You know what I'm still waiting for, Mojo? Tunnels, dude, below the map. I agree. Cave fights, dude, you know? Especially since we have the Caliban tank in game now. It would be great if it could hide in a corner and just, you know, Caliban times 2 fire
Yeah.
homing missiles at you.
You know, I didn't even read a patch when it came out, and like I'm shooting some guys in some tier 8 medium, like the 274, you know, and I have really good game. And like maybe this time this year I will finally ace this tank, which I don't like playing. And there comes like Caliban around the corner, takes a shell and does like boom boom on me, and I'm like, what the hell just happened?
Did you close the game at that point?
What do you think?
I think some harsh words were exchanged. Harsh, but you know,
my monitor took a lot of words from me in his lifetime.
Common ground was found between the two tankers, and they went on to enjoy the World Tanks experience, brought to you by Wargaming.
Well, Monster and the guys are actually pressuring immediately toward the upper side of the map. They're actually selecting one of the 113s to go solo on the other side. And
Brave.
on the other hand, Pozdro is doing a choo-choo train on lower side of the map, leaving the number 1 cap wide open. Is that a smart choice or a smart play? It's gonna be soon revealed to the rest of us.
Don't forget to use discount code TheKillZone for 10% extra in the premium shop. The 10% goes to me, Mojo. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Gotta get it somehow. I think this is brave, and I don't think they stop here. By the way, I think they have to keep going.
Well, they have no choice. I mean, this is that kind of strat. They are putting everything on the table they have, while actually Holomisi is playing it slow. They put a lot of tanks up, but they're doing no action. Conrad, KPRK, and Jose are not spotted yet.
I don't think Conrad is in a pushable position, though. I don't think Piotr is in a pushable position.
Yeah, it can be covered. Actually, there is a corner to shoot even there from that B9 position.
Yeah, I don't.
But it's not a big one. It's not a big one.
I do not think that he's in trouble there. Lucky Blast is spotted. Kubash already took a lot of blind fire before from CSA.
Wait, Kubash is in the same bush again?
He's in the same trees, dude, near it. I don't know if it's the exactly same one, but he's been here before. Let's put it that way.
Well, Lucky Blast is spotted. He doesn't see anyone. I mean, there could be some blind shots coming in. Call it.
How many times can you play the same bush and not get away with it?
He is very stubborn. Next time they will never expect it for me to do the same thing, you know?
If I go in the bush a third time, nobody's gonna know. How would they know? But what they do know is DJ, KPRK, Yosi, and Conrad's position. That is what they do know.
If you go to the same bush third time, they're gonna stream snipe you anyway, so you'll be dead for sure.
True.
Conrad and Jose are flanking from other side, but there is nothing to do on this side. Holomnisi left them with no one to shoot, no one to flank, no one to attack. But it does look like Holomnisi is actually looking for a fight because they see that there is a couple of tanks from Pozdro stranded, like that Bachet in the upper corner or Super Conqueror and so on. If they catch 1 or 2 tanks here, this is like a huge spread of Pozdro. This is really careless, man. They can't see the rotation. They're all over the place. This is really bad.
This one singular 113. I don't know who it is. Piotr, the speak isn't it. Really wasn't it against DJ. Takes 2, gives none. Conrad now is going to get in position to shoot Piotr as well. Will he connect though? No, he doesn't. And now you see Zuza. Now you see Karov. And Conrad there, isolated completely by himself.
Yeah, he cannot cross anymore without taking significant damage. He can get pushed, but Jose is trying to close in. KPRK is trying to protect also, and they're brawling it out here, trying to stay and win the game. DJ is taking the brunt of damage now, ending up on 100 HP, deleted, but Piotr is also paying a price, being on one shot. KPRK should pick him up in the next shell.
Yeah, KPRK should pick up Piotr, but the damage they've received in return has been significant. Now Mentos is going to have to face off against the Pozdro Might, if you want to call it that way, or check from the front. Fed from behind. That Kranwagen is a beautiful and brilliant tank, but it's not that great when you get rammed by an IS-7 and then flanked by an Eskunk. And now the IS-7, Lucky Blast has to be careful. Kubash is there as well. Lucky, this is not the engagement that you want to go for. You have to give up Mentos. He is dead. Goodbye, Mentos. In return, you can see Holovnitsy pushing this out, an immediate reaction onto Yosi, and the damage is significant, and Monster even still has his clip available. He's going to put that all onto his Conrad, but it won't be enough. He's going to need support, because just the clip from Monster won't be enough at this moment in time. He has one more, and then he will need Karov to finish him. A good clip from Monster. I don't think he missed a single one there. Karov knew that he had to commit it. He does so, and now look at these Pozdro tanks, Mucho. Yeah, surrounded is one word to put it.
Well, they are defending, so they are ass to ass, brother to brother, trying to cover each other. Like Monster did a really great job here. We were constantly commenting how botchats are sometimes going too soon in the game, taking so much damage. He waited until his friends starting to take brunt of shells and everyone turned to them, and then he clipped, of course, the ass of the 113 fully. So that was like a big, big, big turnover in this game, because this game could have went left, right, and center unless that happened. That budget clip is what made the difference now.
And that bad shot clip there is significant, taking out basically a full 113, and now Tsek fancies himself a little bit of Fed. Connects one. KPRK is now covering the angle, does not connect his shot though. Kubash taking some damage on the way out. Fed with a good peek, but does trade for that. Souza closing in, Monster closing in. They want to pick up these kills, and obviously, gotta remember, Holovnitsy is still attacking. Now, Fed is basically in no man's land a little bit, but in return, though, Souza gets completely annihilated. I mean, Holovnitsy lucky that they're up by so much here, because that wasn't the play from Souza. But in return, though, look at Fed getting blasted from the front, getting blasted by Lucky Blast from behind. That leaves Orchek and Kubash on one-shots to fend off against the 4 remaining players of Holovnitsy.
It was a good trade there against Fed, because he was the most dangerous tank for them and they needed him out. Also, if you saw, like, there was also Lucky Blast on the other hill behind, ready to shoot him in the butt if he retracts. So Tsek on 500 HP, Monster on 699, and Lucky Blast on 2242 against poor Kubash, left alone without any option to win this.
And that means match point from Holovnitsy as they pick up the first 4 rounds in consecutive order, putting themselves on match points in the prime position to win the WoT7.
It's quite brutal, but it looks like they pretty much sealed the deal. I mean, it's really next to impossible to come out of this, especially since the level of the play that Holovnitsy were showing in all of the games were really calculated and high. They're not really leaving much to the some kind of RNG. Like Invilgo played way more riskier, and it didn't pay off. Holovnitsy, probably by watching, took the lesson to the heart, and they're doing everything to close in the game the most secure way they can. And you can see it's working. It's really working too well, man.
Yeah, and Tsek there with his 5k, pretty impressive from that Kran. Then the good covering fire from the hill. And yeah, this poster move, it got spotted out. And then, yeah, Piotr trading off against DJ was kind of even, but still, Holo was ahead in positioning, then reactions as well. And then they go for mentals. They get mentals, but they get stuck in a bad place. In return, they lose Conrad and his other 113 friend, and they're completely surrounded.
Yep. Well, match point for Invil Holovnitsy. If they manage to take the tournament, maybe it's not going to be the same team of Invil winning it, but it's going to be a third tournament won by Invil in a row. One or the other, potato, potato, if you say it like that. Next map, guys, possibly final map we will be watching will be Murovanka. Murovanka is Invil's pick, and they will be playing attack first, because as they pick the map, the other team can pick a side. So, of course, Pozdro picked the defense there.
Yeah, of course. It's not looking good here from Pozdro, but we saw them come back against CSA against a 3-1 scoreline, but 4-0 is slightly harder.
And these guys play slightly better.
Slightly. 1-2%. Small differences.
Yeah. RNG critical. Well, last time we saw them play, Muro was like with a mouse, I believe. As far as I remember, the Russian on the top cap, and they had a mouse covering the lower angles.
And then the game really close because there were some really weird plays going on.
So, but it was entertaining. That's all that's important. True. So I'm looking forward to see actually what do they have in attack now. Are they trying to recycle something, maybe approach different, or something completely new?
We'll see. If they decide to bring that mouse again.
Ducky is praying to all the gods of Underworld and RNG or whatever. That's whatever they do is suicidal, and then Pozdro just like blast them to hell.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that you're right, but I'm not going to say that you're wrong either. I'm going to leave it somewhere in the middle. Yeah,
it's quite political.
I know what you're saying. Mentos in the T100 against KPRK in the T100. Kubash DJ on the bats, Monster against them, and then double Kong for Pozdro, an IS4 and IS7. While Hovnitsi has that triple 5A, the S-Kong and the IS7. Those are the 5As they used before, but they had a mouse. Now they don't have a mouse.
So why a 5A now and not 103s again?
Because the 5As here actually have gun depression.
And they're a bit faster.
Are they faster than 113 though?
I think
You
so.
sure about that? I don't think so.
We can check.
I don't know about that. I'm not sure. Also, that turret is in a slightly better location.
Well, we will see what do they plan to do, because they're actually not attacking the upper side of the map, not even the slightest. They're all going down for the forest like they're playing the ranked battles.
They're making a big choo-choo train.
How will they make a pressure on 2 cap with the light being played by Pozdro?
Well,
Pozdro, on the other hand, having the
at their-
entire team going around 1
Look
cap.
at their light tank, Mojo. Look at the Pozdro light tank and where he is right now.
Yeah, man, like I'm watching both teams doing exactly the opposite thing and clearing the corners and possible booby traps and minefields and whatever.
Oh, KPRK is going to have to be really fast here to get in position, because if Mentos does that and he doesn't get spotted, and nobody of the heavies gets spotted. You want to know why Lucky Blast is actually driving into the corner here?
Why?
Because people have put light tanks there in the bushes and they just spotted the cap from there once you start capping. It's kind of funny.
I mean, if you
actually.
want to pressure the lower side, you need a tank there. Anyways, like there is no way around it. Like you really need it. Also, the only possible approach for light of the Pozdro team, it leaves that he will need to close into the house, maybe.
I mean,
But
if
he
has to
does that,
close
he's
in,
stuck.
he's gonna make it though. I do believe that he's gonna make it in the lights. It looks like KPRK is actually gonna be fine in his light tank. He does make the bush. It's not a risk that I like seeing a lot, but it works out in this case. But look at his info that Blast is getting, by the way, for his team. You may think like, oh, cool, man, bouncing mission, but he can suspect the light is there. He can suspect that there's double S-Con because they've been spotted. And what do they do in return? They're pressuring the north because they know the double S. There's 4 tanks basically that are not in the fight right now.
Well, double S-Conk, they can't really know exactly how many people are missing, but they're guessing, because you usually need an I7 and T100 in those positions where they are. But this is still a fair amount of crossfire here for Pozdro. The question is now, can Kubac and DJ do enough damage before falling? Can they even run
That's
away?
the question. Piotr does seem to be getting focused out here by the double bad shots and getting blown up even. So far from Pozdro, this is good stuff. Finally, they're actually able to get a significant HP lead here for themselves. And in the I7, in the meantime, Blast in the south is also losing. So that's going to be another fight that Pozdro can take for them own. Blown up onto one of the bots, but I think Kubash was dead either way. That's not really relevant. Now DJ seems to be the next one getting pressured, and DJ is not even near reloaded just yet. He still have 18 seconds. And if Monster can give his 2 shells here to get away with Mentos, that might be what they need to actually pick this up. Monster gives one more. Mentos finishes. DJ has 10 seconds on reload. He'll never see another clip come out of that bot shot. And now Pozdro is actually struggling a little bit. Those double bots, yeah, they killed Piotr, but that's also like really all they did.
Monster coming in the right moment again with his Bacha to pick up the fruits of everyone's labor. So he will have a side shot now on Conrad. And there we go. Conrad is now taking some
That's a bad
damage.
shot.
It's...
That was a bad shot by Zuza.
Well, Conrad is now on one shot here, being shot from 2 sides, and Yozi is trying to keep a hold on another side, but it does take that Holomnitz is trying to come back in the game a bit now. Like, Karolf is taking a big chunk of damage for crossing here. I don't know if it was this
Look at Mentos.
trade
Look
really
at Mentos and Monster.
worth it.
Look at Mentos and Monster. What they're doing right
They're
now.
going on Conk.
Yeah, they're going on Fed. Fed doesn't live through this. Fed does not live through this. Mentos connecting that shot as he should in that T100. It can also do damage. Monster needs the remaining shells that he has, and another shot from Mentos comes in. That will be enough to kill a Fed off. No, you'll need one more from Mentos, actually. I was wrong on that, but Mentos connecting 3 in a row. That's what you like to see from that T100. You think it doesn't do that much damage, but it can really chip away in fights like this.
Yeah, this is a game coming completely toward the way of Holovisny. Like they are same on HP, but they have 5 guns. Monster again utilized his entire clip. This is super important. Why Bachat is never sacrificed in a start, because in combo with T100, you must remember, guys, without that T100, he would not win a single engagement. But with him, that T100 is always a tipping scale for a win factor, and they are doing amazing job. Now, this is still not a done game. Like Ojek and KPRK still have some chances because there is a bunch of guys on one shot, and all kinds of things in World of Tanks can happen, but the chances are really low, and this is probably the end of this tournament. Now we need to see, can KPRK maybe master some kind of miracle with that T100 and pick off some of the lower HP guys.
Yeah, but with just the 2 of them remaining here, they look to have to do it all in this position. As now Orchek is pushing in, Mentos is actually just gonna take the shot, or Monster's gonna take it, but look what happens in return for Orchek. Comes to the corner to reset, takes 1, takes 2, takes a bunch more actually from Mentos and Monster. Yeah, Mentos fluffs 1 shot there, but his plays together with Monster in this game have been crucial to actually pick up those bad shots, especially connecting all his shells and even on the S-Kunk as well. So Mentos and Monster there, the dynamic duo, cleaning up the entire A-B line and making it so Holovnitsy wins over Pozdro with a 5-0 scoreline. Completely wiped him home.
Well, we must congratulate Holovnitsy on really remarkable victory with 5-0 in the final. They showed a great plays during the entire tournament, so they well deserve this. Also, we really need to commend the guys from
Monster
Pozdro.
and Mentos.
Monster did like amazing job in this game. Seriously, not
Mentos
only this, like in that budget, he does a really great job.
Monster and Mentos got 6 kills together, by the way.
Yeah, and about 8,000 damage between them.
Yeah.
As I said, like one without another, they would never do a job together. They were exactly what's needed, like one constant shooter with high mobility and one clipper who makes sure, like even if he takes shell, he just makes sure he pens every single one, because that is what's needed from a clipper vehicle like that. Again, like big congratulations to you guys for winning the tournament, and to guys from Pozdro, yeah, maybe they lost with 0, but this was their first final. So this was
at least
amazing
they made
job.
it to the finals, so that they
Dude, entire way
to make it to the finals.
Entire way from the first round, like they ended up in a lower brackets. Entire way they made it to the finals. So that's an amazing job. That's just an amazing job.
Well, congratulations to Holovnitsy from me and Mojo that they won the tournament in spectacular fashion. They played extremely well. They got what they deserved, and congratulations to Pozdro for making it to the finals through the hard lower bracket. It was a pleasure to cast with you once more, Mojo, but there's 2 other people who are going to be closing it out for you guys at home, and it's Kihan and Insane. Please take it away.
Well, hello and welcome back one final time. Me looking down was just making sure that I'm not muted. And Ducky, Mojo, thanks a lot for the wonderful cast the past 2 days here. It was a pleasure watching the matches. It was a pleasure listening in to what you guys had to say about the gameplay. And it was also a pleasure to watch Holovnitsy here just making their way through the upper bracket, and I believe all in all they dropped 1 entire round here, if not 0. Not sure how the first game exactly went, but yeah, a strong, I would say a dominant performance from a team which signed up to the qualifications, and they made that decision 50 minutes before the qualifications actually closed. What do we make of this, Insane?
Well, good performance, as you said. We expected that. We hoped that Pozdro would actually have a good start, but you could see that Holovnitsy, they actually took the greater start. And with the lead, I mean, it was really hard for the other Polish team to just come back in this match. They actually managed well the waiting time. They were in shape. They were not just falling asleep. They were ready, and they played really well. So well deserved. They're going to be our winners for this WoT7 tournament. Pozdro, making it to the finals. Special congratulations to them, to be fair, because I guess no one expected that.
No, no one. Certainly not me here with the comeback that they pulled off. First of all against CSA, and then that performance against Invil and the last game against Invil. I think that's one that I possibly will rewatch. Yeah, crazy stuff from Prostro in their first real deep dive into a tournament bracket. They immediately make it to the finals and only fall to a team which has shown utter dominance here. Congratulations to Holovnici from my side. What a tournament from them, honestly.
Yeah, well, honestly, even if you said it yourself that they probably decided last second to actually go into that tournament, they were doing that well because they actually are smart. They have great tactics. You could see like the rotations, the reactions, they were on point. We're going to be anyway taking a look at the replays of that match key. As you could see on the first map on Mines, there is this smart aggression around the base one, just pressuring the cap to force Postjo into making a play, either repushing the middle, either repushing around that base one to get the decaps. But either way, Olovnitsi, they had the answer. They had the tanks ready on the hill, on the 8 line to punish them. Postro at the end of the day decided to actually repush the mid because they couldn't make it work pushing the 8-9, but this crossfire from Olovnitsi worked, the cap pressure was still on, and actually a beautiful attack to start with.
Indeed, also well thought out. Like, they only had committed 3 tanks on the lower side towards the 1 cap, and then they had everyone else on the hill able to put crossfire into those tanks that were coming up. And that is so important to highlight, because basically if Postro tries to decap from the lower side from like 7 or 8 line, then they get punished from the hill. So they need to retake the hill, but they're doing that in such unfavorable positions that Holovnitsi just win the fight straight up and take a very strong 1-0 over Postro here. And I think that was also very important to sort of break the momentum that Postro had coming in this matchup.
Yeah, they had to have a good start. I mean, they are known to struggle maybe when they had to wait for the opponent, but that was actually definitely a good start. They had a very set tactic that worked. Next up, it was Holovnitsi on the defense. This time they decided to actually take the ball in the middle, E5 against 1-1 Like, you have the DPM advantage here, and they had the heal, so they could basically force Postro into taking the heal, otherwise they would have it for free, and you could see team dropping 1 shot straight. Of course, Postro, they rebounded, because then it was the E5 from Olovnitsi that had to take the heal, but at the end of the day, they had the first initiative taking the hill with those triple CSs, so they actually kept the lead all the way to take the 2-0 on that finals.
Yes, also the E5 is one of those tanks that gets picked more and more recently, and that is since the buff that the tank received. Actually very viable, because the DPM is just eating your opponents alive. It's like, well, what? The tank is reloaded already, and then all of a sudden you're dead because he has put so many shots into you, and that's just what we see here. It also has a meaty HP pool. The gun handling is very good. And now here, game number 3 is, I think, where Postro possibly started to realize that this was not going to be their tournament win. Yes, they initially got some good positions, but then they didn't really make anything out of it, and the CS in the south, at the moment, it's not really doing anything.
I think that's where they had to take a round to get back into that match, but Olovnitsi, they reacted well. They were stacking at the north, pretty much covering that push. There is not enough time to actually rotate all the way to go for that base 2, even if Olovnitsi actually abandoned it. This push was actually not that bad. That was like the only play they had, and they executed pretty well, killing a Carol straight that is making some sort of shield for Piotr. But you also had the 60 TP in the CS, having some crossfire angles. At the end of the day, time, 8 minutes. It was like Postro game, but the time actually saved Olovnitsi with the crazy decaps at the end with Monster in his bad shot.
Yeah, Monster really doing the smart plays there. And now next round, that was a very, very crazy south commit here by the defenders from Postro. Once again, there is one medium tank, the Batcha, completely out of game, and meanwhile here Holovnitsi already with Piotr able to pick up the first kill of the game with DJ here. Now they need to make something happen, so they go in, they overpush, they will push onto the Kranwagen, but they don't really find success on Karolf either, and then they end up sort of being all bunched up in one area with Holovnitsi just having the cross shots.
It's always like this. It's always Olovnitsi, they have the first blow. And then Postro, they have to rebound off it, and they take a kill. But then it's the Olovnitsi tank that actually get the advantage back. And at the end of the day, since Olovnitsi has the first blow, the first advantage, the first initiative, they actually take the lead, and they manage to get the round all the way.
Yeah, I think it was everything was going according to Holovnitsi's plan, possibly. This was the first match where I think Holovnitsi were facing something which they hadn't really expected so far. But I think they rebounded well here. Obviously, Tsek there, he's taking shots now. Piotr is going to die for free, basically. But then the Batshots are clipped out, and then the Crossfire is gone. The IS-4 is just going to get pummeled down by tanks. And yeah, Mentos and Monster are going to be able to put a real nice remontada here on the one line. Really good synergies in between the Batshot and the T100 LT.
That's what we have to say the most, that yeah, those Batshots, they had good burst damage, they could help that IS-4, but then what? There's Monster and Mentos, the duo, coming to clean those two, and next they have positions that are pretty great. They can keep pressuring on that IS-4, and you could see the team play was on point. Look at this duo again striking on team, and he's Eskonk, the Batshot, having that burst damage of almost 2k damage with one clip, which is amazing. Monster had a monstrous game actually up here, and that was how Holovnitsi actually took that match and that whole tournament key.
Yeah, and here in the end, it was just the triple cap. It was the smart decision here. Once again, Monster and Mentos, I guess, just ingenious duo here in this round for Holovnitsi. They got it for that, and Koprok is left with nothing. But yeah, I guess being second in this game, as Holovnitsi were able to do a clean sweep. I wouldn't have expected that. I would have expected them to win. I think I went with 5-3 in my prediction. But yeah, overall, just solid isn't even a way to describe what we saw by Holovnitsi. Now, Insane, it's been a pleasure analyzing the games with you, but I believe we are almost at an end here, so I'll take one last time the opportunity to remind you all, there is a Steel Hunter tournament upcoming in which you'll actually be able to participate, and you will get casted by either Ducky, Myland, Marty or Sigan, depending on who you want to cheer for and cheer with. That being said, thank you all for watching. We hope you had a great time, and Insane, I'll leave the last words to you.
Well, this WoT7 tournament was really interesting. We had really crazy games, so we really hope you had a good time watching along us, and we would be really happy to see what's going to be coming next with us for the next tournament. See everyone.